Morning, everyone. Paul Gronke, sit down, man. It seems like every conference I got to tell Gronke to sit down and stop talking. Good morning. Welcome to the Pew Charitable Trust Voting in America Conference. It's great to have all of you here today and those of you who are online through the webcast. I'm very tempted to sit here and start calling out name after name after name of the luminaries who were here, the secretaries of state, those like Susan Judicicka-Suina, who was there at the very beginning when we were launching the Military and Overseas Voting Project. There are so many of you, and I'm going to resist doing that, but know the importance that you played all along the route. This summit is our third one. It's a rare opportunity to bring the election community together after a major national election. In 2008 and 2012, I had the great honor of welcoming you all here to the museum to really take stock of what had transpired, and more importantly, to chart a course for significant strides forward. As we gather here in 2016, whatever side you were on, we can all agree that on November 8th, the American people went to the polls, they exercised their constitutional right to vote, and they proved that the system, the election administration system, works. The story of the 2016 election and the determination of millions of citizens to participate can be told through the volunteers knocking on doors for their nominees, the internet searches striving for more information on the stands of candidates, information about how to navigate the election process, the lines at precincts or early voting locations. But the story of this election is not just about the individual voters, their choices, and their commitment to having their voices heard on Election Day. It is also about how well the election system performed, making sure that those voters were able to register, to find their polling place, to cast their ballot. Pew, along with many of you, helps to support rigorous data assessment on every aspect of our election system. The Voting in America Conference has allowed us to really gather to reflect on what we have learned and what we can do better. It has sparked many advances over the years that have made voting easier, more efficient, and less costly. And we've accomplished a great deal. 2008 was not that long ago when we first met here. So much has changed to help citizens participate in their democracy. What's different? Let me highlight just three areas: voter registration, voting information, election administration generally. Let's start with voter registration. It was at this very conference, out in the hallway up above, where John Limback pulled me aside and said, I'm ready to leave the office as state election director in Oregon, and I want to come to Pew and really look at how do we modernize our voter registration system. That year, in 2008, when we gathered, there were 2 states that offered online voter registration. This year, our fellow citizens in 32 states in the District of Columbia could go online and securely and accurately register to vote or update their registration records. And 7 more states are already on that pathway to offer online voter registration. The Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC. A sophisticated data matching system. This is another tool that helps state officials prepare for and voters participate in the 2016 election. From the kernel of this approach that was planted here, the number of states participating in ERIC has grown now to 20, and the District of Columbia, covering over 75 million American voters. Working together, they're keeping their roles accurate, reaching out to eligible voters to help them register, and update their registration early in the election cycle. Since 2012, ERIC states have identified more than 4.5 million voters who moved but hadn't yet updated their registration records, and over 25 million individuals in those states who were not registered. Combine ERIC and online voter registration, and you enable state offices to efficiently contact those citizens and guide them to the most efficient and secure methods to register and update their registration records. Voting information. When it comes to voting information, we can make everyone feel like a VIP. Oh, yeah, it's bad. I'm sorry. It's cute, though. This is one of Pew's other crown jewels, the Voting Information Project, or VIP, a partnership with Google, many other companies, election officials in states and localities across this nation. It provides voters with official and accurate information about the election process. VIP was launched in 2007 over a dinner in Palo Alto, when Google and Pew brought together a very small group of leaders in the election community to just talk, to brainstorm about how to solve one of the most perplexing problems that had plagued our field. And it was here in 2008 when Doug Chapin held a forum to talk about the first 8 pioneering jurisdictions that worked with us to develop a new means to get voters the information they needed, where they looked for it. In 2016, VIP polling place data drove 123 million impressions. You heard that right. 123 million on phones, web browsers, chatbots, digital assistants, and text messages, serving voters of all ages and walks of life. 123 million. In addition to Pew's main partner, Google, other companies including Facebook, LinkedIn, Etsy, Instagram, Mozilla, AOL, Twitter, AT&T, and Foursquare, Democracy Works, myriad political campaigns, nonpartisan engagement groups, and election offices, together, we all help make sure that election information is easy to find by prominently displaying polling place lookup tools in locations that Americans visit every day. But even as we look back at VIP's success, we're looking ahead to its future. With the help of key stakeholders in the field, we're launching a planning process in January to ensure that VIP's mission of sharing data with Americans where they can find it and use it continues far into the future. And we're going to look to all of you to share your insights on how best to do that. Finally, the tortoise would say that slow and steady wins the race. And that's also true of election administration. According to our most recent election performance index, we have seen steady and continuous improvements in election administration over the past 8 years. And we're so grateful to Charles Stewart at MIT for his tireless work on this cutting-edge index. His vision and expertise has helped lead to improvements in so many states. And again, it was nurtured here in a breakout session in 2008 titled Data and Democracy. These are some of the changes made to support our democratic process. I know each of you have your own successes in your states with your organizations that you're going to share in important discussions today. So let me close on this note. November's election was a long and hard-fought exercise in democracy, which is as it should be. Because of your efforts, Americans' ability to express these preferences through the ballot was easier and more efficient this year than ever before. The question before us is, what great idea will be hatched here today? What innovation will be launched? Who will pull me out to that side room with the next great idea? That's really in your hands. You've inspired me each time we've gathered here for Voting in America. And I look forward to that inspiration today. Now, speaking of inspiration, I can't walk off the stage without talking about the people behind this work. The incredible election initiatives team at Pew, the conference center teams, the communication staff. So, can the people who are here from Pew please stand up for a moment? Kira, Alexis, thank you. Be recognized for your work. It's your work that makes this summit and the sharing of these ideas possible. So thank you. So it's now my pleasure to introduce and welcome Tom Conroy to the stage. Tom is a fellow vice president at the Pew Charitable Trust with me. He oversees our state and local government performance initiatives, and he will introduce our first panel of the day. Tom?
Go ahead and grab your seats. I think you're 3. You're at the far end, 4. Yeah. Thank you, Michael, very much, and welcome, everyone. Thank you all for participating. It's my great pleasure to introduce, and I will sit down in a second, our 2 distinguished guests. And the format today is going to be, I'll introduce Mike Dimick first. He will present some slides, I believe, and a presentation for 15 or 20 minutes. I will then introduce Charles Stewart III from MIT, whom Michael just mentioned, and he will offer a presentation. And then after that, we'll do some Q&A. And while they're presenting, please think of some questions that you would like to ask. We would love to hear from you during that time. So Michael Dimick is president of the Pew Research Center, and in that role, he sets organizational strategy and leads domestic and international research to explain public attitudes, opinions and behaviors, demographic changes, and trends and changes over time. He also guides the center's research and development efforts to strengthen the practice of survey research and development efforts to strengthen the methods in data collection and analysis. In fact, in 2014, I should point out, and this is quite timely, he led the execution and analysis of the largest U.S. Political survey ever conducted at the Pew Research Center, an in-depth, groundbreaking examination of the nature and scope of political polarization with the American public. We hopefully will hear some more about that and his thoughts on political polarization today. He received his BA in political science from the University of Houston and his PhD in political science from UCal San Diego. Mike, thanks for joining us here today to help us understand better what the American public is thinking.
Great. Thank you, Tom, and thank you all. I might just stand because I speak better standing, and I'm going to try to stay shorter than 15 minutes because I'm more interested in Q&A and conversation than hearing myself talk about the election. What I thought I'd present to you today is some of the work the Pew Research Center has done, and others, I'll bring in other data occasionally as well, on the mood of the American electorate in the 2016 cycle, and some of the work we've been doing since the election, understanding what's next and how people are looking at the outcome of this election moving forward. Let me just start with sort of the big picture, and some of this will be fairly, I think, obvious. Most of us were following this election very closely this year, and a lot of what I'll share with you sort of came up in the conversations in a number of ways, but I think they also lean forward into telling us how this might play out. I think in general, the mood of the American electorate or the anxieties of the American electorate going into this cycle can be categorized in 4 general areas, and they're all intertwined. One of them were economic anxieties. Whether you were asking people to look back at how the American economy has done, whether you're asking them to look at the economy as it is now, or whether you're asking them to look at where the American economic situation is headed, the American public is at a period of higher anxiety. And it started, of course, around 2007, 2008 in the economic crisis. And it hasn't really improved significantly across most polling numbers in the time since then. I think of the numbers on this slide, the one on the the one about the future on the far right is actually the most interesting. The future of the next generation of Americans will be by 2 to 1 worse rather than better compared with life today. An outlook that we're seeing in the US and around a lot of advanced democracies right now that's heavily linked to these frustrations with the political and economic process that are tied together in this cycle. I think you can think about something that sort of came together in the conversation in 2016, which was Donald Trump sort of connecting that sense that not only is the political system rigged, but the economic system also feels rigged to a lot of Americans, that the opportunity structure that they would hope and expect to be available doesn't feel like it is. And bringing those two themes together was really resonant for a lot of Americans in this cycle. Another one of these anxieties that I just mentioned is this distrust in institutions that's become sort of the new normal in what we're seeing in American public opinion polling. The slide I'm showing here is one of the oldest survey questions around, invented in 1958, asking people how they view their government. A very general question. How much of the time do you think you can trust the government in Washington to do what is right? Just about always, most of the time, or only some of the time. Those were the options they offered in 1958, which really picked up the scope of attitudes at that time, because you can see that north of 70%, I think 74% in the first asking of it, said just about always or most of the time that they could trust the federal government to do what is right. You see a lot of history in this. You could spend almost an hour just thinking about all those ups and downs around Watergate, around economic ups and downs, around changes in administration. But at the end of the day, it's this last 10-year period that really has become this new normal, this sustained sense of distrust in Washington. We're looking at it right here. I haven't done this presentation from this room before. It's nice to see the Capitol building when you're saying that, because a lot of that really is focused on that building. When we did a project last year to really try to deconstruct distrust in American politics, what are really at the roots of it, and a lot of it is focused on the elected officials. It's this sense that the incentive structure, the motivations, and the behavior of the people who are in elected office in Washington are just misaligned with the interests of the public. When you ask people to deconstruct, to talk about the performance of government in various ways, whether it's bureaucratic agencies, programs, the ratings can vary widely, with a lot of positive views expressed by the American public. The real sense is that at its root, there's a disconnect in the electoral process between what the public is needing and expressing and what the elected officials are reacting to. And that's really driven a lot of this. It started in the war in Iraq, really crashed down in the late Bush period with the economy coming down, and just never really recovered. A third anxiety that's, again, all intertwined with this are anxieties or doubts about America's role in the world. Again, for the better part of a decade, the American public has really not felt that America's standing in the world is sound. And that's not a vision of this country that sits well with the American public. Americans like to think of our country as a leader in the world, as respected in the world, and as a positive agent of change in the world. And people in this country have not felt that way for a long time. Again, it goes back to the outflow of the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan. One of the most sort of touch point questions that we ask and update fairly regularly is, and I wish I'd put it on this slide, it says, which is closer to your view? When America, when America tries to achieve change in the world, tries to help others, it ends up just leading to more resentment and backlash. And that's a very common view among Americans today, that the efforts we make don't end up really helping. And you see it here in the impression that, on balance, Americans feel we are less important and powerful, not more important and powerful in the world, that we're less respected, 61% in the world, and that at the end of the day, more of an isolationist, or at least a retraction kind of mood in the public, that we should deal with our own problems and let other countries deal with theirs as best they can. That's a sort of prevailing mood that's come out in the public these days. Then I also want to talk about sort of the social unease about social change, which is a big factor and has undoubtedly been a factor in the 2016 election cycle. The reason I put this slide on is it's sort of the counterfactual, and I want to just make sure people recognize that while this campaign really brought up a lot of charged emotion and rhetoric around immigration, around race, around diversity, in many forms, that is not the prevailing trajectory of American attitudes. This question is one we started in the mid-1990s around immigration, which comes closer to your view. Immigrants today strengthen our country because of their hard work and talents, or immigrants today are a burden on our country because they take our jobs, housing, and healthcare. And you can see that this trajectory has been in a positive direction for more than 20 years. In 1994, by 2-to-1, people saw immigrants as more of a burden on the nation. In the surveys we're doing today, by 2-to-1, that balance of opinion is in the other direction. So how is this still such a poignant issue in American politics? Well, it's because it doesn't, just because the balance has shifted, doesn't mean folks who feel like the country's changing faster than they're comfortable with don't feel very, very kind of impassioned by that, or that it's not a much more mobilizing issue for folks who feel that sentiment. And also, it's about more than just immigration. For different people, that sense of social and cultural change may sort of resonate with them in different ways. I also added a slide just to put in context that America, we do a lot of international survey work at the Pew Research Center, and on almost any measure around diversity, America differs greatly from its European counterparts in being much more positive in its attitudes about diversity. This question is, do you think having an increasing number of people of many different races, ethnic groups, and nationalities makes our country a better place to live, doesn't make a difference, or a worse place to live? And you can see that compared with every European nation we did work in last year, America really stands apart in that regard. Where I think this comes together, though, is that the top question on this slide sort of connects a lot of these dots, which is one of the most divisive survey questions, or the biggest divides in survey questions that we saw over the course of the election, was one I showed you before. Compared with 50 years ago, life for people like you in America today is better, worse, or the same. And you can see the divide between Clinton and Trump supporters on this issue, almost unifying all Trump supporters, this sense that life for people like them is worse today than it was 50 years ago. Now, that question is sort of encompassing a lot of different ideas. People like you 50 years ago, what are people envisioning? What is that magical point of that they see? But it sort of pulls a lot of those themes together and was really a driving factor. The question on the bottom here, though, I think is also important. It gets at this theme of political correctness, which really resonated in this election cycle, and again deals with that issue of cultural change, a sense among many Americans that their views and values are no longer acceptable in the country within which they live. And that is an incredibly frustrating feeling to have, and that you're not even allowed to express those views and values is something that a lot of people were registering in this. The question here said, which comes closer to your view? People need to be more careful with language to avoid offending others, or too many people today are easily offended over language. You can see that that balance was the predominant one in the overall public, and again, almost a unifying view among Trump supporters. Oh, sorry, I had some spots there. Let me talk briefly about polarization as well. And if there's one thing to know about polarization, and I think a lot of people in this room already know it, is that yes, there's been some ideological sorting in the American public. There are ways that people's views and values are congealing. There's still a big center in the American electorate in terms of people with mixed ideological views. But the stronger and probably more problematic or troubling trend is what we call partisan animosity, this deep, deep disdain of the other political party, distrust, demonization of the other political party. Polarization in America is not about growing affinity with your side and growing happiness with your own political party. It's all about growing fear and distrust of the other political party. You see that on the left here, Republican attitudes about the Democratic Party, the share saying very unfavorable, going from 21% in '94 to 58% now. Same among Democrats, views of the Republican Party. And so we said to ourselves a couple of years ago, well, very unfavorable, what does that really mean? So we pressed people, if you said you had a very unfavorable view of the other party, we said, well, would you go so far as to say the Republican Party is a threat to the well-being of the nation, or wouldn't you go that far? And you can see that most of those people who said very unfavorable were willing to go that far in describing the other political party. 45% of Republicans overall describing the Democratic Party as a threat to the well-being of the nation, and 41% of Democrats saying that about Republicans. These numbers are from April before Donald Trump was the nominee. I don't know where Democrats are today. This is something we'll be updating into the future. But certainly when you think about the opportunities for compromise in Washington, if so many in the political base see the other side in this kind of negative term, any outreach and compromise, how can you compromise with somebody who's a threat to the well-being of the nation? That mood has become very widespread. In terms of the election outcome, there are a lot of demographics we could talk about, but there's one that I would really want to put front and center, which is this education divide. You heard a lot about it in the run-up to the election. You heard a lot about it if you were watching on election night. And I do think it's probably the most significant issue that came out of this election cycle. Traditionally, American politics has not been a deeply sort of class division. That, in fact, 20, 30 years ago, the Democratic Party got somewhat more support from low education Americans. The Republican Party got somewhat more support from college educated. That trend has crossed over the last 20, 30 years, where now Democrats tend to get more support from college grads and Republicans from less than college grad. But the divide that popped out in this election really was quite stark. It was sort of a disjuncture from that long-term underlying trend. And that's among all voters here. And as much of the conversation focused on this cycle, that divide really grew wider when you really focus in on white voters, where the high on this is Democratic support, low is less Democratic support. And you can see in the lighter line, the folks without a college degree, and the folks in the darker line with a college degree. So the question I think a lot of us are looking at moving forward is, was this a blip? Is this something specific to these candidates? Was this something specific to this moment in American politics? Or is this becoming a new divide in American politics that we really haven't seen over the last 20 to 30 years as a driving factor? Let me just wrap up with some views of the campaign. Maybe won't surprise you, but it is worth noting that this was objectively the worst campaign Americans have seen. They really did see this as something different as it was going on and afterwards. It's actually sort of hard to write a survey question that gets you 92% and 4%. And yet we've tracked this idea of, would you say this campaign had more mudslinging and vitriol than usual or less? And people really registered that this was an ugly campaign, less information than usual. At the same time, people still told us they learned enough to make an informed choice in this election. It wasn't that many people were undecided about where they were going to go at the end of the day. But they were unsatisfied with the candidate choices. Over time, we've asked people how satisfied you are with the choice you had before you. This is the first time more said that they weren't satisfied than were satisfied. And that is usually buoyed by the sense that whoever won feels pretty good about the candidate that won if they voted for that person. And that really fell off this cycle. 65% of Trump supporters saying that they were satisfied with the two choices that they had in front of them. But you don't want to overread that as a sense that Trump supporters don't back him. I mean, when we ask across a variety of questions in the post-election period, folks who supported Donald Trump in this election, 96% are hopeful about his presidency. 90% are confident in the kind of president that he will be. There's not a lot of misgiving or concern at this stage about the decision in this election. And those who voted for Clinton are almost universally concerned. You can see they're 90% uneasy, sad, scared, even angry about the outcome of this election cycle. What does that mean moving forward? As I said, most Trump voters are confident about his leadership, and 55% say they'd like to see Donald Trump work with Democrats to get things done, even if it means disappointing some supporters in his base. Among Clinton voters, you see 58% saying that they're willing to give Trump a chance, 39% though saying they can't see giving him a chance because of the kind of person he's shown himself to be. Even though most say they want to give him a chance, you have a 63% majority of Clinton voters who say they'd prefer Democratic leaders to stand up to Trump on issues that are important to Democrats, even if it means less gets done. So you can start to see that sort of partisan concern or an unwillingness to compromise showing up in some of these numbers early on. By comparison, in 2008, even though Republicans were disappointed that McCain lost in that election, there was a great deal more will in seeing Republicans cooperate and coordinate with Obama, at least within those first 2 months after his election. It fell apart very quickly after that. Also, Democrats, for the first time, moving a little bit towards wanting to see their party move in a more liberal direction. Usually, the balance among Democrats has been to say they want to see their party move in a more moderate direction. That may be picking up both some of the disappointed Sanders support and also this sense of wanting to hold the line against Trump where necessary. So can we agree on anything? Well, is there any issue area where the parties aren't so far apart? We asked people about how important a variety of issues were, and it won't surprise you that Trump supporters rate illegal immigration much more important an issue than Clinton supporters, terrorism as well. At the other end of the spectrum, you see a bunch of issues that the Democratic supporters rated far more important, things like climate change. Only 14% of Trump supporters seeing that as a serious issue. 73%, 72% of Clinton supporters on gun violence and income inequality. So the middle of this is maybe where the conversation can move forward. You've heard a lot of talk about infrastructure. That's an area where the importance isn't necessarily super high on either side of the aisle, but there's not a lot of disagreement over it. College affordability, drug addiction, jobs. Those are the areas where there's maybe more consensus on both sides about the importance of some of these issues. And I think one of the things that we've talked about more is, in some ways, going back to that partisan polarization issue, on so many of these issues, both sides already feel aggrieved. When we ask people about where they are in politics, Republicans tell us they feel like their side has been losing more than winning, and Democrats tell us they feel like their side has been losing more than winning, right? So when you ask them about how to compromise with the other side, they both feel like they've already given up more ground than they should have, and they want the other side to meet them more where they are. And that recipe doesn't get you anywhere. Their definition of compromise is fundamentally incompatible. So I think the question is, can you find issue spaces in areas where the sides don't already come to the table feeling aggrieved, where they don't necessarily have those expectations, and maybe come to an agreement about where that middle ground is. So let me wrap up there.
It's great, Mike. Thank you so much. That was fabulous. Let's give Mike a hand, and we'll hold our questions for later.
Sure.
Super, super. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you've got questions to jot down, please hold those. We'll have the Q&A at the end. Our next guest and panel speaker here, Charles Stewart III, is the Keenan Sahin Distinguished Professor of Political Science at MIT and co-director of the Caltech MIT Voting Technology Project, where he leads research that applies scientific analysis to questions about election technology, election administration, and election reform. He is also a fellow at the American Academy of Science. His most recent book related to some of the topics here today is The Measure of American Elections with Barry Burden. Professor Stewart received his BA in political science from Emory University and his MS and PhD from Stanford University. Charles, thank you so much for being here, and we would love to hear some of your expertise and some of the work you've been doing analyzing the results of this November 8th election.
Thanks. Thanks, Tom, for that nice introduction, and also thanks to Michael for the kind words earlier on. If I can just take a brief moment of personal privilege here, and I suspect I'm speaking for a lot of folks. I think we meaning folks who are not at Pew, owe Pew a debt of gratitude for all the work that has been done over the last decade in moving ahead an important agenda in improving elections. And not only has the activity, and I have to say sometimes the money, been appreciated, but there's something I think even more important and fundamental, which is in modeling how different communities in this space can come together and reach consensus, despite the fact that we are from a large number of oftentimes divisive tribes. The partisan tribes are the obvious tribes, but also election administrators and academics and citizen groups also are just as tribal. And I think that modeling the convening of these groups and in facilitating the discussions that have happened have really moved ahead and a very important policy area and arena, and one that's certainly central to our democracy. And I think, again, I'm really grateful for everything that Pew has done for us. And so thanks a lot, Pew. So today I'm going to talk about the survey of the performance of American elections. I've talked about this at each of the convenings since 2008. The survey of the performance of American elections really came out of the original Make Voting Work initiative here. And the idea was really in response to the 2000 election, and I think some of the concerns are still relevant today. You know, there was a lot of discussion around elections in the last decade that suggested that America might not be anything beyond a banana republic. And if you listen to popular discourse, there was a lot of complaining about how things went. And the idea behind the SPAE was to listen to voters, to see what their experience was, and to think about the place in which voters experienced elections, which was at the time predominantly in the precincts, early voting sites, and at the time a few people voting around the kitchen table, absentee or by mail. So what does the health of the election system look like to a voter? And that's really the idea behind the survey of the performance of American elections. So what we do is right after the last several federal elections, we talk to 200 voters, registered voters in each state, plus the District of Columbia. So we have 10,200 respondents, and we ask them various things about their experience in the last election. And so what I'm going to talk to you about is, first of all, a little bit about what that experience was, and then I'll touch on a few topics that arise in the survey as well. A few things about lines, which I know some folks will be interested in seeing how things have changed since 2012. A little bit about confidence, and then some things about how we vote in America as well. So this works. The core of the SPAE is organized around the way that we at the Voting Technology Project have conceptualized voting, which is to think about voting from the perspective of the voter as being a chain of events that move from registration to the final counting of the vote. And if any link in this chain is broken, the intended vote is not recorded. And so can we track, first of all, how voters experience this chain from the beginning to the end? And so this leads to the first topic, where I want to talk about a little bit what we can find from the voters about their satisfaction in the 2016 election. As an aside, by the way, I'm going to throw some numbers at you in the next few minutes. If you're interested in the details, there's actually an overview sheet out in the hallway where you can pick up and you can geek out on the numbers to your heart's content. So overall satisfaction. So here are kind of the core questions that we've been asking people all along about how easy was it to find your polling place? Did you encounter any registration problems? Did you encounter any machine problems? How well was your polling location run? How well did the poll workers work? And then finally, are you confident that your vote was counted as cast? And the numbers here suggest, as they did in past years, this was in 2016, that the numbers are very, very high in terms of satisfaction. Voters who came in person on election day had a high degree of satisfaction in 2016, which is very similar, almost identical to 2012. If we look at people who voted early, again, the same results as in 2012 and then 2008. A very good positive experience among voters, which then extended to people who voted by mail, both in 2016 and in 2012. So the overall story here is at the individual level, voters had a good experience. They are not experiencing a banana republic when they go to vote. They may have other anxieties about the election system, but from the perspective of what they see on election day or in the weeks before the election, it's a competent, well-run system that allows them to express the vote that they wish to express. So the second topic I just want to touch on is a little bit about how we vote. There was a lot of discussion leading up to this election about how Americans were shifting out of election day voting and shifting into early voting in person and vote by mail. Part of this is just the general trend of trying to fit voting into a more convenient framework. Part of it, quite frankly, was probably voters just wanted to get it over with and get off the call lists. But then finally, there was a sense in which in some states there was an attempt to move voters into an earlier voting mode in order to deal with congestion on election day and to deal with issues of lines. And eventually, we will actually get administrative data to understand precisely how many voters were moved from election day into these earlier modes. But since we asked people how they voted on election day, we can actually document that, at least among our respondents, when they tell us how they vote, only 5 in 9 said they voted on election day. And if we trace this back to 1996, 20 years, using Census Bureau data, you can see that this has fallen from 90% on election day now down to just about half of Americans are voting before election day. And if we look at the other side of this equation, we see that mail absentee voting grew steadily this time. And then finally, early voting in person also grew, although as we see, there's sort of a sawtooth pattern here where more people are voting early in the presidential election relative to the midterm. But those trends are attending. Now, I'm going to show you, because I'm from MIT, I have to show you one really geeky graph. And when for those of you who can see this, you have to go back to your chemistry days and ternary plots and phase diagrams and those sorts of things. But this is what this graph tells you. This takes a look at how we vote at an individual state level. In 1996, the states at the top of this triangle were all voting on election day in precincts. If you're on the right-hand side of that triangle, everybody is voting by mail. And if on the left-hand side of the triangle, as you're seeing it, and if you're on this side of the triangle, everybody is voting early. And you can see in 1996, almost every state's voters were at the very top, with Oregon and Washington beginning to ooze down to the other, or drop down to the other triangle. Let's not call it oozing. That's an evocative term. In 2000, we can see that states are beginning to fall from the top, drift down to the bottom, almost like a snow globe. Washington and Oregon, are continuing down. The pioneers in voting by mail, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016. Okay. A great diversity of how we're voting. There's now about a dozen states. These are the states where my respondents, 20% or fewer, said they voted before election day. Above this line are half the voters are voting on election day. Below this line, it's about 24 states. Most voters are voting before election day. A real different thing this time. Okay. Lines. In 2012, President Obama drew attention to the fact that people stood in line. And this gave rise to a lot of concern in the election community about how to deal with that, and also gave rise to the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, which had some recommendations about dealing with lines. And so how do we do in 2016 compared to 2012, given the concerns in 2012? Well, to start off, just to remind us that even in 2012, a great number of voters did not stand in any lines, and a relatively small fraction stood in lines beyond 30 minutes, which ended up being the benchmark set by the PCEA. And we can see that on the no lines waiting, 2016 is about the same as 2012, but there was a significant reduction in the number of people who were waiting more than 30 minutes. Let's drill down a little bit into these numbers. There have been big differences previously between the average amount of wait time on election day versus early voting. This difference almost went away in 2016. Here's a graph about state by state, the average wait times in 2012. The main thing to notice, if you can see the graph, is that there is a big column ranging from Florida, the average wait time in 2012 of 45 minutes to vote, down to Vermont, the average wait time of 2 minutes. This is the graph in 2016.
Wow.
So a big reduction, particularly in the states in the long tail. Utah ends up being at the top of the graph, but I'm going to say something about Utah. So don't focus on Utah. Focus on the fact that at least the states in the long tail, there's been a dramatic improvement in this election. This graph shows a scatter plot. The y-axis is the average length of time waiting in 2016 against the average wait time in 2012. If you're below the diagonal line, you improved in 2016 compared to 2012. And again, here are the states that improved the most dramatically in 2016. They were the ones that we were the most concerned about in 2012, and they are the states that improved the most in 2012. And I think all the efforts of the state and local administrators in those states need to be lauded and really appreciated for what they accomplished. There's a few states that popped up, but notice, and two of these states, Utah and California, tell us something about the nature of people who are waiting in line in some of these states. Utah and California are actually states where most people are not voting on election day. And in fact, they might not even be voting in person. So we've started actually trying to keep track of how long it takes people who are voting by mail to complete that transaction. And if we include those voters in, we see that states like Utah and California come down to like every other state. And it's really, again, the real story here is the improvement in the states that really had really long lines in 2012. Now, this isn't, I don't want to be Dr. Pangloss here. We do not live in the best of all possible election worlds yet. I want to remind us that on the one hand, the states that had the longest lines in 2012 had significant improvements in 2016. But it's still the case that a significant number of voters in these states are still waiting longer than the 30 minutes benchmark set by the PCEA. And if we look at the various states, there's a very interesting linear relationship between the average amount of time waiting and the percentage of people waiting more than 30 minutes. And so, for instance, the states in which people are on average waiting more than 10 minutes, about 10% of their voters are waiting more than 30 minutes. And so there's still some work to be done in many of these states. And so, the battle has not been, the battle is not over, but the battle is going very well in terms of making wait times shorter. One of the things that does remain, some concerns about racial differences in waiting. In 2012, there was almost a 2-to-1 black to white average wait time disparity. That disparity has reduced in 2016, but it has not gone away entirely. One of the ways in which we actually see this disparity remaining actually is within early voting. So election day voting, the disparity has come down the most, but in election day voting, the racial disparity has come down the most. Early voting nationwide is one of the areas in which racial differences still persist, and I think is likely to be one of the specific challenges facing us in the next 4 years. Finally, there's the issue of voter confidence and the question about whether their voters are confident that their vote was counted as cast. And so we asked this core question: how confident are you that your vote was counted as intended? 4 response categories: very confident, somewhat confident, not too confident, not at all confident. On average, 66% of respondents said that they were very confident that their vote was counted as intended. And if we look back on the SPAE results over the last, back to 2008, this is roughly the same as it has been. And then if we look at other survey organizations that have asked the similar questions before that, going back to 2000, this has been kind of a constant number, roughly, over the last decade and a half. Not surprisingly, if we look at Republicans, they were a little more confident, 71%, very confident that their vote was counted as cast. If we look back over time, we can see that when Republicans win the presidency, they're more confident. When they lose the presidency, they're less confident. Mirror image for the Democrats. Although one should notice that back around 2000, there was a big gap between Democrats and Republicans. That gap has gone down, and I think there's this interesting dynamic that those of us who study this have noticed. Usually there is this kind of winners-losers effect that we see. But it's also the case, as we all know, that Donald Trump kind of made it an issue at various times of questioning the quality of the electoral process. And this had some very interesting effects within public opinion as a whole. those utterances really didn't change what Republicans thought about the election process so much, as it actually caused Democrats, it appears, to become champions of the election process. So probably what's going on here is that the kind of winner's effect is dampened down a little bit because of the rhetoric from the Republican candidate. But Democrats have probably buoyed their response to the electoral process in opposition to that message. So there's kind of this interesting convergence of voters and how they think about the electoral process that's a counterintuitive effect of polarization. Kind of think about that. It's kind of a complicated process, but it's very, very interesting. It'll be interesting to see how confidence builds out over time. I will skip over in-person and mail, except just to say that in past years, one of the kind of concerning trends is that people who voted by mail were much less confident that their vote was counted as cast than people who voted in person. And that was about a 20 to 20% gap between the two in 2008. That gap has shrunk over time. And a couple of things are going on there. First of all, as more and more people are just choosing to vote by mail, they're becoming more confident with that. But also in Washington and Oregon, which have universal vote by mail, in 2008 there appeared to be kind of a residual of people who did not like to be required to vote by mail. And those concerns are beginning to dissipate within those two states, which is also then giving rise to greater confidence among people voting by mail. Finally, looking at, we asked people how confident not only were they that their own vote was counted as intended, but also votes in their county, in their state, and nationwide. And maybe not surprisingly, the closer the vote counting is to you, the more confident you are. And that voters are slightly less confident about their county's votes being counted as cast than their state, than nationwide. If we look at Republicans and Democrats, Republicans were a little more likely to be confident about their own vote. Democrats, oops, it went away. I'm not ready for the conclusion. Darn it. Come on. The Republicans were a little more confident. The Democrats were a little less confident. But again, there's a surprising amount of convergence in this election. Okay. So now I'm ready to conclude. Just 4 points. First of all, again, seen from the perspective of voters. For most voters, the experience was a positive one. There are many different ways of assessing the health of the election system, and this is not the only way. But if we ask voters what their experience was, it was good. Election day voting continues to decline, and it seems to me that for those of us who study elections empirically, this tells us that not only are our mental models about voting not quite right, but many of the important questions about the experience of voters really needs to start focusing more and more on the vote by mail experience, particularly, which is the most unlike the election day precinct. Wait times have made significant gains, but there are still challenges there let's hope 4 years from now, there's many of those challenges, there's evidence that they've been met. And then finally, voter confidence has been surprisingly stable in this election, given the rhetoric around the process. That stability does mask some really interesting dynamics below the surface. But nonetheless, voters, at least in terms of what they observe, feel very good about what they do observe. And that is a good base to build on. So, thanks.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you so much, Charles. That was fabulous. So what I'd like to do is just ask Mike a question and have him respond, and ask Charles a question and have him respond, and then we'll open it up to everybody else. So Mike, thank you again so much for your presentation. One of the fastest debates that occurred, or questions that occurred after the results of the election were in on November 8th, was the accuracy of presidential polling and surveys. Could you comment a little bit on that issue?
I told Tom to throw me a softball, right? And no, it is an important question, and I think certainly everybody in the Pew Research Center isn't in the business of doing forecasting of elections or doing projections of election outcomes, but we're part of a survey research industry that cares a lot about survey accuracy. So when basically a lot of people woke up on election morning and were being told that Clinton was going to win with some degree of certainty, and that turned out to not be the case by the end of the evening or early the next morning, that's concerning. I think the hypotheses around why polls might have misread this sort of fall into three big buckets. One is that that we just misestimated who was going to show up. You know, that it wasn't about misreading people's preferences, but misreading their enthusiasm, their engagement, their willingness to really get out and vote. And that has been the case in past elections. Anybody who does pre-election projection polling will tell you that measuring who people prefer is not the challenge. Measuring whether they're actually going to take action on it is the bigger challenge. And that may be, you know, the error space. Again, from my perspective, that's the kind of error I would prefer it to be, because that means the polls are still getting a good cross-section of the country, representing the nation as a whole overall, and the challenge that we face is simply figuring out who's going to get out and vote, or vote by mail, or whatever. The second hypothesis that was discussed a lot in this cycle is whether there was what some called a shy Trump effect, or like there came out of this concept of a shy Tory effect a few years ago in the British election, that there were people who supported Trump but weren't willing to say so on a survey interview instrument. That's certainly an issue of concern if basically you're trying to do surveys to ask people their views, values, and opinions, and they're lying to you for whatever intent. Raises big questions about surveys. I think the evidence so far, and this is something that we're still trying to, as a field, look into and research, is casting some doubt on that for a couple of reasons, not to go too deep. One is people have done some really interesting experiments pre-election where they did side-by-side phone and online interviews to try to test whether people were more or less willing to offer support for Trump in a more anonymized rather than a more personal interaction, and really didn't find a significant difference there. So again, that doesn't prove a negative, but it certainly didn't show much evidence that there was a kind of unwillingness in a voice phone to offer that. The other is the expectation, if that were the case, would be that the polls would have underestimated Trump support more in areas where the predominant support was for Clinton. In other words, if you were in an area where most people in your neighborhood support Clinton, you might be more hesitant to stand up and put a Trump sign in your lawn, right? But if you live in, say, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, if you live in northern Wisconsin where everybody supports Trump, why would you be shy about it, right? Yet most of the evidence so far suggests that Trump exceeded his support in the areas where his support was strong in the polls. In other words, it was maybe a mismeasurement of the enthusiasm in those areas, more so than a mismeasurement of shy Trumpers. Again, more to be researched on that, but something we're looking at. And then the third hypothesis, which is the more troubling one, is that surveys, we don't complete interviews with everybody we try to reach out to. You know, some people don't answer the phone, as we do almost all of our survey work now on cell phones. It's a lot easier for people to just not answer, to hit that button. And up until, we have done at the center and in the industry a lot of research to try to assure that we're not systematically missing people in that process. And so far, there hasn't been a political bias to non-response, as we would put it. Democrats and Republicans are equally grumpy, but there's a reason to be concerned that if there's a larger anti-establishment mood out there, and if the media and pollsters and everybody are a part of that establishment, that could start to have more of a connection with who's not answering the phone when you reach out to them. That's the more troubling hypothesis. It's one that the industry is looking into. So one of our answer right now is to try to not close off any avenues of investigation. There's going to be a lot of work on this, and part of what we're waiting on are all those great voter databases from all the states, because I think we're going to be able to get much more definitive about what might have gone wrong in the pre-election polling when we can match the polls to the actual voter turnout data at the individual level, so that we can see who did and didn't show up to really test how much turnout really was the driver of this.
That's Great. Thank you very much, Mike, for those. Charles, you have been analyzing the administration around elections for quite some time, probably one of the foremost experts in the country in that regard. We've got a community of election officials and election administrative experts here are deeply invested in improving the process. If you had to tell the audience what one top priority we should be working on to improve the way the voting system is, what would it be? How would you give them guidance?
Man, I would want to actually, the first thing is I'd want to listen to them and have them tell me what they have in mind. But it strikes me in just looking at the data that prior to this election, I think there was this empirical question about whether the kind of the rush out of the election day voting booth had kind of hit some sort of stasis, and had we hit some sort of equilibrium. And the fact is, it looks like we haven't hit that equilibrium yet. And I think that this raises both some opportunities for improvements, but actually I think it raises some challenges because, and again, the people here who run elections really feel this. You don't know, for instance, how many people are going to turn out and vote early until they're there. And that's really highly variable, particularly highly variable in states and unpredictable in states that are just getting into this game, right? I know in Massachusetts, for instance, where we just adopted early voting, and the state said, some folks said, we're anticipating 15 to 20% voting early. I thought that was no way. Usually the first time a state comes in, they usually got 5, 10%. It was 35%, almost 40% voting early. My guess is in other states just rolling this out, it was the same thing as well. So this is not a public opinion challenge, but it's really kind of a management challenge of how do we help state and local officials anticipate demand in new ways of voting, figure out ahead of time what's likely to happen, provide tools that allow them to manage in real time as floods of voters come in or anticipated floods don't come in, and election officials have to respond in real time.
Right, that's great. Thank you very much. I want to open it up to the audience now for questions. If you have one, please raise your hand. Is it Mr. Gronke?
I think I have a kind of a good news version of the institutional trust story that Mike Dimmick spoke to, and I'd like to pose with Mike. And so many of you are probably familiar with the kind of classic public opinion finding that individuals love their individual member of Congress, but they hate Congress as an institution. I've been collecting data and collecting some data this year with the Democracy Fund on how people feel about election officials, and I'm happy to report, and I've been doing this since 2008, some in partnership with Charles, that the last measurement we had in 2014 was 61% said that they approved of the performance of the local election official. That compares to numbers like 22% for Congress, 36% for the Supreme Court. Generally what we find is that if you make the target of public opinion an individual, and as Charles noted with the voting experience, if you're talking about your own individual vote, it's much higher approval than when you have something more general like the national government. It's not all good news, however, and I just want to mention this finding, again, fairly consistent over a number of surveys for the election officials. About half of the respondents we speak to think that local election officials should be elected in nonpartisan contests. And when we asked them about whether election officials would treat an election dispute fairly, about a third of respondents, which I think is fairly high, think that officials, if they're partisan, would favor the members of their own party. So I guess the question I would pose to Mike is if you comment a bit on this kind of general target versus individual, and also it's my sense, I think the findings have been fairly consistent over many years, that to the degree an institution and election officials become too closely associated with partisanship and partisan divides, approval will go way down.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and it absolutely makes sense. And one of the points I often try to make, even besides, I agree with the personal versus institution or sort of vague, big structure. That distinction really does matter in what people are willing to assert or question the motivations. But I also do point out that while there's another chart that I could have shown that shows how even just within the last 20 years how the views of the federal government have dropped and dropped and dropped, views of state and local governments haven't dropped in nearly the same way. So it's not just the personal side. There is just that general sense of distance. And I always say that I think that's quite remarkable because during the economic crisis and crunch, it was state and local governments who actually were doling out the pain. They were the ones who had to balance budgets. They were the ones who had to cut programs that people liked. And yet the public saw them still relatively well, not a lot of drop-off in overall favorability or positive ratings in one form or another, whereas the national government's ratings were just tanking and tanking over that period. And the other angle that I sometimes put on that is that some of this, I think, is related to globalization in a sense, and maybe that's a bit philosophical, but the sense is that people have of Washington, and you saw it come up in this election cycle, is part of why people are frustrated with Washington is they don't actually think Washington maybe even has the capacity to solve the big problems that people are facing anymore, because most of those big problems are now part of a much bigger web of pressure points and decision making that are even beyond the scope of our government. And that leads to that kind of retraction of wanting to bring more control locally and home. So you saw a lot of this in particular. This is showing up even more in a more crystallized way, of course, in the survey work we're doing across Europe, where there's a bogeyman to that. There's the EU, and so people can express that desire to move away from EU control and more towards bring control back home kind of notion. But that same instinct is resonating in the U.S. Relative to what the government does as well. So.
Great point. Great point. Other questions? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I have a question for you, Charles. I'm wondering in your survey if you ask questions about election administration in terms of Voting Rights Act and voter ID. And for example, though Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act was struck down, one of the language assistance provisions, Section 203, is still in place. And I'm wondering if any of your respondents were able to talk about whether they had translators or interpreters at the polls. Also, with regard to voter ID, and I actually gave a talk to a continuing ed class this fall in late October, almost all of whom had already voted early in Texas, and many of them reported on how, because our voter ID law had been struck down, or at least needing the voter ID, the picture ID, sorry, and even the polling places, the election officials were telling voters that they had to have that photo ID to vote. And many of them got into arguments at the polls saying, you don't. And so I'm just wondering if you have any evidence about how that was working this election cycle.
So deep in the bowels of the survey, there are questions about the experience of voters with respect to voter ID in a couple of ways. And since, by the way, I should have mentioned that the data were kind of literally hot off the computer screen. In fact, I was kind of tempted just to bring my computer and kind of run some numbers for you guys, because I got the data Friday morning. So some of what I'm going to say is reflected in what I know about 2012, which I think is true about 2016, from what I've been able to gather. So we do ask two sets of ID-related questions. One is there's a generic question about support for voter ID. And then there's, in which we find that at least a generic voter ID question, it's still the case that most Americans favor a generic picture ID law, Republicans more than Democrats. Partisans who follow the news a lot are very polarized on the issue. Partisans who don't follow the news a lot are not polarized on the issue. And so there's some information about that. In terms of the experience about voter ID, which touches on what you were saying, we ask people, first of all, what sort of identification they have. Do you have a driver's license? Is it expired? Is it your legal name? Is it your address? Do you have a passport? Can you easily get your birth certificate? Those sorts of things. And then do you have a bunch of things? And so we have kind of evidence. So we have at least respondents' evidence about what they have and the quality of it. But the most interesting, it seems to me, and relevant to your question, is we do ask people what sort of ID, how they identified themselves when they went to vote. And then if somebody showed a photo ID, whether it was because they were required to show it, or because it was most convenient. And I'll just say in Massachusetts, which does not require photo ID, when I went to vote, the 20 people in front of me were showing their driver's license. And I refused to show my driver's license because I knew what the law was, but they didn't, right? And so what's the experience? And it turns out that in, very interesting things, a couple of particular interest. In states like Massachusetts, there's a high fraction of people who show their IDs. They say it's because of convenience, but sometimes they will say it's because they were required. In the most stringent voter ID states, there's actually very little variation in whether people show IDs. So one of the things that we can see in this survey is the sort of variation you're suggesting, is that in certain photo ID regimes, there's consistency, at least from the voter's perspective, in how the ID law is implemented in the polling place. In other regimes, there's a great deal of variability. Sometimes voters will admit it's because of their own behavior, but other times they will report it's because of what they were being required to do. We don't have a whole lot about language. In fact, we have nothing about language in the survey. And in fact, I think one of the challenges in the survey is that we don't have a special outreach to people to Spanish speakers, and so we don't have as good a sense about many of the language issues as we would like.
We unfortunately have time for just one more question. Yes, ma'am, right here in the front.
Hi, I have two quick questions. One is I saw on the slide that 15% who had asked for a mail-in ballot didn't get it. I'm wondering if we should be concerned about that, and also if there's a racial breakdown on that. And the second thing sort of builds on the voting rights question, which is, have you asked any question about whether people didn't go to the polls because they didn't think they had the right ID? Because we were hearing a lot from the states that they felt people were self-selecting not to go because they thought they weren't going to be allowed to vote.
So since we just have, two quick answers to those questions. We do ask people who didn't vote, why they didn't. And one of the questions has to do with whether you didn't have, the photo ID. And so we do have that in there. I have not taken a quick look at that. In terms of the 15% who said they did not vote because they didn't receive their absentee ballot, I do think that back to my general, I have two things to say about that. One is, in terms of my general comments about voting by mail, I mean, that's one of the things that I would like to dig into and understand the answers to that question. The other thing I would say is, and this also relates to the I didn't vote because of ID question, is that I also advise caution in the use of a survey to get very precise answers to some of these questions, because I think with respect to questions about why you didn't vote, one of the things we struggle with are problems of social desirability. And I'm trying to distinguish the socially desirable question and rationalizations for not doing the socially desirable thing like voting and blaming others versus the actually having the problem. So there is data in the survey, which I think is a good starting place. But I think that the best work on these questions actually is digging down and talking to voters themselves, using administrative records, and doing the more precise results. Because I think this is one of those areas where survey research is particularly fraught because of the nature of the survey research response.
Great. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Mike. Let's give them both a hand, and appreciate you.
If I could have Doug Chapin and the VIP and Civic. You just heard a lot, right? There's a reason we've started every voting in America with that panel. Let the knowledge that you just received be the foundation for what you hear for the rest of the day. Let it frame the discussions you have for the rest of the day. We have built in a couple longer breaks and an open lunch. We know that there were a lot of questions that didn't get asked. Hold those questions. Find the panelists during the breaks and the lunch. We purposefully left lunch with no program, so you would have an opportunity to find the speakers who you may not have gotten a chance to ask a question of. And with that, I'm really pleased to introduce our next panel. I'm going to introduce Doug Chapin, who happens to be my former boss. Doug is the director of the Program of Excellence in Election Administration. He came to the Humphrey School after 10 years at Pew, where he served as Director of Elections Initiatives. Under his leadership, Pew's elections team successfully lobbied for enactment of military and overseas voting reform in Congress and state legislatures, enlisted dozens of states and technology partners like Google, Microsoft, and Facebook to provide voting information online and via mobile technology, and worked with election officials and academics and technical experts across the country to design and implement efforts to upgrade our nation's voter registration system. With that, Doug, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I am living proof that election geekery, like my favorite democracy sweater vest, never quite goes out of style. I'd like to thank all of you for being here. This is my third Voting in America, and I'm especially delighted to be here today to talk about something with which I've been associated, of which I'm most proud, and that's the Voting Information Project. We have an incredible panel here today, and I'm going to shock those of you who know me and delight the rest of you by being very brief in my own remarks. What we're going to do today is talk a little bit about the experience of the Voting Information Project in 2016. We have folks from social media, folks from the tech side, election officials as well, and hear from them about how VIP worked or didn't for them in 2016. And then we're going to have a short discussion about what might be next. As you heard Michael Caudle-Fagan say at the outset, we are thinking about the future of the Voting Information Project, which we believe is bright, and we want to make sure it continues to be so. And so we'll talk a little bit about what the project should think about doing and how it might think about growing in the future. And then finally, we will throw it out to you all for questions. But with that, let me go ahead and get started with the panel. We're going to bounce around a little bit on the stage, but I want to start with Chetan Sabnis from Google. I think it's safe to say I feel a very strong, not just professional, but parental interest in the Voting Information Project. And it's safe to say that our friends at Google are the other part of that equation. Google has not just been there for inspiration, they have been there for technical support and really a lot of the hard technical grunt work that's been necessary to make VIP work. Chetan is the engineering site lead for Google DC and a key player in the work on the Voting Information Project. I'll turn it over to him. Chetan?
Thank you, Doug. I'm the site lead for DC, and specifically our team focuses on the Civic's work in Google Search, Google Now, and the Civic Information API. And our mission is to make election information accessible to our users. 1 month ago, we had, at 11 p.m., 35% of all global search traffic interested in the US election. Everybody around the world was looking to figure out what the roughly 200 million or so registered voters in the United States decided. Most interest was in the presidential election. Where we come in is, what Charles was alluding to is at the very early on is making the voting process, the mechanics of it, very accessible to those users. So we launched special features in search that could help you figure out how to register with your state, when to vote, how to actually vote and bring your voter ID system, whether you need voter ID or not. And then, of course, researching your candidates, and finally, where you can go vote and vote early. Across those products, we had over 150 million impressions at Google. So there was a lot of interest on, just completing this process, making that chain work. This is only possible with VIP. This data comes to us for free in a structured form. And being able to do things like notifications and promos and just giving that information in a highly accessible way is only possible through the hard work of the Voting Information Project and some of our other data partners like Democracy Works and Center for Technology and Civic Life who contribute to that broad set of products. Finally, processing those VIP feeds that come from the states and counties is an interesting and very difficult technical challenge. And so we have a team working on that, but it doesn't make sense for everybody to have to do that. And so we make it accessible to third parties via the Civic Information API. And that API is free, and again, authoritative data flows through it. We had 44 million requests from third parties, and that represents a 54% growth over 2015 in terms of user reach. What worked well was VIP. I think Doug alluded to this. Official feeds were incredible, and we really can't say enough. In terms of things to improve, I look forward to discussing on that. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Next up, I want to introduce Mark Burris, Chief Information Officer at the North Carolina State Board of Elections. Mark is our election official on this panel, and he is here not because he is one of, if not the finest election technical minds in the country, but also because he represents the women and men across the country who provide this data that Chayton mentioned to VIP and through VIP to voters across the country. Mark has been an early partner from just about the very beginning on the Voting Information Project. We're glad he's on our side. We're happy he was able to tear himself away from a pretty eventful post-election period in North Carolina, and we're delighted he's here. Mark?
Well, thank you, Doug. Yeah, as Doug said, we were an early adopter, and I remember coming to the first meeting to talk about VIP, and I was so excited because it fit into our vision of how we provide data to the public in North Carolina. But I got so deflated when I got back to the office and told my boss, the secretary, I said, hey, this is what we want to do. And his first question was, why? Don't we already do this? So it kind of took me aback a little bit, but then as you think about it, in 2016, I'm glad we had this as an outlet because you can't do it yourselves. When someone goes to vote or to find out where they're to vote or the information, they don't go to our site. They don't know State Board Elections website. They go to Google. They go to other places to then find us. So this only naturally makes sense to partner and provide data to allow it. As North Carolina, we're not only a producer of the data, we're a consumer of the data. And to us, our vision was to provide data not only for the public, but for other entities, outreach organizations, to then take that data and further outreach. He was talking about 20, 30, 40 million hits. Well, I'm happy about that because those are hits that don't come to our infrastructure. That saves us money. Although he was saying it's free, it does cost us time and resources to put this together and maintain it. But if you look at the overall cost savings in producing the feed, not having our infrastructure hit, our servers hit, and taking that load and spreading it across the nation with Google and other partners, for us it's a win-win. So I'm looking forward to talking about what we've done in 2016, what we can do better, and where VIP goes.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Next up, we have Samid Chakrabarti from Facebook. Facebook has been a partner of VIP for many years, and this year especially was instrumental in driving staggering amounts of traffic to our own poll lookup website, gettothepolls.com. Sitting in the Voting Information Project war room with my Pew colleagues, you could always tell when Facebook was about or had just pushed an early voting notification in given states because that state would almost literally redline on the analytics for Get to the Polls. We're incredibly grateful for Google's work, but we're also really excited about how companies like Facebook are using VIP to reach out to their own customers and clients. Sami?
Great. So our work in actually providing voting reminders on election days to folks has actually gone back through 2008 is when we did it for the first time. And we've been doing it actually in countries all over the world. I think 46 countries now, something like that we're up to. And I think part of what makes this very special, just to describe a little bit of how this works, is that we basically provide people a notification, a story at the top of newsfeed, which lets them know that it's election day or election day is coming up soon, and then allows them to look up voter information through Get to the Polls, which is of course powered by the Google Civic Information API and ultimately the VIP's data, and then also gives them the ability to share that they're voting. And then that becomes a story in newsfeed for their friends to see. And so something that I think makes this very unique and special is that, first of all, it's a large audience of people that we can get this information in front of. And then also we see this really fascinating and important social multiplier effect that when one of your friends shares that they're voting, it makes you more likely to vote also. So I think that's one of some of the unique contributions that we're making. I just want to step back for a moment because it might be a question on people's minds, like, why does Facebook work on these things? Like, why do we do this at all? And it really comes back to the overall mission of the company. Like, if you really try to summarize it, the overall mission of the company is to give people the power to share and to give everybody a voice. And so giving people the power to share and have a voice in the civic process is a fundamental part of the company's overall mission. And some of you may know this, but do you know what the #1 topic that was talked about on Facebook this calendar year has been? The election. Yes, the US election. In 2015, what was the #1 topic talked about on Facebook in the US? The 2016 election, starting in 2015. So it's a big part of the Facebook ecosystem, and we're always looking to see what we can do to improve that experience. And so at the beginning of this calendar year, we wanted to know how we can do even more to help cultivate a greater sense of voting across the country. So we did a lot of new things this year that we hadn't done before, going back to 2008. So we were able to provide voter registration reminders along with follow-up push notifications throughout the country. And we estimate that we helped approximately 2 million people register to vote through that kind of effort. We also provided, for the first time, early voting notifications, push notifications to states that supported early voting. And all of that was supported by VIP's data infrastructure to be able to provide that early voting information. And then we also provided a sample of ballot information to people so that they could get a preview of the kinds of things that they'd be asked to vote on, and they could create their own voting plans to help them be more prepared for voting. And as a result of doing that, people could also, if they choose, share that with their friends and hopefully increase that social multiplier effect that I mentioned before. And then finally, we really upgraded our election day reminders this year quite substantially. So one of the things that our research showed through a bunch of user interviews is that a lot of people really value this information, not just on election day, but the day before the election. It gives them a chance to logistically plan their day a little bit better. And so we actually started the election day reminder on election eve, and I think that was a really important contributor. And then another thing that we did is we really changed the design this year of the voting reminder, specifically to dial up the pictures of your friends who have also shared that they're voting, because we were very conscious that the social multiplier effect is an important part of this, so we wanted to make that more prominent. And so all of that, of course, came to a culmination on Election Day itself. And on Election Day, we saw 118 million people talk about the election on Facebook and share something like 700 million or more times on Election Day. And I have to say, like, when you look at the news feed on Election Day, it was really something beautiful to see so many people express their civic passions here. And the best part of that content was actually people sharing that they were voting through these voting reminders. You could have gone on Facebook, searched for it, looked at your own news feed, and seeing that kind of civic passion was something that was really inspiring. People saying things like, you know, I voted today because my forefathers had to die so that I had this right. Like, Facebook was filled with that kind of content on election day, and I just really appreciate the work that VIP did to be able to enable this, as well as many other partners such as Democracy Works and the Center for Technology and Civic Life, which all helped collectively towards this effort.
Great. Thank you, and I'm glad that you mentioned the work that was necessary. I often, those of you who've heard me talk about elections in the past, often refer to election officials as the grenade catchers of American democracy. You are the ones who take the brickbats from candidates, the questions from journalists and the like. We had our own grenade catchers on the VIP team. Before I turn it over to Maria, I'm going to embarrass two people, but who really, I think, went over and above the call of duty on making the Voting Information Project work. Can I get Monica Leibovitz and Lester Bird to stand up and give a wave? There's an old joke that in bacon and eggs, the difference is that the chicken is involved, but the pig is committed. Monica and Lester were definitely committed when it came to VIP 2016. And often the voice on the other end of the phone, the person who turned that fire hose of data from the states in every format, in every quality, in every size, speed, and format was the team at Democracy Works, led by the literally unflappable Maria Bianchi, who is project manager for the Voting Information Project at Democracy Works. It's rare to say that something could not have happened without someone, but I think Maria fits the bill for VIP 2016. So, Maria?
Thank you for that incredibly generous introduction. Hi, I'm Maria Bianchi. I work at Democracy Works. If you're not familiar with us from our work on VIP, you might be familiar with some of the other tools we build. Ballot Scout, which allows election administrators and voters to trace absentee ballots through the mail. And TurboVote, which allows people to get text and email reminders and everything they need to be able to participate in all of their elections, not just the ones that happen every 4 years. Democracy Works is all about building technology that allows voters and election officials to make voting fit the way we live. And so when we were able to join VIP in late 2013 and come on to the project in data support and technology support role, it was really exciting. This is such an incredible project and such an incredible resource for this ecosystem. And so we were thrilled to be a part of it. And I have been thrilled over the past 3 years to see how much the project has grown. And that is the result of the work of so many people on this platform and in this room. VIP is definitely a child of many mothers and fathers and wouldn't be what it is today without all of those people. 2016 was an incredible year. From the original 8 brave states that Doug had assembled, to the about 20 who participated in 2010. In 2016, there were 45 states that officially participated. We'd started in 2014 covering primary elections and had covered about 30. And in 2016, we covered more than 80 primaries, both the presidential primaries, statewide, and even some local elections down to like local school board races. And I think that is an incredible step forward for the project, is being able to cover a much wider variety of elections and provide data. The data we provide is also just richer in quantity and quality. We've started covering not just polling places, but also the other ways that elections are increasingly run. So better representing early voting, representing vote-by-mail elections, so letting people, even people who get their ballots in the mail, know where there are ballot drop boxes that they can drop them off. Handling vote centers as more and more counties move toward that. There's been growth on all of those fronts. We've also made big strides in making it easier for states to participate. Mark was a member of a state-led working group that helped build the data dashboard, which lets states automate sending their data to VIP, and then the validations are run on it in an automated way, and it produces reports that state election officials can use to make sure there are no problems with their data before it's published. We introduced a new data format, which our data lead, Franklin, was instrumental in rolling out to a few, again, brave states like North Carolina, Louisiana, Vermont, and Michigan this year, adopted the new standard and published data in that format. It allows us to express the complexities of the way that elections are run in America much more thoroughly than we had been able to in the past, and so that was a really exciting development this year. And then finally, we got information to voters in so many ways this year, on just an unprecedented scale. You heard Michael say the 123 million impressions, which is just astounding to me. But we also, VIP had some of its own tools, an SMS app that allowed voters to text a short code and get their polling place back via text message, which is a form of outreach to a group of people that maybe need a different form rather than looking it up on their smartphone or on their browser. And that tool was used widely in several states. We also had Get to the Polls, which was a website that Facebook sent traffic to, and that a variety of corporations and nonprofits, as they got excited about civic engagement in the run-up to the election, were able to send folks to, because there was this resource that existed that was free, that had very low startup costs per participation. And so we had all of these resources out in the world, and the numbers that Chayton is citing, that Michael cited, are just an incredible measure of what we were able to do this year, and that's a reflection of the work of so many people over the past almost decade.
Thank you very much. We joked during the run-up to Election Day 2016 that we had one simple goal for the Voting Information Project, and that was ubiquity. And I think we met that goal. I mean, not only were voters able to find that information on sites like Google and Facebook, but they also had the opportunity to look up their polling place when they were buying handmade goods on Etsy, when they were checking the weather on Weather Underground, when they were deciding what to eat or drink after Election Day. Probably more people looking for something to drink than eat, but it was incredible. You almost literally could not sneeze online without spitting on Voting Information Project data somewhere. It was an incredible, incredible achievement, and I thank everyone here. So let me toss that out to you all. Michael mentioned that we're starting a planning process to think about what's next for the Voting Information Project. And so I guess first, think about what about the project to date, either from its inception or as it's evolved, do you think is essential for the project to keep going forward? Anyone?
I'll start that it should stay as a sort of cross-functional partnership between the states, between technology companies, and sort of a group in the middle, the Voting Information Project, looking at, how do we solve the end-to-end solution, not just one aspect of the problem. Maria said it, 45 states. Getting 45 states to agree on anything is an incredible accomplishment this cycle. And it just shows the value of this data. And I want to get to 51, and but I think we have to keep that sort of core relationship between technology, states, and Voting Information Project.
And Maria, as someone who's been kind of at the middle of that, in the middle of the fire hose, not at the end, what works with VIP? What should we think about keeping as we go forward?
I think that one of the really valuable things about VIP is the incredible closeness with which we work with elections officials in the various states to shape the process and the products that we're offering. I think that working with Mark and with the team of states that guided the dashboard that we eventually built was incredibly useful. I think that as we look at what VIP can offer in the future, making sure that we maintain that deep sense of stakeholder relationships that I think we have from the states who participate.
Mark, from the election official perspective, obviously there's lots of good, but what should we make sure that we protect as VIP continues to grow?
I think, as Marie was saying, the partnership there is very good, and I think that needs to stay. I think we need to make sure as we move to the future of VIP that we give the states more visualization into the process, that we can see the process from end to end. And I think the earlier we can start the process, the better, because not only do people want to find out where they vote, but actually voting starts in some states up to 90 days out of the election, where they're receiving absentee by mail ballots. And even before that, the states will have their ballots ready to go, if anything, for people to see what's on their ballot, to get them started and get them educated in the process.
And Samid, I mean, from the social media perspective, what works? What should we make sure to continue as VIP grows?
Not just from the social media perspective, but just overall, I think one of the key things that has allowed VIP to achieve this level of ubiquity is a commitment to open access to the information that is collected. And I think that's something that's really important to retain. Because one of the things that allowed it to achieve this level of ubiquity, many civil society groups plugged into this information, is that they didn't have to sign a contract or do a deal or a partnership, which would have basically had a chilling effect on the ability for the whole sector to use this information. It wouldn't have been a problem for Facebook. We can do a licensing deal or something like that, but I'm more concerned about everybody else in the sector being able to continue to have open access to this information in a way that allows a lot more innovation.
Great. And then sort of the flip side of that, what more can we do? Is there something that VIP is currently doing that it doesn't need to do, but where's the room for growth or for change in the project going forward?
I can jump in on that. I think that one of the things we are only just starting to do well, and that this election really drives home the importance of for me, is we saw so much engagement around the presidential election. And I think that one of the things VIP really needs to grow into is being able to sustain that engagement across the smaller municipal elections that people aren't aware of at all. I think that the community that's formed around the elections data for the bigger elections, for the generals and the presidential primaries, if that community was able to throw its weight behind getting people out to vote in their municipal elections, where turnout is below 30%, how much of an impact we could have. And so I think VIP moving toward a model where we are always on for local elections everywhere is sort of my dream for the project.
And it is definitely a fact that there's always an election somewhere in America, it seems.
And I will definitely echo what Maria says, because one of my biggest challenges at the beginning was that VIP was only kind of slated for the federal elections every 2 years. So we're already doing something, and then we have to now maintain this for the off years, and it's not a full-time gig. And as everyone knows, elections officials are resource strapped, so we have to prioritize our resources. And how can you justify spending resources on doing this when you have all these other priorities out there? So I think VIP needs to move to a stability phase and then move into a marketing phase, because I think what people are going to realize is that all those hits that went to Facebook, went to Google, went to get out the polls, get out the vote, get to the polls, because we used that. Actually, that was our backup site. So if we had an issue with our site, that's where it routed. That was actually where our main core routing from our central servers went to. So not that we had any issues, but we were prepared, and we were glad that they were there to back us up if we needed. So I think we need to get more participation in the non-election years.
So I make sure I hear you correctly. So you're saying that in some ways, by maintaining some level of effort through the so-called off years, is actually more efficient than having to ramp up and ramp down as presidentials come and go.
Yes.
It would be impossible. I mean, nobody could run this service without having the practice of going through these smaller elections. And we don't really advertise, the numbers from those, but that is the only way that we could actually give this information for the general election. All the data comes in sort of late, and so by only having practice with each of these states as part of a preliminary process, can we actually make it go smoothly at general election time.
And let me follow on with that just a little bit. I know that Google's done some work with election authorities around the world on data like this. Is there anything we can learn from those processes? I realize that the rest of the world runs its elections quite differently from the way Americans do, but is there any lesson to be learned there?
That's an interesting point. We are investing in standards across that can be reused across the world, so that we can, effectively have tooling such that it makes it easier for election authorities to publish this data. Can they visualize the data? Do they have an understanding of the coverage? Do they have an understanding of the ability to just run simulations so that they actually can reliably produce this data? We worked very closely with the National Institute of Standards and Technology to develop an election results reporting standard. And then we also worked closely with VIP so that the common elements of that are actually shared between those two standards, so that we have something that works well both for election results and for voting information. I think we have to continue to invest in tooling so that anybody can start publishing this data. Yeah.
And Samid, obviously, I'm struck at how much, many companies, but Facebook seems to be changing constantly. I feel like not a week goes by when I'm not getting indication of a new live tool or something else. Do you see, given Facebook's commitment to sharing, as Americans and other Facebook users come up with new ways to share, are there opportunities for VIP to fill that gap or to support that desire?
Yeah, certainly. I think one of the things that's been really fun to see this year is the evolution of new ways of sharing. I think you mentioned Facebook Live as being one element of this. It really is a new medium. I think we saw candidates and people across the political sector using it in really interesting ways. And one of the things that I'm fascinated in thinking about this is, as we have these different and new types of mediums of communication evolve, how can we better plug in voting information into multiple places across the platform? So as these things continue to evolve, excited to think about how we can further enable that on all these different types of surfaces.
Before I kick it out to our very inquisitive and capable audience, any follow-up, any last words that anyone wants to say?
I would also say that, I think in the direction that we need to head in, I think Michael alluded to this, what new things can we do? VIP started, I think, in 2010 actually producing contest information. This cycle, we were up to 30-some states getting ballot directly from those states. And I think getting a key part of that has been the centralization effort, so that we don't just know the state-level offices, but all the county-level offices and the city-level offices. And so when we think about scaling, we don't just think about scaling, internationally or across the states, but scaling down, getting more local, getting people the information they need. I think that's another critical direction for the project.
For those who, one of my early concerns when we started VIP was the staleness of the data. Because there was no visualization, how do we know that the data is accurate? And how do we know that the data matches ours when we have polling place changes? Because there are polling place changes that happen even some days up to the day of the election due to emergencies or other factors. We had a county, Orange County, which University of Chapel Hill is in, and the great thing about the IT group in there is during election time, they help funnel phone calls. Well, there was a call that came in and said there was an issue on our site, or they were actually looking at the one of the VIP feeds, and it said that the address was incorrect. Well, we found out that it was incorrect at the county level. We contacted the county level, let them know it was wrong. They made the change, and obviously through the process, it flowed all the way through. The IT official in Orange County then called the voter back about 4 hours later, said, we do want to let you know it was changed, and it actually made it all the way through back out to Google on the feed. Because there's a lot of concern with utilizing with Google that things are cached and things can become stale and not be the most current and up to date. And that's why it's important to get that out there, that it is as up to date as we provide the feed to the process. So.
Anyone else? No? All right. Well, let me toss it out to the audience. Just a couple of quick ground rules. Number one, please ask a question. Number two, as William Shakespeare said, brevity is the very soul of wit. And third, I know we have folks here from very high-profile companies and state of North Carolina, which had a very high-profile election. I would like to keep the questions focused on VIP. But having laid down my 3 ground rules, Secretary?
Hi, Rhode Island Secretary of State Nellie Gorbea. I'm interested in terms of if there's been any thought given to VIP in regards to capacity building of the election administrators and the staff. And you're way out there, and I'm dealing, with a variety of knowledge across my state. And how can we convey the importance of the data and the use of the data to run better elections is a key question for me. So I'm just wondering if there's been any thought to capacity building, kind of going from capturing the data to now, then how do we use these new tools in improving our election system?
So Mark, let me start with you, since how do we? Is there a role for the project to play in both educating folks in the community about why this is important, and then once they're bought in that it's important, how to use the tools?
Well, what we found in North Carolina is that the community will figure it out. We didn't have to educate the community. What we had to do was educate the elections officials, and we had to educate those for if there's any calls that come in or trouble or support issues. As Facebook and Google alluded to, they find it, and that's where they're coming to get this information. So we didn't really have to market out to the community. We did help inform the community that there were these extra tools available, but at least in North Carolina, we have a lot of outreach groups, and we have a lot of groups that help facilitate a lot of that stuff for us. So internally, we really didn't have to do that work. So I don't know how that would benefit other states being in North Carolina, but I would say if you have a good advocacy groups, if you have an outreach group in your organization, I would get to them and help them get the word out. If that's exactly what you're talking about, I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and anybody else here? I mean, Maria, you obviously deal with many offices across the country. How can we help them not just do what we're asking them to do, but be a more active participant?
I think that's the hope for some of the tools that we're building, is that they will function as a feedback mechanism for states, and so that in addition to providing VIP with the data we need to serve all of the products that Facebook and Google and VIP itself and really everyone else in the ecosystem are building, we also can give states feedback on the quality of data that they are getting from their localities. So as we notice things like addresses are missing parts of addresses in certain polling places in a certain county, like being able to give that information back to the state so that the state can follow up with that clerk or that local election official and get that resolved, because that same data set is frequently powering state tools as well. I think that our hopes for the data dashboard and that suite of tools is that one of those, that will be a valuable resource for states in doing some QA on their data, not just for the purposes of VIP, but in a way that's valuable to them. And then we also do try to offer support, and especially as we move into a slightly less frantic year, hoping to be able to do that more to lend the knowledge of our data team to states and to give them the support that they need to create the feed, because you are exactly right. The levels of technical comfort with producing the file is vastly different across the states. And so I think it's really important for the project to be able to provide that support for states that need it.
Doug, I'll comment on that, basically echoing that. I think this might be also a good opportunity for Maria and her team to reach out to the vendor community, because for a lot of states they have vendor-driven systems, and that's where the data comes from. So if that's built once, and if there are states using these vendors, then it lessens the impact on the states to produce that feed.
I see Kelly over there. Have any questions over in this part of the room? Right down front here.
Hi, this is a question for Facebook. First of all, I'm Marianne Schneider. I'm the Deputy Secretary from Pennsylvania. We really appreciated the efforts you made. I want to say your efforts, we had huge spikes in our OVR registration, so great job. But any chance you could give us a heads up before you do those so we can say to our counties, Facebook's doing a promotion, get ready. Just as an example, in the spring we had 37,000 on one day and another 25,000 on another day after you did a promotion. And in the week, National Voter Registration Day before that, you did a promotion. We had over 100, I think we had like 120,000 registrations in that week period. So to have a heads up would be really great.
So to put that in the form of a question.
So what do you think about that, Simi? There you go.
So yes, and actually we attempted to do that as much as possible this year. We actually did a lot behind the scenes technically to try to spread out traffic also, realizing that many individual states may not be able to absorb the volume of traffic that we may be able to send. So we actually did a lot to try to smooth the traffic out over a longer period of time, which is actually not the simplest technical thing given Facebook's infrastructure. So we did a lot of extra work there. And then we actually had some folks on our team actually for around National Voter Registration Day, for example, to reach out to every Secretary of State's office across all 50 states. And then we also worked through partners such as VIP through some of the other promotions that we were doing to reach out to all those states. But it sounds like in certain cases, like maybe not for every single reminder, every single state was contacted. So I think that's something that we should do a better job of in the future.
I will point out that it is, I take it as a sign of progress that we go from the problem being not having online registration to having being so many people using it that it's almost overwhelmed. Want to recognize right here Aaron Strauss, who was instrumental in the early founding of VIP. VIP is his brainchild, so I call him VIP's brain father. So, brain father, what's your question?
Well, thank you, Doug. Co-parent of VIP, as they say these days. I'm just going to continue this theme because I think we're on the track of where VIP can go and also the danger. I think the danger of losing momentum is what Mark said initially of the boss saying, why do we need to do this? We already do it. But we see that in terms of online voter registration, the promise of other areas where perhaps a VIP like infrastructure for OVR could be really helpful so that states don't have to carry the infrastructure, which, as Mark was saying, there is a cost. So are there other, I just like to, this isn't more of like a brainstorm type question. What else can we think of that we, starting with the VIP base, can help states do that the Secretary of State or Chair of the Board of Elections can be really proud of and say, this is what we do in North Carolina, in West Virginia, and name your state across the country, that they'll get to brag about and will keep the political momentum behind VIP so we can go from 45 to 51 and also not lose anyone as well. So I'm curious, as you went through the cycle, what were the things in the back of your head was like, ooh, it'd be really cool if we did X and maybe we should try that next cycle?
Well, that's a challenge. That's a loaded and challenging question. You know, I feel like sometimes we're the one-hit wonder. You know, we have an election, then everyone forgets about elections until it's about time to start doing it again. Even though they're top hits on Facebook and Google, people forget about the elections afterwards. So it's hard to keep any kind of momentum. So I think one of the things that we need to look for in the future in 2017 is what else can we do or provide or reach out with these feeds to help the engagement and help keep people, registration comes to mind because registration is a constant effort. I don't know, it's something we need to think about because of the cyclical nature of elections.
Chayton, I mean, any sense of what are folks looking for post-election about the election other than who won?
I think they want to know how it affects them and what policies are going to change. One of the other stats that I didn't mention earlier is that when people are looking for candidate stats on specific issues, we had quotes on what each candidate, presidential and some congressional candidates said on various policies. This was the most looked at feature in search by far. I mean, like when people triggered it, people just stared and looked through those quotes. I think we need to continue to basically give objective information, things that are clearly nonpartisan, but actually meet the user needs. On the other side, I think what Mark was alluding to is actually really important as well, that finding ways to incentivize states that for participation is is critical. Like if we can give them OVR systems that work out of the box and have very little lift to maintain, that's one. If we can give them great QA on their data so that they actually don't have to find the problems themselves and find them proactively, that works as well. I think both sides of this coin are how we should grow it.
And let me follow on, because I don't know if this is what Aaron had in mind, but he and I discussed this previously. Obviously, many jurisdictions offer ballot data. So you enter in your address and you get as much ballot data as available. I would say it seems to me, but it came from Aaron, so I'll say it seems to us, that might be useful after an election, that someone can enter in an address and see who represents me, not just who's my congressman, but who is my county supervisor, who is my soil and water, but in trying to connect Americans to the full range of their government officials.
Because Google already has that, but like the election result for specific.
Yeah. But is there a role for VIP-like data between elections and not just in the run-up and run-down?
I think that would be wonderful. I think there's been a few people thinking on not just this is an extremely successful open data initiative and partnership, and part of that has been the focus of elections that drive that. But the civic space as a whole is very broad, and so we need some sort of focused way to kind of say, like, this is actually some way we can grow this to the everyday civics world. I think we've seen a lot of good partnerships with states as part of VIP, but to actually go to everyday civics, there might be a lot more that we need to do to reach out to cities and reach out to counties, directly to actually get some of the data that's sort of locked there.
So Doug, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think there's absolutely potentially a role for VIP to expand into this everyday civics realm. I think it's important to contextualize that and understand really where people are coming from and like the kinds of relevance this could have to people's lives on an everyday basis. So I've done hundreds of interviews with users of Facebook's products to try to understand like how they think about their sense of civic engagement and involvement and so forth. And let's face it, we do not live in a nation of activists, nor do I think we want to live in a nation where everybody is an activist. And if you ask somebody, like, are you interested in politics? Most people will say a little or not really. But if you get a little deeper and you ask them, like, what kinds of things do you care about, then everybody has something that they really care about, like whether it's animal rights or, take your pick of issues. So one thing that I think we need to come into this with is an understanding that, like, most people aren't going to be generally involved politically on an ongoing basis, but there are certain things that they really do care about. So one of the things, and like how do we cater to that and build the tools and infrastructure that allow them to have a voice on those particular issues of personal interest to them on an ongoing basis. So one of the things that I'm really excited about, like when I think about 2017, is that this year on election night, as the results were coming in, we had a feature on Facebook that allowed people to see like who their new slate of representatives would be. And in one click, to basically be able to be connected via Facebook to their full set of representatives. And so there are now millions of these connections. And as we get into 2017, that means we have like lots of connections to the people from all over the country to the people in that building. And I'm really interested to see how can we use these connections so that the folks in that building can talk to their constituents on the issues that matter to them, because not every issue is going to matter to everybody. So I think that's really a new frontier to think about in 2017.
Great. So back over here, ma'am.
Allison McLaughlin, Montgomery County, Maryland. On behalf of the local officials, first of all, I want to say thank you for the work that you all did. I know we had about 14,000 provisional ballots 4 years ago. We were prepared for about 18,000 provisional ballots this time. We got 13. And the reason I think we got 13,000 provisional ballots instead of the 18 we were expected, there's a lot of credit to go around and things we did in poll worker training and what have you too, but most of our provisional ballots are because people go to the wrong polling place. the people voted early because they got the Facebook alerts. People went to the right polling place because they knew where to go. And I really think that was because of the messages that they had pushed out. I also want to thank you, to piggyback on an earlier comment, for pushing that message out, but not pushing it out about 24 hours earlier. We got the push on our second day of early voting. First day was kind of really high turnout. And it happened that the way that the timing of your message hit us on day 2, where we normally see a reduction. And we actually did get about 500 more voters on day 2 than we had the first day. And I think that was not a reduction because of the timing of when your message went out. So that worked really well. On the discussion about what we can do at the local level with you, I think the thing that we would really love to see most of is analytics. I knew exactly how long it was going to take me to get here in the morning because, I could see how long, I could see what was red, what was yellow, what was green on my way here. If I could get that kind of information from voters at the polling place in terms of their wait times. We bought some Facebook ads. That generated a whole lot of likes, but it didn't generate a whole lot of comments back to us from voters about what their experiences were on Election Day. We're diverting resources of poll workers to measure wait times, of temporary staff to do data entry on cards that we used to measure these things, that it would be really awesome if we could get that kind of information live and straight back from the voters. So I guess to put my comment in the form of a question, are there ways that you're exploring things that you can do that, in terms of getting us analytics and information from the voters on Election Day?
I have this mental image of a little exclamation point that said undecided voter reported via the Waze app.
Yeah, I think this is a great question for the direction of VIP, but I think in general, we are extremely appreciative of how much data we're getting from the states and how we're able to use that effectively for our users. So if it helps election officials to publish the data, if it's helping us get more data to give to our users that our users clearly want, then yeah, we're open to exploring things.
Yeah, I'll echo Marilyn on that. Maria, can you build that for us?
Sure.
And there's another grenade, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have time for one more question. Sir?
Hi, everybody. Paul Stenbjorn, Department of Elections, Commonwealth of Virginia, and a frequent contributor to the Voting Information
Friend
Project.
of the project.
Yeah. So So this may or may not end up being a question, Doug. I do want to just caveat this.
Just don't violate the brevity guideline. That's all I'm asking.
Actually, what I wanted to address really specifically was the comment that was made earlier about what's in it for us from the state and what's in it potentially for the counties and cities who provide data. And what we've actually seen, and Maria can certainly support this, is that states that participate in the VIP, and especially the county level data that's provided to the Voting Information Project, ends up improving the quality of the data that's provided in the future. We had some really wonderful success stories in the last year and a half. The state of Illinois was able to provide us data that was usable, because what we were able to do is provide analytics back to the state to show them where their data could use some improvement. And we've seen this in the state of West Virginia, and I see the secretary from the state of West Virginia. We were actually able to provide meaningful feedback. And so the participation in the project is really it's a two-way partnership where states and counties can provide VIP information, and the data can be improved just simply by being visualized and standardized. So with that, how else can we enhance this type of partnership in the future?
Anyone?
I think that one of the things that we could do more of, and this dovetails sort of nicely with some of the things we talked about in terms of evergreen data, is the breadth of the data that we're getting from states. Things like registration deadlines and like when elections are happening. If we were able to give feedback to states about how much of this data is available to us through VIP, and encourage states to fill that in and then also use that data, make that sort of evergreen data available for everyone in this like incredibly creative ecosystem to build off of. And Google already does that to some degree with some of the other offerings that the Civic API provides. But But to make that even more robust, I think that that's a place where a dialogue between VIP and the states could be really useful, in terms of what information is available and where VIP is a nice way of articulating to states where there is a hunger for data coming from the users of Google and Facebook. We know that having information on your down ballot races is really important to people because of our experiences with VIP, and so being able to communicate back to states where the data we have from them isn't as full as it could be and how important it is to their constituents that that data be more robust. I think that that's one way.
Great. I think that's a nice place to wrap up. I do, it's somewhat hokey to say that often it's the journey and not just the destination. And I think that last point is really important. Obviously, the destination of having data that voters can use to answer questions they need about the election process is important. But I think the fact that it brings together people like you see on this panel and excites people like I see out in the audience is also a good reason to do it. So I want to thank members of the panel for being a part of it. I want to thank all of you for your questions. And we look forward to bigger, better, and even more ubiquitous things for the Voting Information Project in years to come. Thank you.
You guys. All right, we're going to start the next panel. I'm Sam Deerheimer with Pew. I run the Elections Initiatives team. And I want to say, as you guys heard from Michael at the beginning of today's conference, we've seen transformation in state voter registration systems across the country since the first time we held this meeting back in 2008. And it was at that meeting, as Michael mentioned, that really we had the catalyst for what became Pew's Upgrading Voter Registration Project, which really has been my work for the past 8 years. We put together, based on what we heard from that meeting, a working group of election experts, academics, election officials from around the country to really study the problems of voter registration systems and to propose solutions. In fact, 2 of the members of that working group are on the panel right now, Secretary Wyman and John Lindbeck, who I'll introduce in just a second. And when I think back to those early discussions that started in 2009 after Voting in America 2008, where we imagined if we could go back in time and blow up voter registration and start from scratch, what would we build and how would we do it? And I would say that we've made great strides to achieving those goals that we talked about 8 years ago. And I'm really excited because on this panel, we're going to dive into that progress. We're also going to talk about areas that still need improvement. And so with that, I am really happy to introduce my extremely Pacific Northwest panel.
Where all good things come from.
It is, it's true.
It is. And so to my immediate right is Secretary Atkins, Secretary of State of Oregon. She is Oregon's 25th Secretary of State, was sworn in on March 11th, 2015. Secretary Atkins retired in January of 2015 from the office of U.S. Senator Jeff Merkley, where she had served as state director. I say state election director just by habit at this point. State director since 2009. Prior to that, she was chief of staff for the Oregon House Speakers Jeff Merkley and Dave Hunt, and she held senior staff positions in the Oregon Senate Majority and House Caucus. Next is John Lindbeck. John is the Executive Director of the Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC, which you've heard a little bit about and we'll hear more. John has a 20-year history in the field of election administration and has been dedicated to making voter registration work better for both voters and election officials. Now, immediately prior to taking over the helm at ERIC, John served as senior officer at Pew. I was lucky to work side by side with John for several years during his time at Pew. And prior to Pew, he worked for 14 years in state election administration. And finally, Secretary Kim Wyman from Washington. Kim is Washington's 15th Secretary of State, first elected in 2012. She is the second female Secretary of State in Washington history, and the only woman currently in statewide executive office. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you are currently the only statewide Republican on the entire West Coast.
West Coast. Yep.
Yeah. That will change in January.
In January it will, yes.
But you are currently the only statewide elected Republican on the West Coast. Prior to being elected Secretary of State, Secretary Wyman served as Thurston County Elections Director for nearly a decade and was elected County Auditor in 2001. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to you. I believe you have a presentation, and Secretary Atkins is going to take over.
I'm going to go to that first slide and let it sit there for a while. You'll all be thinking, what does it mean and why would I emphasize it? It'll be there at the beginning and there at the end. I'll let you stare at that while I talk about Oregon's pioneering effort to use Department of Motor Vehicles data to proactively populate our voter registration database. I'm going to hew to my notes a little more than others have today because I have so many things I could tell you about this, and hopefully we'll get to questions and it'll be more what you want to know. But there are a few things that are really important, I think, to get out there, and I want to discipline myself through my notes. Oregon's legislation, which was passed and signed by the governor about a week after I was sworn in, was initially proposed by the former Secretary of State who had become governor. And it took directly on the concept of opting out as opposed to opting in to voter registration. So just to be clear, because I know people feel like they know a lot about our system, but what happens here is that whenever there's what's called an issuance event at the Department of Motor Vehicles, a new license, a renewal of a license, same for permit, same for IDs that DMV creates, that record is captured and it's included in a report that's created for the Secretary of State's office. Only the records of those folks who meet voter registration qualifications are put into that report. That is, they have to be age appropriate, 17 years of age to register to vote in Oregon, have an appropriate residence address, and have been marked in the Department of Motor Vehicles database as citizens. So on a daily basis, those reports are captured by the Secretary of State's office, managed, matched against the Oregon Centralized Voter Registration Database. And the Secretary of State's office then is the one that reaches out to any unregistered individual with a mailing. That mailing comes from the Secretary of State, welcomes them to becoming a registered voter, lets them know that an automatic process has begun for them, includes a card that they can return that allows them to opt out if they don't want anything to do with being registered to vote. If they do so within 21 days, they will never move to the voter registration database. If they miss the 21-day deadline but still send the card in and arrives after that, their registration will be canceled. The mailing also gives them the opportunity to add a party preference to their registration if they would like to. Any response will speed up the process, but if there's no response at all, the 21 days has to run before it will be then queued up for the county to register them, match against any additional information they may have or things that might have happened in between, and get them finally registered. The National Voter Registration Act sought to empower the unregistered to have a voice and to require state agencies like departments of motor vehicles to help people register. When the legislation that established an Oregon motor voter was being created, the state's analysis was variable and lots of argument about it, but no argument that it was a very small percentage of people who actually left the DMV having completed a registration card and moved forward with that. Some were saying 9%, some were saying 19%. I wasn't around for that debate, but everything I looked at had a different number, but mostly it was somewhere under 20%. At this point, in Oregon, 89% of the people who come to Department of Motor Vehicles for one of these issuance events now ends up being registered. So there were a lot of anticipated problems and concerns. The public was going to be really upset. The DMV did not have the capacity to do this. There were a lot of partisan motives that were behind the whole legislation, and this was an open door to fraud. Those were the arguments that were made. I'll try to very simply, and then we can explore more if you want to talk about each of those. We prepared when the first round of mailings went out on the first day, and I actually watched them being produced at the print shop. We almost, created a whole call center. We started with a few temps because we thought we're going to get a lot of calls. People are going to, what in the world is this? Why are you doing this? Why did I get this mailing? Get away from me. We sent people home after the first day because we did not get a rash of those kinds of calls. Yes, we got some, and we still now, when people send back sometimes and opt out, they will have extra information on their card. What we shouldn't do with their card, with that card. But it's never been anything beyond what normal staff could take. We also did, when we did our reach back, which we can talk about, and went back and captured 2014, 2015 data. Again, we thought we're going to need additional staff to respond to a lot of people who are going to say, I don't even remember going to the DMV. Why are you contacting me? What is this? And again, we did not get that kind of response. Where we did get a lot of complaints, and I'll talk a little bit about this in a second, was when it was almost election day, and ballots had already been mailed out in Oregon, and people who had been to the DMV at some point in advance didn't get a ballot. But they had been to the DMV sometime after the 20-day registration deadline in Oregon. Too late for the whole process to have gone through, and so they were not registered to vote. We can tell you both counties and the state office received a lot of complaints that while we might have a perfectly nice automatic system, it wasn't instant, so it wasn't any good. So I think that really reflects a very different view that the public took of this than what was anticipated or feared when we first started. Our DMV, you don't need to know about all of their issues with their database system, but we have had a very smooth operation with them. It's my feeling that at the point we moved from why aren't you doing better at registering people to vote conversations with Department of Motor Vehicles and started allowing them to perfect their data and hand it to us so that we could get people to register to vote, the whole relationship changed, and they've been a very good partner. They do have a new system coming on, and we're going to be involved in making sure that we maybe can get some additional information that we're not able to get now. But we have had a pretty smooth operation on a daily basis now since January 1st of 2016, so we're really pleased about that. The partisan issues have not played out. The data will show you that for the most part, people who choose a party registration, and you'll see that those numbers aren't as big as some folks would like them to be, are doing it along the same lines as normal registration is in our state. I was, in fact, quite thrilled, even though I'm a Democrat, that when we did the reach back, the 2-year, the one-time mailing to folks from 2014 and 2015, more Republicans registered than Democrats for a party registration. So it has not played out to the boon of Democrats in Oregon, which I think was one of the concerns. I have searched and searched, and this may be the meeting where somebody hands me the answer to the question that I have been seeking, which is how is it that this particular program of registration added on to our whole system of registration opens the door for any more fraud than might be in the system to begin with. And I really can't identify that. We had everybody who opposed the legislation as part of our Rules Advisory Committee. We went through and asked again and again, what are the things that, where do you see the problem of fraud coming in? And actually the most coherent answer I finally got from one of the legislators was, well, I just think there's going to be a lot of people registered who wouldn't have thought to do so before, and the Democrats are so good at going out and getting votes in the door that it's just going to, they're just going to have too much influence over the minds of those folks. Your bus project's going to go out there and get people to vote their way. At least I could sort of understand that as a theory. The Oregon is an attestation state. All of the systems that are used here are systems that were being used for other purposes. No system is invulnerable, but we do not see that this has added to the risk of fraud. And again, I'm still looking for how would that have happened? How's that going to happen? There are some really wonderful opportunities that we actually didn't foresee. Our address updates for voter lists are, legion. You'll see a number of different numbers. They measure a lot of different things over time. But we have at least 250,000 or more additional address updates than we would have had in the normal course of people coming in to update their address, even at the DMV. Because of the match that's done and the discovery that this is a registered voter, but they now live someplace else, and we're able to then update that address and notify them and make sure that that's okay, but to do that. It also has resulted in those not coming in cards to counties where they have to do that data entry. So it's a much more highly facile way for them to get address updates. I visited all 36 county clerks before the election because I knew it was going to be a big one, and I wanted to understand. I was very new to all of this. I heard in virtually every county that after the primary that they were startled and pleased for the fact that they got very few returned ballots. Their voter lists were now up to date in ways they had not been before, and so a lot of money was being saved by not sending ballots to bad addresses. The two challenges that I think we have that we've got to wrestle with a little bit is in the primary season, when you have a good many people who are not affiliated by party, and there is some evidence, not through our system, but sort of national evidence that if you register on the spot, you're more likely to choose a party than through the kind of system that we have. And the fact that people were not registered by party, and our state continues to be, our state parties continue to hold closed primaries in Oregon, that brings, if people come in right before the primary election, there's not going to be a ballot of much interest to them. And we had an education process to try to get non-affiliated voters to understand their options during the primary, but we did have very low voter turnout among Oregon motor voter folks in the primary, and I think that's an area, it's an area that was not so much a concern for me as Secretary of State. Our job is to get people on the rolls, not to get them registered by party, but I know it's an issue for the parties, and we're sure that the parties can do this because there was a great interest by the Sanders campaign in making sure that folks in Oregon were registered as Democrats to help him in that primary election. And we know that they did calls through to every non-affiliated voter in Oregon, and we did have a sea of registrations that came from that. So if the parties do their work, I think that will take care of that. Another challenge is the 21-day waiting period and how it comes up against the registration deadline that we have in Oregon. Again, because I think the legislature, those who opposed the law and those who supported it but maybe were concerned about it, were very anxious that we have a long enough period of time for people to turn around and say, no, don't, I don't want to be part of this system. But with a 20-day registration deadline, the risk is that they'll come to the DMV just in advance of that. The 21 days will not have run. They don't respond to the mail, and therefore they've missed the deadline. We anticipated that. We did. It was kind of one of those, oh my gosh, look what's going to happen here that we did before the primary. And so all the mailings that go out in that 3-week period before the registration deadline have a special brightly colored insert that says, take action yourself. It's coming up to the registration deadline. Don't wait for this process to take place. And we didn't hear a thing about it in the primary. And so we thought, oh, we've done a good job. The education is fine. We heard a lot about it in the general, and people were putting it together. Oh, I went to the DMV 3 weeks ago, so I must be fine and I must be registered, as much as we tell people, check your registration. So that's an issue that I think the legislature is going to want to wrestle with a little bit and see what to do, because there really wasn't an option for us to adjust that. The legislation contained that. I'll go to, sorry. Again, I'll come back to these numbers at the end, but this is the slide which shows you how folks, Oregon motor voter registered people, turned out in the general election. It was a smaller percentage in the primary election. You all, I think, have seen this in the national press and elsewhere. It's a little over 42% who turned out. You'll note that the folks who were registered by a party turned out at the same rates as their compatriots who registered by another means. One of the things I want to point out is that as we move forward, it's going to be harder and harder to tease out who these people are as opposed to the people who are registered by other means. We'll still keep that data, but eventually the vast majority of Oregonians are going to be registered by this method. And so you're not going to be able to say, aha, these are people who wouldn't have registered except for this system, because we all go to the DMV every 8 years, and that's going to take care of itself after a while. But I know it's important for researchers to look at this. I know that people have questions about this, and perhaps I'll wait for that. just so you know, we're about to sort of finalize through November our registration information. But this slide basically shows the percentage of how people respond. About 8%, it's gone 8.9% all the way since January, have chosen to opt out of the system altogether. You would wonder why in the world, if we do an overnight sort of, or it's a 2-day thing actually, to get the report and send a mailing immediately, how there could be undeliverable. But the Department of Motor Vehicle assures us they send brand new driver's licenses to people all the time who have already moved since the time they get to the DMV. So that's just a factor of our society. And about 11% are choosing a party registration. Others are all being registered, didn't return the card, and so they are automatically registered and are non-affiliated. We had, as many states did, sort of a record election for ourselves this year. Not only did we get to 2.5 million registered voters in Oregon, which was a jump of at least 230 of those being 30,000 of those being Oregon motor voter registrants, but we had more than 2 million ballots for the first time in Oregon. So you can see what that did compared to the last 2 presidential elections. This is to help you see what those numbers are about on that first chart, and I'll show it again at last. Our ability to register proportion of the qualified people in Oregon had been sliding downward, and it now has ticked up so that we have raised back up our proportion of the eligible qualified population that are registered to vote. It reverses really 2 different trends, the percent of eligible population registered, but also turnout or participation overall among eligible voters. And that's what those last numbers are about. We've had a very successful implementation of this program. I think it had to do with, one of the things that wasn't mentioned in my bio is that I did spend 5 years in Oregon Public Health Department managing a Medicaid waiver that involved a lot of data sharing in the same way. I'm very grateful that I had that experience for us as we started this project. The project management and the elections team was critical. The cooperation and building a good relationship with the 36 county clerks was also very key to all of this. They now will tell you that the road is much easier because of this system. They get far more records queued up electronically for them than they have to do data entry from. They did get a little extra money from the legislature for the expanded registrations, and they will get that for another 3 or 4 bienniums before the system has completely absorbed everybody who's waiting 8 years to get their driver's license renewed and get added into the system. We have a lot of research and interest, I know, in outcomes, and I'll stop here and get to the point where you can ask me questions. Thank you.
Actually going to move on. I'm going to let John talk about ERIC and all the voter registration data that has come through his system. We'll let Secretary Wyman talk, and then we'll do questions after.
Well, first I want to thank you, Secretary Atkins, for reminding me that I need to renew my driver's license this year. It just occurred to me, oh my God. In fact, I hope it hasn't expired already. Anyway, I'm the executive director of ERIC. I do live in Oregon. It's a great job because you can work at home, do the job from your home office. I've been doing it for 2 years, and as Sam said prior to that, I was part of the team at Pew that worked very, very hard on this project, and that helped get it off the ground, thanks to the generosity of Pew and the hard work of Pew employees. If it wasn't for Pew, ERIC would not have happened. It's just a fact. And all of America should be thankful to Pew for its work on this project. Help. There. Okay. This is where Eric started in 2012. After work by hard work by a large group of people from around the country, including Secretary Wyman here, who talked about what we could do to improve voter registration in the United States. It came down to three things. I won't go into the other two things right now, but one of the three things was creation of ERIC, an interstate cooperative project to improve the accuracy of voter registration lists in the United States and provide an opportunity to reach out to voters who are not yet registered with information on how to register to vote. There were 7 pioneer states in ERIC when it formed in 2012. And this is what it looks like today. We have the states in green are all current members, 20 states plus the District of Columbia, so 21 members. We have 3 states that have adopted legislation. Those are the ones in red that would enable them to join ERIC when they're ready. We have 3 more states that have legislation, have been actively considering legislation that would enable them to join ERIC. Slow and steady progress. For those of you that have been involved in elections administration, a reform does not happen overnight. The cliche is it's like turning the Titanic. I like to use a different cliche, which is it's a snowball rolling down a mountain. You start small with a few pioneers at the top, and the snowball starts rolling and it picks up steam as it goes downhill, and you can see that ERIC has definitely been picking up steam as that snowball has rolled down the hill. We would not have been able, I often get asked, why don't more states join ERIC, why aren't more states joined now? We would not have been able to handle all 50 states joining at once. That would have been a recipe for failure. And so bringing on states gradually is just fine with us. The pioneer states have experienced the pain of being first and have done a lot of work for those states that have not joined. And I'm sure that there are people in the room like Judge Choate and Secretary Wyman here who would love at the slightest opportunity to talk about a little bit of the pain that they went through. I don't like to talk about the pain, but yeah, there were growing pains, no doubt about that. But the work done by these pioneers as time has gone on has made it easier and easier for states to join. One of the issues when you're dealing with data and large amounts of data is, as you all know, not all the data is good data. And so one of the challenges of ERIC has been dealing with data that's not so great coming into the system and working with that. And one of the main person who's been doing that has been Erica Haas, the other ERIC employee, and I'd like Erica to stand up. Erica, I like to say this, and I know to my very core this is true. Erica Haas knows more about voter registration data and Department of Motor Vehicles data than any other single person living in the United States. She goes through that data in great detail and works with the states and helps the states get ready for the ERIC matching process. And is a huge asset for ERIC and a huge asset for the states that belong to ERIC. ERIC states data is better because of the matching we're able to do and because of the work of Erica Haas. So here are the reports. Each state, at a minimum, provides us their voter registration data and their Department of Motor Vehicles data. We match that. All that data from all the states gets matched, along with data from the Social Security Administration Death Master Index. And in the past year, we have added national change of address data from the US Postal Service. So to the extent that a state is paying for NCOA data now, and a lot of them are, if you join ERIC, you don't pay for that data by yourself anymore. You join the states and you jointly pay for that data, and it's a cost savings right off the bat. We provide reports back to the states. On the right side of your screen are the list maintenance reports. We're able to tell our states which of their voters have a more recent address in one of those other databases, which have moved to another ERIC state, or in the case of NCOA data, it could be a non-ERIC state, which are deceased, and there's always duplicates within a state voter registration database. On the left side of the screen, that's the outreach component. We are able to identify people who are in the Department of Motor Vehicles database who are not yet registered to vote, and that's the target audience for mailings with information on how to register. Here's what the statistics look like so far. Michael gave you the big round numbers. Here they are in a little bit more detail. Let's take a look just on the list maintenance side. The most interesting numbers here on the far right, and that's total records that we have sent back to the states. In-state movers so far, we've been able to report to our states 3.829 million in-state movers. Cross-state movers, a little over 1 million. Deceased, 146,146 deceased people on the rolls we were able to identify for our member states, and 92,665 duplicate registrations. The most interesting thing I like to point out about these numbers is the most high-profile reason to join ERIC when you go in front of a legislature is the interstate matching. There's sort of the highest profile concern among politicians is that people are voting in more than one state. But the largest single reason to join ERIC is at the top, the in-state movers. People are almost 4 times as likely when they move to move in their state rather than out of state, and that inaccurate address is just as inaccurate if the person moved in state than if they moved out of state. And so this is an issue that I like to emphasize when I go out is it's not just an out-of-state mover problem when it comes to elections administration. It's a moving problem in general. The American electorate is mobile, and ERIC is the tool that helps states keep pace with the mobility of the American public. In terms of the outreach side, so far we've been able to identify 25.2 million individuals in the United States who are not registered to vote by those matches with the DMV records, which enabled our ERIC states to reach out to them with information on how to register. This is the contact information for both Erica and myself. Feel free to contact us at any time. We're happy to answer questions. I expect ERIC to continue growing. We've got momentum in several states, and we will see more steady growth, which is just the way we like it.
Right. One piece of data I didn't expect to see was John's personal cell phone.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
Call him and ask him your questions.
Yeah.
And finally, Secretary Wyman, and I'm going to give you permission to be as brief as you want to be, because I can't wait to get into the discussion.
I know, and I'm going to just roll and apparently we missed the memo. All the tech people right now are rolling their eyes, so I didn't. Okay, anyway, we're going to move on. So I'll give you a little context of the size of Washington State. We just crossed the 4 millionth registered voter in our state in 2016, and over the course of 2016, we added about 300,000 new voters to the rolls. And we're running right about 77% of the voting age population, and thank goodness Michael isn't in the room. My elections director, Lori Agino, is, those of you who know her, probably the most competitive person on the planet, so she had to include the general election turnout numbers, which puts us about 8th across the country. And then, okay, this might be interactive.
Just letting you all know, because it's a little dead out there. So 8 years ago, I was invited to be on the Voter Registration Modernization Project panel or work group for Pew. And I have drank the Kool-Aid. I am all in terms of ERIC. I love ERIC. And the thing I love most about it is the way that ERIC balances access and security, or access and integrity. And all of these discussions in voter registration always start to break down along party lines. And wherever you sit on that partisan scale is what's important to you. And I think what ERIC does so well, and you've kind of heard from John, is one, we actually do direct outreach to people who are not registered in our state, but we can identify through ERIC. And there's a handout actually on the back table that has information on the success rate we've had. We've been able to touch 1.8 million people in our state over the 5 mailings that we've done, and we've had about 123,000 new registrants. Now, my opponent over the last year would tell you that we're doing a terrible job of this, but what this tells me is I think we're close in our state to reaching most of the people who want to register to vote and are eligible. But also the data integrity piece, and John just hit on it, and I apologize for this lack of good graphics, but essentially the tall bar on the right are the in-state moves. And it's significant in my state because we're vote by mail. We've been vote by mail since 2010, which means we are sending a ballot to every registered voter once a year. I thought our rolls were incredibly clean when we started this project. In fact, I was a little cocky. And what Eric has showed me is there's always room for an improvement. And this has really just made our rolls much cleaner and our ability to touch voters. The significant thing that I want to talk about in this panel isn't so much Eric, but we've been doing online voter registration since 2008, I believe. And this has allowed us to do some really extraordinary things. And in the last couple of years, we passed that became the major way people register to vote in our state, surpassing motor voter. Just barely, but more people now use our online tool to register to vote than they do getting their registration process at motor vehicles. And that's significant in our state. I have a feeling we're going to talk about it in a little bit, but one of the things that we did was we were able to create a tool called My Vote, where people can just on their phone update the registration, and we're seeing great success in that. And I'll keep going. I have a couple more things. The next thing I want to talk about is the project that we're working on. So is that forward-looking. What happened in Washington State following HAVA is we brought up our statewide voter registration database in 2006, and that was significant. We had a lot of cleanup following a governor's race that was really close, and a lot of the blemishes of our system really became front and center in the media, and our system definitely helped us clean up things. That system now is 10 years old, and we've had 10 years of people adding features and the counties adding systems, and we have an election night reporting system, we have voter information tools that we have, and all of these independent systems are really burdensome. Election officials in the room know what I'm talking about. It's costly and they're now outdated. It's difficult to move information from their voter management system or their election management system to their voter registration system. Plus just all of the things on the slide. You're trying to keep everything current, you're trying to keep it up to date, and the technology doesn't keep up because it's a 1975 Pinot. Anyway, but please don't tell anyone that I said that about our system. Our system works. It'll work for another couple years, but back in 2014, I convened the county auditors. In our state, we have 39. So I want you to all visualize and mentally picture 39, well, 40 if you count me, independently elected officials all getting together and trying to solve a problem in the same way. It was great. And what I did is I took from the book of John Lindback and I started the whole tech summit, is what we called it, with a simple question. Knowing what you know about voter registration today, would you build the system we have? Not one hand went up. But we got their attention. And we spent the next 2 years identifying the business things they were doing and what they wanted a future system to have the capability of. We identified over 400 business requirements. We put it out in an RFI and request for information, and the vendor community says we can build what we want to do. So we're in the process now of going to the legislature and asking for money, Can't wait. We did have some HAVA money left over, so we can bridge the gap a little bit. And then we're hoping to have an RFP out on the street early next year, and we hope to go live in late 2017. And the idea with this is this merges all of the systems. We will have a single voter registration statewide database, but the counties will all be operating on the same election management systems in their individual counties. All of those added things that we've put in will be part of the system and hopefully be more integrated and help do data and information. So, okay, I tried. I cut that one down as much as I could. Okay.
I'm going to take the opportunity to ask each of you a question and then throw it out to the audience. Secretary Atkins, the turnout rate for those registered through your new automatic system was just over 40% in the general election. Now that's below the national turnout rate, that's below Oregon's overall turnout rate. If we predict 2018 based on voting trends, that number will probably be lower for 2018. Critics of your system say that that is a lot of money and resources wasted on printing and mailing ballots to citizens who will never use them. How do you respond to that criticism?
It was nice he warned us about what these questions were going to be, so I didn't have to go, oh my gosh. And of course, they have come up before. I mean, we're very proud of the number of people that we very smoothly, easily registered by this method. But we recognize that, I think we have to recognize OMV registered voters still only make up about 9% of our current electorate. So while there were overall in the state about almost 550,000 ballots that were left on the kitchen table, as we say in Oregon, because it's vote at home, less than 25% of those were OMV voters, and certainly a higher percentage than folks registered by other means. You know, even if cost were the only issue that we wanted to look at in that respect, the cost savings in the electronic transition of information to the counties, their ability to move these registrations easily, and the correction of addresses all through their system, I think would have offset any ballots that were sent to people who maybe had no intent of doing that. But I also think, you know, we need to prioritize that was nearly 100,000 voters who might not have met the registration deadline, who were new to the state, who wouldn't have paid attention until it was too late. That for a lot of reasons, people got voices out of this. So that's very important. I think it's the other thing to talk about is that motivating people to vote registration is only one piece of that. You know, we have to continue, and when I think about next term's elections and others, we need to talk to voters more than once a year or once every 4 years about these. We all know that we need to make our information less opaque and easier to understand. We need to meet them where they are in terms of the ease of their voting. I think as people start to do analysis of our system, they're going to also recognize that vote by mail may be the very reason we got up as many as 40%, that we are hitting people twice in a way that's very direct to their home, and without vote by mail, it might not have been as easy. We also have to consider, again, and I think our parties are going to have to consider closed primaries, and then, you know, how much of the electorate do they want to have participating, and they're going to need to open it up more if they do. So it's not a panacea, and there are issues around that, but I think there's more positive than negative in making the system as easy as it can be.
And John, you have announced that you will be taking a extremely well-earned retirement soon. Can you talk about the future of ERIC without you at the helm, and how or what services is ERIC looking to expand to, if any?
Yeah, I've informed the board of directors that I intend to retire on July 1st of next year. The recruitment for a new executive director is open. You can go to the www.ericstates.org website if you would like to consider applying. There will be no shortage of good applicants. I'm absolutely convinced of that. First of all, it's a really good job. You're working for probably one of the best boards you could ever work for. They are so, it's a true inspiration to work with a group of people who really want to make voting better in this country. And I've been executive director for 2 years, and I don't think we've had a vote that wasn't unanimous on the board of directors. So it's a terrific job, and if you're interested in applying, I encourage you to take a look at the recruitment notice. Eric is going to get along just fine without me, but I will be available if anybody wants to ask for any advice or questions.
Yeah, we have your cell number now.
Yes, you do. The future of ERIC is really interesting. I think there are several areas where we could expand services. One of the issues in convincing states to cross the finish line and joining ERIC is most often the DMV in that state. We've had some cases where the DMVs tried to throw up significant roadblocks to their state joining ERIC and have made it difficult. And one of the areas we would like to explore is, can ERIC expand its services through the data matching to provide information back to DMVs that is valuable to them, to provide them a greater incentive to join. And I think we can do that. Although, boy, you know, I thought that a room full of elections officials is a tough crowd. I've spoken to roomfuls of DMV officials, you know, and I get this, you know, sort of response. It takes a lot of work to work with them. They've got a lot on their plate, and they still, even though, what are we, 20, 30 years after the NVRA, they still grouse about that voting is not, and voter registration is not the main mission of the DMV, and why do we have to do this? Now, having said that, there are DMV officials in this country who have been very helpful. So I don't want to, and very excited about helping their state join ERIC. So I don't want to paint them all with the same brush. But that can be one of the more difficult things. And I do think that because we have their data and we are doing extensive data matching, that that's one of the areas where we ought to consider expanding. And there's other things that we might do too in terms of providing more detailed information back to the states. But I hesitate to talk about them yet because you know, it might not work. So we like to test first.
Let me ask both secretaries really quickly, because John brought this up, that link between government agencies. You are now working with your DMV not only on online voter registration, but also on automatic voter registration. You have a link with your Department of Licensing as well. Do you have advice or recommendations for how to build that link between government agencies for states that don't have as strong of a connection?
Yeah, I think just on a basic level, you got to talk to them. And go in and listen to their challenges, because like every other agency or office in government, we're all strapped for money, we are all understaffed. You know, they face these challenges that we face, they're just in a different arena. And when you start listening to what their things are, sometimes you find that, I'm trying to think of a good example, but it can be something really simple, change on our end for them that is you know, paving the way for them to do it really easily, and then all of a sudden your relationship changes on a dime. So it's really taking the time to and listen to them, I'd say, and talk to them.
You know, our system really did sort of prioritize that we were the ones with the mission to register voters, and they had a different mission. And so we were recognizing that this additional mission that they had been given under the NVRA, we felt like they weren't going to be as effective at that mission as we could be. So I think we will be a good test for comparison between those who are moving towards a more automated system but are keeping many of the responsibilities still at the DMV side. I think comparing how down the line those two systems, you know, do, I think is going to be very useful to folks. Our folks still, they're required to, and of course they do offer, they will do registration on the spot. They have material about how the automatic voter system works and doesn't work that's right there for people, that includes a registration card. So they're doing those things, but they aren't, they know that if people are saying, or just kind of shaking their head, I want to get out of here, I've got my kids, I got to get back to work, I've been waiting in line for an hour and a half, they can let go of a responsibility to really make sure, you know, that they've tried to, you know, that they haven't hooked this person into voter registration, because we will be doing that. The questions that come up are things that we deal with and the counties deal with, and they don't have to know all the ins and outs of our system because of this, and that has improved the relationship enormously. When you take work off people's plates, they, you know, they obviously do that. But I think that'll be a really interesting test. It's been important. I come from a background in civil rights enforcement, and I think it's been really important to have that legal mandate on them. But I think we may find that now, as we can share data, we can actually have the folks who know how to communicate with voters be the ones who design and make sure that those voters get that information. So.
Tee up your questions. This is going to be the last one I ask, and throw it out to the audience afterwards. Secretary Wyman, during the campaign, a flaw in your My Vote system was exposed that potentially could have allowed anyone into access into voter records and the data in there. Can you talk a little bit about what happened, how you fixed it, and how it changed your office's approach to cybersecurity, which was such a big topic during this past election?
So I mentioned in my remarks, we have a tool that is an online tool and mobile tool called My Vote, and it dovetails into another tool called My Ballot, and essentially gives the power to the voter to be able to go in, check their registration, update it on the spot, get information about their specific ballot, all sorts of really great things. And in December of 2015, it was brought to our attention by a vendor that our system was not ADA compliant and would be potentially vulnerable to a lawsuit. And any election official in this room knows that you never, ever update a system in a presidential year. And you certainly don't do it right before a presidential primary. And so we had to weigh, you know, so the choices were take our system completely down, that was unacceptable to me, or it was take the risk and update it and make it accessible. And I have great programmers in my staff, and they said, let's do it, and let's take the risk. So we did. And gosh, it was so great having an opponent that was a tech person. Oh, it was awesome. So I had a very contentious re-election campaign, and my opponent was a former Microsoft employee. And when we went live with My Vote and brought it back up and everything, we of course talked about the accessibility piece. And so she and her folks went in. Now, I wouldn't use the word hacked, she did. Got into our system, and what she was able to do is they were able to see the development code on that front screen for the voter. So she looked up her own thing, and she was able to see 4 fields: date of birth, name, the registration status, which they're all vote by mail, and as been mentioned, our state's vote by mail, and then the military status. Now, 3 of the 4 of those fields are public records. But that 4th one was a little problematic because we don't publicize whether a person is a military voter or not. So of course, this was gasoline on the fire. She put it out there that our system was vulnerable and it could be hacked. It wasn't hacked. She was able to see development code. And the lesson here was, because we did it fast, you aren't going to get everything. And we missed this one string of code that shouldn't have been out there. So we owned it. We took it down. We were able to correct it right away. But of course, that became a focus on this, and then of course the cybersecurity stuff, and Donald Trump saying that elections are rigged, and it's all of these things was sort of just in our state became obviously a big deal. I think it was in other states as well. So we partnered with Homeland Security. We went through their protocols. They did some penetration testing. They gave us some feedback on our systems, and our systems actually were well prepared, and it was a good thing. But we could tell the public all of the things we were doing. So I think the lesson learned is one we already know. It's a risk to take any kind of upgrade or make any changes to your system. system in a presidential year because it's so high profile, particularly when your boss is on the ballot. A lot of pressure for programmers. So I don't recommend it. But on the other hand, the transparency we were able to approach it with, and we try to be very transparent. It's a weird line to walk when you're on the ballot and you oversee elections. But we did, and it became a non-issue. So, and everything worked well on Election Day.
Are there questions from the audience? Anybody have anything? No.
I do have one thing I want to add. I forgot to say
Yeah,
in my remarks going back to the online. I want to give a shout out to, is a Facebook speaker here still? Got to give a shout out to you because we saw, and I don't know if other sites saw this or not, because we had, when the Facebook did the drives and targeted drives for voter registration, the first time they did it, we saw an unprecedented 26,000 people on that one day registered to vote. Our highest day up till then had been 13,000. And then like 3 weeks later, we had a cutoff. It was over 50,000 registrations on our online tool, and that was because Facebook, just put those links out and did that social, I don't know, shaming or social reminding, whatever it is. But that was one of the powers of our online tool, and thank you, because it was really exciting to be able to add almost 100,000 voters just from 2 pretty simple days. Now the county auditors didn't like us very much, but whatever.
Yeah, right here.
Thanks. Gene, I loved your presentation, and as an Oregonian, am proud of the improvements through new voter.
How many of you are Oregonians?
They come with me everywhere. It's just, yeah.
But I have to say, I was a bit horrified reading most of the coverage in the Oregon press, which talked about a drop in turnout because they were using percentage registered instead of percentage eligible. Could you say a little bit about what folks need to do to help educate the media so we don't end up in those situations where success looks like it wasn't successful?
Yeah, from the very beginning, I recognized and I was helped by people at Pew and elsewhere to understand that, our real goal is participation of the qualified and not to have, have a wonderful number of registered voters who actually turn out, but you've got a whole lot of qualified people who aren't participating. First of all, I would say we have to educate ourselves. I still am struggling through making sure that our online reporting of the abstracts that are being certified today in Oregon reflect that eligible qualified population. We have, because we're bureaucratic systems that we work in, that term eligible voter is used to determine who were the qualified electors for that particular election, and so we have trouble with what do the words mean when we say them. We don't have old data necessarily that goes back to tell us and remind us where have we been with qualified people who should have been registered or we would hope would be registered to vote in the past, so that we can track and see how all of that changes. So we've got to present the data and we've got to collect the data, and everybody all through our election systems have to start thinking in terms of what impact are we having on the overall potential electorate of our state, as opposed to just looking at our registered voters and seeing how many of them turn out. Because we were proud of our registration our turnout, because we think that what our former secretary is now Phil Kiesling is now calling vote at home as opposed to vote by mail. More than 50% of people use ballot drop boxes instead of the mail, by the way, in our state, and I think that's true in Washington as well. But we really have to adopt that language and that mission ourselves, as opposed to being so proud of our registered voter turnout in Oregon that we ignore the fact that we still have people out there who should be in the system who aren't. So we have to hold hands and then get the media to pay attention. I felt like I got individual reporters to sort of start grokking what I was doing, but I wasn't always backed up with what we were putting online. And so, it's a system change for us.
think the academics in the room would probably all tell you that voting eligible population is the better statistic to use when looking at voter registration turnouts. And that brings up a point when you're speaking of the eligible population and when talking about automatic voter registration. Secretary Wyman, I want to ask you, you have said you are interested in moving to an automatic voter. You're at least interested in exploring the idea. In Oregon, they have fairly robust citizenship data, and that could be a problem for a state that has difficulty querying between those with driver's license who have proven citizenship and those who haven't. Not all states are great at doing that. Is that going to be a challenge for you moving forward, and can you talk about how you might solve that?
Absolutely. So in Washington State, we are the only state, I believe now, that does not check for proof of citizenship at the time of driver's licensing, not even proof of legal presence. And this is very problematic when so many other states have already adopted Real ID or are on track to adopt Real ID. And it became, again, it was a campaign issue because we had you probably heard about the Burlington Mall shooter and this horrible event that happened up in the northern part of our state. And the news started reporting that this young man was not a U.S. citizen. And so then, of course, somebody online looks up and finds out that he voted, and then that's just gasoline on the fire to an electorate that's already amped up about all these issues. And the reporter has me on that morning and is asking me, why can't you check their citizenship status? And I explained to him that we don't do that. And then you have all the following, what do you mean you don't do that? And you have all the follow-on questions. And so out of this really intense 24-hour period, the auditors and I got together and basically we put it back on the legislature because it's the legislature that's putting us in this catch-22. It's a requirement, but you can't check it. And I know none of you have that, right? Issue. But anyway, we ended up proposing that when the legislature, we encouraged the legislature to pass Real ID because then we would at least have that check. And then I channeled Secretary Padilla and said, you know, if you have somebody that you can verify all 4 requirements for voter registration, why wouldn't you automatically register them? And we framed it that way, and the legislature, I'm getting some mild pushback. And interestingly, in our state, it is bipartisan. It is not just the Republicans digging in and saying no and the Democrats saying yes. It is bipartisan. And so we got a lot of work to do, but we're going to try to start with those licenses that we have right now, commercial driver's license and what we call enhanced driver's license and ID cards where people prove citizenship. And my bill that we're putting out this year is, you know, if they do that, why wouldn't we go ahead and automatically register them? And we get that bipartisan win, and then it's a dipping the toe in case we do get Real ID. So we'll see.
We have time for a couple more questions.
Hi, thank you. I have 2 questions. One is on the automatic voter registration. I'm wondering what the data is in terms of whether you have the data to show whether there was improved turnout by millennial voters and minority voters because of the change to the automatic registration system. And the second is more on the ERIC system with the National Voter Registration Act. With the change in administration, some of us believe that there's going to be more pressure put on enforcing the part of the National Voter Registration Act that requires maintenance of lists. And we're wondering how you're looking at what those policy issues might look like with this election.
So as to obviously we don't track voting by ethnic group or minority status, and so that will be something that will happen, you know, by academics as time goes by. There has been some initial analysis done by outside groups, not by the state, that has indicated that the age of those who did turn out tended to be lower, and so that the sort of first-time voters were coming in at a higher rate. That was very encouraging to the Student Association and Bus Project and some of those folks who've been working really hard around millennial voters, that this was something that encouraged them and that there's probably a higher rate associated with that. I'd like to just make a pitch for it. We appreciate all of the work that folks do at the foundation level and lots of other places to do that kind of research. Most state secretaries of state office don't have the luxury of resources to even mine their own data, you know, as well as they might like to do. You know, and I don't know from a public policy standpoint whether it's, we should be holding hands advocating that that be a really important function that the state serve, in order to answer those questions or not, or whether it should be left in the private side. But it is, I know that people are asking a lot of questions, and many of the things we can provide you the whole, voter database and whether they voted or not. And that, beyond that, other folks are going to have to do that kind of analysis.
In regards to the NVRA, one of the things that we tell states when they're joining, and we have what we call an onboarding process. After a state decides to join, we have extensive conversations with the state folks about what it means to be a member of ERIC and what their responsibilities are, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that we emphasize is that there's nothing about membership in ERIC that changes your obligations under the NVRA. But that ERIC can be an enormous asset to you in compliance with the NVRA. And so to the extent that the new administration becomes more concerned with enforcing the NVRA, I think I could make a pretty good argument that belonging to ERIC and participating in ERIC on a regular basis and doing list maintenance on a regular basis is very good evidence to show the U.S. Department of Justice that you are compliant with that law.
And since we are the only thing standing between everyone and lunch, I'm going to ask Kim and John to just reflect briefly on the first time we met back in 2009 on the voter registration working group and the progress that you've seen and what you're most proud of and what you're most excited to see in the future.
I think the progress certainly, and we saw it in this election, all the pieces are starting to come together now, and we are doing, our cleanup and the list maintenance that we have to do for NVRA is getting less and less because we are proactively, able to touch these voters and make sure that their address is most current and everything. So those numbers of the cards that we have to send out and all of the compliance is less, and it saves us money. And you look at online voter registration, that's allowed us to cut down the amount of paper that goes from the voter to the person doing the voter registration drive to the county to register the person to vote. I don't know if you saw in that one graphic, but 3% of our, or 3 or 6% of our total registrations are from voter registration drives. And that is making it more efficient, more accurate, more cost-effective, all of the things that we talked about 8 years ago. And then when you add ERIC on top of it, like I said, I was so confident to a point of cockiness that, oh yeah, we'll do it, but Washington is good. We don't need to clean anything up. And I was absolutely wrong. And that's exciting to me because if it can have that kind of impact in a state like mine, what's it going to have in a poll site state? I think it will be tremendous, and the more we can do that, and the more states we get on, the more data there is, the better it is, and it'll just benefit across the board. So I'm excited about the process, and I think that looking forward, some of these discussions, and I really think of all these academics in the room, we've been talking about improving voter turnout by removing barriers for 24 years, and again, it's close to me right now because I'm just coming off of a tough campaign where that's the thing she hit me on is that voter turnout plummeted under Wyman's administration. Well, she compared odd year primaries to general election and a presidential year. But with that aside, it made me look at the data, and you look over the last since NVRA in particular was put into effect, that pattern of turnout hasn't changed. So we need to look at what should we be moving the needle at that, and I'm not saying across the board we've removed all barriers, but I think we've made some good strides. We need to continue to do that. But what is that next step, and what is the role of government? Is the role of the Secretary of State, county clerks, county auditors, is that role to get people to turn out? Or is that role to make them informed voters, give them the information, remove the barriers to make sure they can do it? And I think that we have to answer some of those questions. I think data is what's going to help us answer that because, like I said, over 24 years, where are we at compared to 1992? And if we haven't moved the needle, maybe that's not the problem we need to solve.
Well, the strides have been obviously considerable in the last 8 years, and I don't think I could improve on Secretary Wyman's comments in regards to that. I have this dream this crazy dream that someday elections officials will get 5% of the budget in each state that they devote to their college football program. You know, I take a look at the headlines in Oregon and see that they're buying out the coach they just fired for $11.6 million and hiring a new guy for $3.3 million a year on a $16 million contract. And you have elections officials going to the legislature in Oregon and coming away without a dollar. What is wrong with our priorities in this country? And it just, you know, it's just outrageous. And I would like to see public officials start talking about that. They have been strangling the budgets of elections officials for 1 million years. And so it becomes a big deal for New Mexico to come up with $25,000 a year for ERIC dues. That's ridiculous. It should be a given. It should not even be an issue, but it is. And something needs to be done about that. And as I get closer and closer to retirement and I don't have to worry about keeping my job, I'm going to become more and more vocal about that, and I hope some of you will join me.
Thank you. So, it wouldn't be a good meeting if we weren't running late, so we're having a wonderful meeting. Everyone, lunch should be ready, correct? Lunch is ready. It's in the room right over here. Grab your food, come back. This is an open lunch. Start talking about what you've heard so far. Thanks. And be sure to come back and be ready at 1:30 because we have a really excellent panel that's going to start right at 1:30. We're almost back on time, which is fantastic. So it is my honor. I'm going to introduce the moderator of this session, Pam Fessler from NPR. Pam's a longtime correspondent with NPR's national desk, where she covers voting issues, poverty, and philanthropy. Over the past year, she's done numerous reports on the impact of voter ID laws, legal fights over state voting law changes, fears of hackers influencing the election, and concerns about voting technology, access to voters with disabilities, and many other stories related to the process of voting. She's covered the topic ever since the disputed 2000 election. And with that, Pam, the stage is now yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you guys hear me? And I feel like there's a few people right there who won't be able to see me. Anyway, thank you very much for coming. As Sam mentioned, I've been covering this issue since the year 2000, and I think one of the most exciting things about covering it from a journalist's perspective is you never know from one election to the other what the issue is going to be. You always think you know, okay, this year it's going to be machines, this year it's going to be long lines. Who knew this year that we were going to be worried about Russian hackers? And also the winner of the election, talking about 3 million illegal voters. Now, 4 years ago, the big issue obviously was long lines. And as a result of that, President Obama appointed a bipartisan commission, the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, to not only deal with that issue, but to look at the entire spectrum of how elections are administered, and to come up with some proposals. And we are very fortunate to have today two of the commissioners and then somebody who has worked very, very closely with the commission to talk about the results and also to talk about what impact it had on this year's election and then also what more needs to be done. First, we have Ben Ginsberg, who was one of the co-chairmen of the Presidential Commission, and I would say you were the Republican co-chair.
I was one of the two political hats.
Yes. We also had Bob Bauer, who was the Democratic co-chair. And I think you're the smarter one, right? Isn't that what? I think that's what you told me to say. Yeah, right. You were the smarter one. So Ben is a partner at the Jones Day Law Firm. He's had a very long career working on all aspects of election law, including campaign finance, ethics, redistricting, pay-to-play laws, election administration, and recounts. He served as the national counsel to both the Bush Cheney and the Mitt Romney presidential campaigns and played a very central role in that 2000 recount, which sort of got all of this started. He's also represented the RNC and numerous other campaigns. And I think this year you kind of became a pundit, right? Pretty much?
Yes, much less stress.
Right. Including being on NPR's Politics podcast. Thank you very much. We also have Tammy Patrick, who was one of the 10 members of the commission. Tammy is now the Democracy Project Fellow with the Bipartisan Policy Center here in Washington. And she has been working over the past couple of years trying to help implement some of the recommendations of the commission. And I think I've covered many commissions in Washington, and I think that sort of distinguishes the ones that are effective and the ones that aren't. And the ones that are effective are usually the ones where after the commission has made its recommendation, the members continue to try and get those recommendations implemented and continue to talk about the issue, which this commission certainly has. Prior to coming to the Bipartisan Policy Center, Tammy was a former federal compliance officer for the Maricopa County Elections Department in Arizona. She worked there for 11 years, and she is definitely a leader in trying to improve elections around the country. And is also a wonderful singer. So if things slow down, you can give us a little.
I'm not quitting my day job anytime soon,
That's
though.
right.
So,
And last but not least, we have John Fortier. He's the director of the Bipartisan Policy Center's Democracy Project. He has also worked for many, many years on trying to improve the administration of elections and studied the issue extensively before going to the Bipartisan Policy Center. He was a research fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he was the principal contributor to the AEI Brookings Election Reform Project. He was executive executive director of the Continuity of Government Commission and the project manager of the Transition to Governing Project. He's also written extensively on the topic, including 2 books, one on absentee and early voting and another on the Electoral College. All very, very relevant topics here. And I don't know if you sing or anything, but
Not in public, yeah.
no. Okay. So I guess the first thing I would like to start out with, if each of you could talk a little bit, and I'd like to start with the good news, and that is looking at this year's elections and how, and what happened. Where do you see the impact of the commission on how those elections were run and were administered? Can you see specific things that the commission proposed and that changes resulted from those recommendations? Tammy, do you want to start?
I'd love to. And in the commission, we had a meeting in Louisville, Kentucky, and I did what I referred to later as the great hand-raising experiment. So of those of you here in the room, how many of you read the report? Okay. How many of you...
Oh, yeah, I did.
How many of you used it in some way in your work and in your efforts to affect some sort of change or make some difference in your office or in your state? That alone, I think, is impactful. I think that one of the successes in what we've seen for this election cycle is that it has had a life of its own after we wrote it, which I think is a pleasant surprise to many of us. Throughout the course of the morning, we've heard a lot of people referring to recommendations that we had. So we heard Charles Stewart refer to how we vote shifting from before Election Day to after, to before Election Day from the Standard Tuesday, the drop in some of the wait time, or the line waits. There was a Charles Stewart drinking game from the commission, and that was my obligatory reference.
You mentioned him.
I did. We purposefully filled our glasses beforehand. But I do think that the growth in online voter registration, when you look at the growing trends, it started out 2002 in Arizona, 2008 with Washington. We're trickling along, and then all of a sudden we have this big upswing. Now, was that a direct response from the PCA? We, of course, would like to think so, but I do like to think that we had some part in that. So we had an expansion of voting opportunities. There's some things that happened that impacted this election that I think are more discrete. And one of the recommendations that we had in the report had to do with making sure that we had a quorum, at least, of EAC commissioners, as well as, if there was a lack of a quorum, that the work of the standard boards and boards of advisors to improve and make more current our voting system technology standards would be ongoing. And that occurred also. And I think that the letters that were written by the co-chairs of the commission were very helpful in providing a hit the ground running kind of for the EAC to do. We also saw a big growth in the number of states that joined ERIC and other things that have been talked about so far this morning. One of the more discrete elements that have been come out of the report are 2 areas that are my personal soapboxes, and I know many of you in the room would be shocked if I didn't mention the Postal Service and or UOCAVA military and overseas voters. So we had some areas in the report referring to improvements and modernization of some of those items, and I'm thrilled to say that I think that the Council of State Governments picked up those recommendations and ran with them as their own recommendations. The United States Postal Service has embraced many of the recommendations that we had, including increased communication with local election officials. So this year was the first year that the United States Postal Service made sure that every election mail specialist in the country reached out to their local election administrators. It was something they were tasked with, and so if you're a local election administrator, you need to make sure that at least someone in your office was contacted because your local postal service has told L'Enfant Plaza down the street here that they talked to them. And I think that part of that ties into some of the improved confidence in voting by mail or mail ballot delivery to voters and the ballot tracking that we recommended in the report. So I think that there are a lot of things there, just as a quick, tick off the list. And I think that's one of the reasons that the report has been so successful, is because of the practical applications. It could be something as small as an election administrator picking up a small administrative procedure to adopt, or it could be a legislative change in a state. And so there is a lot of options at the buffet that was the PCA report.
So Ben, where do you think the biggest impact was?
Well, first of all, it's really gratifying that so many of you have read the report and even used portions of the report for that. And I should also say that Bob Bauer is sorry he can't be here. He happens to be co-hosting his own event on campaign finance at the moment, which is another one of those subjects he and I love to nerd out about for sort of inexplicable reasons. So the report, and what I think was helpful about it, or at least rewarding about it, was, and this is from the 30,000 foot level, NBC hired me and Bob to be in 30 Rock on election night to be able to talk about problems that occurred with voting in America, whether it was long lines or fraud or intimidation at a polling place, any of the panoply of issues that are talked about in the report or exist in the area. And the truth was, we never got put on the air the whole night to talk about any issues. So that while I'm sure there were particular instances in some of your jurisdictions that you would improve upon, there was nothing either in terms of long lines or problems with registration that occurred on sort of the national crisis level. So I think that to the extent the report contributed to that we weren't seeing day after day of stories about long lines or about other problems addressed in the report, I think that's rewarding and gratifying. I think the other part of it was online voter registration was one of the things we talked about a great deal. And while, interestingly, turnout as a percentage of the voting age population was not up in this election, registration was up around the country about 5.5%. So there are separate issues to be dealt with about turnout, but it was not a lack of presenting people the opportunity to get into the system and register. And I think I hope what we did with OVR played a role in that.
John?
Sure. Well, first, let me back up a little bit. Many of you know the commission pretty well, and a lot of you were involved with it. But I started at the top with Bob Bauer and Ben Ginsberg, with the political parties having representation at the table. And there are a lot of things that in this room and outside in the political world that the parties don't agree on with election administration. But we found that there was a large lane of things that the parties could agree on and a practical agenda to work on. So I think that was very important. And the second important aspect was, with Bob and Ben at the top, the significant participation of election administrators. On the commission, Tammy Patrick, as well as 4 other state and local election administrators, many of you testifying, hearing from you about the practicality of reform. So it wasn't just pie in the sky reforms. It was things that you felt like could get done. You needed to work through your political process, through your administrative process, through your logistical processes. So I think that was one thing that made it successful. Now at the stage of almost 3 years out from the commission, we've been at the Bipartisan Policy Center really thrilled to play the role of helping keep the work of it going. So we brought on Tammy Patrick and Don Palmer and Matt Weil, who's in the room, people who know elections from various perspectives at the EAC, at the state and local level, and we're able to work on the key issues. Let me highlight a few. Obviously, Ben and Tammy have talked about voter registration modernization broadly, online registration, as well as ERIC, which we are sitting here in the convening of Pew, who started the ERIC program and shepherded it to where it is today. as well as other data sharing programs that the states are going to need to use to really improve the quality of the data of their registration lists. The line issue, I think that's the one I'm going to spend a little bit more time on. You heard from it. I wasn't here, but I think I heard the top line of what Charles Stewart said this morning. But the key issue that the president brought up was that there were long lines in certain places. We knew from surveys that was not everywhere. That was only in the minority of places, but there were some really serious issues. And the new data does show some improvement in that respect. And I think some of the things that have been done by in the name of the commission or other things that have been done have helped in that respect. But one thing we've started that I think is important to continue on is we are really delving into much more detailed, granular information about lines. We have, from the survey that Charles did before and did this year again, state level data. We know which states show up as worst or best or some rough averages of voters reporting how long they took to vote. But we've been involved in a couple programs, again, with Charles. Let me make you guys drink again.
Calm down, boy.
And one is a program with academics, which has a number of counties across the country where we are with stopwatches and academically trained teams looking at various parts of the process, how long it takes to wait in line to register, how long to check in, how long it takes to get your ballot, to cast your ballot. So very granular information. But perhaps more important, or at least very complementary, we have started a program which we will start to see the results of very soon. And that is, we have asked a number of jurisdictions across the country, large jurisdictions, Chicago and Cook County. I know David Orr is here, and I'm sure many of the other members of our program are here. But we've asked them to collect data themselves on lines. And we had some experience. We were in Fairfax County measuring with stopwatches, and we said, well, can you go at election day and have your poll worker every hour just write down how many people are standing in line at every hour. And I won't get into the details of queuing theory. I am not as qualified as, go ahead, Charles Stewart, to do that. But it is true that when one finds that piece of information, as well as the number of check-in stations and other things, you can generate how long the wait was. You also know that the number of people who are need to be processed. And by getting this group of 75 jurisdictions across the country, as well as several states and Virginia, and really from the state level in North Carolina, Michigan, and some other places, where there has been a strong effort to collect precinct-level data, hourly data, we are, I think, beginning the process of really understanding where lines occur, what causes them, and being able to help jurisdictions go forward. There will be all sorts of analysis, academic analysis, things that we put out, so look for that. But I guess the one other thing I want to stress is, especially the administrators here, how much it is a management tool for the administrators. The jurisdiction of Fairfax and the others that have been working with us, people who run elections in counties don't necessarily know what's going on in every polling place. And this data really was eye-opening for them when they looked and said, look, we knew we had some issues here and there and there. But now with a comprehensive look at the polling place, which we are able to sort of provide back to the jurisdictions, I think we have just empowered a lot of election officials to say, now we can take charge and say, where are some of our problems? So it is a data-driven effort. It follows directly from the president's call, from the PCA's call for a goal of a 30-minute wait as something you don't want to exceed. And it's a way in which we think election administration can go forward with the participation we've had this year, and as I say, hopefully greater participation in the future.
Should we explain the Charles A. Stewart III drinking game, by the way?
I'm sure. Go for it, yeah.
So it deserves a brief explanation. So Charles was really a terrific participant in everything that we did, and obviously has a massive amount of expertise that he really willingly shared with us. And he would come to all the hearings, and at every one of the hearings we had around the country, there was an open mic session in which we would hear from all comers who wanted to talk about election law. We learned a tremendous amount, but there were also a lot of speakers. And people kept on citing Charles Stewart's work. And he's sort of sitting there calmly, kind of shrinking down in the audience. So the commission decided in one of our many unanimous decisions that every time Charles's name was mentioned, we would drink some water. So Charles was our director of hydration, if nothing else, over the course of the commission.
And where is he now?
Exactly. And it becomes almost Pavlovian at a certain point. I hear the name and I'm immediately doing that. So
Before we get too much into the real specifics, one of the things that the commission's focus was to improve voter confidence in the system by making sure that when people go, they have a good experience voting and that they feel confident that their vote was cast and was counted. But despite all of the progress that was made, we still had a lack or a lowering of confidence in this year's election. So can you talk a little bit about what you think are some of the areas that need to be addressed that might, help improve voter confidence, and maybe what are the obstacles to addressing those issues?
Did you want me to?
Anybody.
Of course, I always have something to say. I'll jump in. So I think that in this discussion, it's really important to distinguish between a couple of things. I think that our report, we very, very narrowly focused on election administration, and did not include some of the more expansive elements that feed into the election administration and the experience of the voter when they get to the polls. So we didn't comment on certain types of laws or certain types of procedures in terms of voter ID or citizenship verification and things like that. Instead, we chose to look at the administrative side of that. And I think that that's one important piece, because when you talk about the confidence in the elections, I don't think that the voters that were expressing lack of confidence in this election were necessarily expressing a lack of confidence of their local election administrator or the election processes that were in place. One thing that I wanted to clarify that I did hear occasionally was the PCEA talked about a voting system crisis, and that was directly related to security issues and cybersecurity issues and that sort of thing. And that couldn't be further from the truth. The voting system crisis that we identified had to do with, at the time, we didn't have EAC commissioners. We had standards that were written 5 years before the iPhone. We didn't have any likeliness on the horizon that was going to change. And we also knew that there was aging voting equipment that not necessarily it meant that it was susceptible to security concerns, but that the concern was, how are we going to replace this equipment in the near future, because our timeline is getting shorter and shorter. So I think that the confidence in the election question, I don't know if it relates so specifically to election administration, which was really and truly our focus, as some of the broader issues that have to do with redistricting or some of those other concerns.
Right, but what about, it does relate to the machines. You bring up the machines, and it definitely was something that the commission talked about. But there are still a lot of concerns. Say we just had we have the issue during the Michigan recount, or the few days that it was in place, there were some questions about whether or not there would be a recount in certain precincts because they were having problems with their voting machines. So do you think that that's something that, why hasn't more been done on that particular issue? What are some of the things that you think administrators need to address to improve confidence in those areas?
Well, the point that we made was that the machines are old, which is indisputably true, and that many of them are going to run through their life at any point at an inconvenient time. That's a statement of fact, but politicians being politicians and candidates being candidates and campaign workers being over-caffeinated and campaign workers will look at potential pitfalls and problems and talk about them a lot. And so that can lead to a number of articles and reports and sort of statements that do challenge the accuracy of the system, although what we were talking about was the age of the system. The other thing that is indisputably true, for better or for worse, is the institutional design of our voting systems. We have many, many, many jurisdictions. One thing we could never do was get a handle on the exact number of jurisdictions in the country that actually have responsibility of voting, but it's somewhere between 8,000 and 11,000, I don't know. And anytime you have 8,000 to 11,000 different jurisdictions, you are going to have variations in the quality of the way the operation takes place. It's a volunteer-based system. And so again, in the political hothouse that can occur, people get worried about things like that and talk about it, which can sometimes have the effect of taking what we talked about and turning it into a political issue, although not at all the way we meant it.
So actually, and maybe John, you could answer this. Where are the areas that you're sort of most disappointed not as much was done as you had hoped would be done for this election? And why do you think that was the case?
I'm going to take your question a little bit differently in the sense that we were talking about the voting machine crisis that the commission pointed out. I don't think the commission thought that there was a silver bullet. It wasn't that overnight. In fact, I think after 2000, I think people maybe wrongly thought that a quick switch in technology would solve all of our problems in 2000. And we found that that wasn't the case, that there were some significant improvements. There were also some steps back, but that there are a set of steps of things to do in the voting technology process, which will take some time, which will improve things. One is the standards and certification and testing process, which we have made some progress on. Again, this is not there's not a simple one-size-fits-all fix for these things, but the EAC, which was not in existence in our commission's deliberations, is now and has put in place some standards that were kind of there but not ready to be approved by the commission until it came into being. There's a new process that's going forward to further update the standards. So I think that's positive. The commission also did call for something we were talking about in this election, which was the need for some post-election audits. And again, there are places that are doing that, and I think combined with people who are buying new machinery, thinking about that process. So I think there has been some incremental progress, but I think if the hope was that we were going to, like we thought in 2000, flick the switch, buy one set of machines for the country, that set of machines would fix all problems, I think that expectation is off. We still are worried. There are many places that need to buy new machinery. The options aren't as good as they should be. This testing and certification may help move things forward, but there's still a lot to be done in that area, even though I think there has been some progress.
Either of you, about anything else that you see that you wish more progress had been made?
Schools. I mean, we talked about using schools as polling places because they're just the best facilities overall in communities with enough space and accessible. And that's a really difficult problem to deal with in a number of states. School safety is obviously part of it. It means you have to have an in-service training day for the teachers. And that's met some resistance, although boy, it's a really good solution in many, many communities to problems of long lines and not having enough space and a number of the issues we talked about.
And I would say, and that was one of my big ones as well, I know Elaine Manlove was here from Delaware, and she testified before us, and it really resonated because many election administrators that are still using precinct-based architectures for their providing services to their voters, they're seeing 60 to 70% of their polling places are in fact at schools, but they're starting to get denied access. So just transitioning that to a school in service day to remove the student security issue is a really practical application that has met with more resistance than you would think. And that is certainly something that we thought would be a little bit more widely embraced. But there's a reason, I guess, that it hasn't been until this point. The other element that we recommended had to do with what we called kind of the professionalism of the field. I certainly didn't wake up one day when I was a little girl and say, when I grow up, I want to be an election administrator. But I know everyone in this room, once you have been bitten by this bug, it is an amazing profession to embrace, and I think if we can turn younger minds onto this profession at an earlier stage and then provide services to those existing professionals who maybe can't attend all of the meetings, to be able to hone their skills and develop more practices that have been tried and true across the state. And I know that Secretary Merrill is here from Connecticut. They passed legislation and created a statewide certification program for their election administrators. And I think efforts like that can help improve the services that we're providing to our voters. It provides a better understanding of the ever-changing atmosphere that we have with election administration, both for local administrators, that if you're at a large jurisdiction, you have the luxury of having many staff members that can have embraced expertise in a given area, but the realization is that most of our election administrators in this country have many, many, many job duties. They could be in charge of dog licenses, wedding licenses, all sorts of things in addition to conducting an election. And for them to stay abreast of all of the federal legislation, all the court rulings, all of the state legislation, postal standard changes, you name it, there's a multitude of things they need to know. So any sort of program that can be put in place at the state level as well as at a national level to help disseminate some of this information to some of those smaller offices that could potentially be a part-time clerk, I think is really something that we want to see continue to grow over the next few years.
To have some questions now, if anybody is in. And I believe we have mics somewhere. If you can just wait for the mic and just maybe tell us who you are first and then ask your question.
Hi, I'm Anthea Watson-Strong. I work at Google. I'm the engineering program manager for the Civics team. And at some point in the cycle, I got dragged into a number of conversations with journalists who are interested in figuring out how to use geolocation data to pull together metrics on lines, on wait times. And throughout that conversation, I kept on being like, this is a capacity planning problem. There's a certain number of electronic poll books and machines and poll workers and the quality of all of those. There's got to be a training for election officials on how you go about doing that kind of capacity training. And I actually went called a bunch of election officials I knew to be there's got to be sort of some standard documentation on this, and I never was able to find anything. And so I'm curious, and maybe some election officials can tell us, how do you go about capacity planning for election day? What kind of training do election officials get on that? What are the best practices, or where can you find those? So that we can sort of maybe push that back out to some of the folks who are confused about why lines happen and sort of be more transparent about that process.
So I mentioned some of our work on lines earlier, and just I think the efforts that some of your people are calling you, asking about using technology to do this are very interesting. We've been following them. I'm going to tell one quick story about a foreign experiment, which I'm not sure all of you election administrators would like to see here, but here's an example. I know a Danish computer scientist. In fact, he came to the US to watch our elections, and he was allowed by the Danish government to put a router in several polling places, and that router would essentially capture the cell phone of someone walking the polling place where it was looking for service. And now all of a sudden you had individual pieces of data, dots on the screen. He could show me where everybody stood on election day, what happened when it rained and they moved the entire line under the awning. I'm not sure that all of you as election officials are going to go to your elected officials and say, hey, can we put routers in the polling place and check people's cell phones and, I don't know, implant chips in their brains or something like this to measure. This is
not going to happen.
But I do think there are still ways in which technology can help. We actually went the other direction just because we felt like our experiment worked so well, where the simple counting and even writing down on a piece of paper how many people were standing in line by election officials really gave us a lot of information we didn't have. So that's one point. But your second point really is about in our discussions with election officials, there is a lot of wisdom about capacity planning. It is not universal. So there are many jurisdictions that have long experience with trying to figure out where the crush is going to come, what the number of voters who show up at different polling places are. There are sometimes various formulae, sometimes a little bit more of art, but there is serious wisdom in that respect. The commission at the time, I won't say who put those tools up on the website. You don't have to drink, but and there were, you know who, but there were several tools that have been developed by that person and by others which really can try to estimate the capacity of what you need at a polling place. Now those are a little rough. They're not necessarily attuned to the very specifics of each state and each polling place, but we do think all of this collection of data is really going to help in that direction. The last thing I'll say is this. We do know that some of it is a capacity problem, right? That somehow too many voters are showing up in one place and there aren't enough check-in stations or perhaps machines or poll books. But there are other things that cause lines too. There are multiple causes of lines. And one other thing that we've tried to do, and Tammy was very instrumental in this, is really to look around at the jurisdictions of the country and how they deal with some of these issues. They have election day command centers, and those command centers are there to hear about problems coming in from the field, to send out resources to the extent that you can redeploy machines, people to help with those lines. And just doing that well is another thing that can really help with lines. So we think just the collection of information here is going to lead us to more knowledge and I think better tools on this. And we hope they're somewhat more universal. But with the differences in our states, laws, different practices, different size of precincts in places, I think it is most important that a jurisdiction really collect its own data on itself, that it care about a polling place, that it follow what's going on in various places, and then some of the more general wisdom and some of the specific things they learn might be helpful.
You know, one of the things that struck me is, but Charles, well, I won't say his name.
Like Voldemort. Now we made
Yeah,
Charles
yeah.
into Voldemort.
That's right, yeah.
Sorry.
Just walked in, too.
I mean, it seemed to me that where we saw the huge lines this year was on the early voting. And that while a lot of people were able to, a lot of jurisdictions were able to address it for election day voting, there were some jurisdictions that had huge, and where you saw the 3 and 4 hour lines were in early voting. So, you know, our election officials focused on that, you know, this huge shift towards early voting.
If I could, that was actually something that I wanted to also mention to your question, and that is, in the report, we specifically talk about lines during early voting, and I think that for myself, it's really, really important that election administrators hone in and make sure they're capturing the volume of voters that are being processed every day, even every hour, at their early voting, in-person early voting locations, because what will happen, many of the long lines that we saw were, of course, in the last couple of days of early voting. And we are procrastinators as a species, I think. So I was in Maricopa County, and in 2008 or 12, we had about 25,000 people only vote early in person because the majority of our voters liked to vote by mail. Of the 25,000 voters who voted in the early voting period of almost a month, 18,000 were in the last 2 days. Now, if you're able to react to the data and know that we're always going to have this huge crush in the last 3 days and open up more sites or open up larger locations or ramp up your staffing, that's one thing. But many states have statutory restrictions on making sure you have uniformity in every location is open for the same number of hours, the same number of days, things of that nature. So if we're able to look at the voters' behavior and modify how we're serving them, I think that can make a large difference. So some of these lines occurred in those last few days. Sometimes, and I think one of the examples we cited in the report, have to do with busloads of people showing up to vote at a certain time. And I think, that happens all the time, which is wonderful. It's particularly wonderful if that's coordinated with the election administrator beforehand. So if there's going to be a political rally at an early voting site on the first day of early voting in a state, and they choose the site right next to a large university and have thousands of individuals at a rally on the first day, and then are surprised that there's a long line at that early voting site, then that's something that is not necessarily, can't really plan for that. So I think that anyone who's in the room or who's involved with GOTV efforts, you need to also be concerned about making sure the voting experience is a pleasant experience, and work with local administrators to let them know that you're planning a huge influx of voters at a certain location, and find out, would it be better to route them at another place a couple of miles away where there's never a line. So I think that having that sort of data can help inform everyone involved in this process to the benefit of the voter.
Just two more things on it's not new that early voting has seen longer lines. It certainly was true in 2012, I believe in 2008 as well. The data show people say they waited longer in early voting. Now that could be we don't have enough resources to early voting as a whole, but there is the difficult problem. It is a very helpful practice in some ways from taking away the crush of Election Day, but especially with early voting sites, many of which are vote center-like, that you can have your choice of where to go, that it's very hard for the election official to figure out where and when they're going to go. Whereas a precinct has a limited number of people that are going to go one day at a time, trying to predict where all these patterns are. And again, I think that is incumbent on places to really dig into the data, and that means data of where people are going, but also sort of various geolocation things of people's transit routes to work, to home, because that problem of having many voting sites, but where they all go, a little bit beyond your control, is very difficult for lines.
And I guess I was surprised over the course of the commission in testimony we heard and what especially Larry Lomax from Clark County, Nevada, and Chris Thomas from Michigan told us was that there is an attitudinal difference amongst people standing in line for early voting and people on election day. And people in early voting are making that choice and much sort of more understanding of lines than people on election day are.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. So that they expect they might have to wait an hour.
Yeah, I don't know that that's universally true, and some of you may have different experiences, but we did hear that a bunch.
National Committee for Responsible Philanthropy. If I remember from this morning, from somebody who will remain nameless in respect of your bladders,
much obliged.
Yeah. The stats also, though, showed that whereas the racial disparities in lines was narrowing for election day voting, if I recall the stats, they were actually significantly increasing for early voting, which suggests other factors potentially at play. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that at all. I think especially there was a 2-to-1 differential in black versus white experiences with lines in early voting from the slide earlier.
Any response? Or?
I mean, I haven't seen the data in detail. It is absolutely has always been true for several surveys that African American and urban populations face greater challenges from lines. Denser population places face more problems from lines. Why the early voting? I mean, I think we can speculate as to some reasons, but I think it is a very difficult thing to think about exactly how you allocate early and election day resources. And the commission was a very strong proponent of both vote by mail and early voting in person solutions as a way to spread this out, but noted the caution that one shouldn't rob Peter to pay Paul. If you take away from election day services to create those, you may just be duplicating some of the same problems. So I think we're going to have to look more at that, but I think it is there's both a resource problem, overall resource, and then the allocation of them, and if that's what's caused them, we'll have to look into that.
Can I ask you just generally, and this is on a different topic, a big concern we had, people very worried before the election about the potential for some outside force hacking into the voting machines or someplace in the process. Is there anything that the commission recommended that you think that would address these concerns, or that you should have addressed, or that you think that election administrators can do to address those concerns?
So I think that there's a couple of narratives that run throughout the report that can directly speak to these sorts of concerns. So when it comes to things like making sure, because we did talk about the age of the voting equipment, we referred to a number of things that local election administrators can do to make sure that they're testing their equipment, that they're auditing their equipment, that information is being provided to voters, that there's a transparency of process, that you expand who you have working on the elections, and cited poll worker recruitment programs that embraced philanthropy groups or individuals coming from corporations, sponsorship of polling places, youth poll workers. So expanding the participation of the public that we're serving in the elections process itself as a unifying theme throughout the report, because the more individuals that are involved in the process and the transparency of the process, I think will elevate the understanding of what that process is. I think part of the challenge that we all face is that the conduct of the elections is so complex, and so trying to kind of demystify that can help people to understand when they go to the polls what their experience is and how that is in fact why that is the experience that they're having.
I'm not sure I have anything to add to that other than the conspiracy theories about people getting in and hacking the programs in voting machines has been around for many, many, many elections now. And certainly it surfaced more around 2000, but they were there before that. So as long as you're going to use the machines, you're going to have the conspiracy theories, which I think puts a premium on how you test the machines before and after the election to give people confidence that they're accurate in what they're doing. So I don't know what the size, the average number of ballots that people put through the machines to check them both before and after probably ought to be greater.
I mean, does this also, another argument for having more audits of elections, to instill a little bit more confidence that
I think it's right. And the commission had a strong recommendation on that. And look, I mean, I guess I would just say, in general, audits can mean a bunch of things. I mean, there's sort of specific risk-limiting audits, which are aimed at certain electronic voting machines. But broader thinking about how one audits and looks at an election is important. I guess my other thought is, though, I think it's better that the states think about this in advance, right? Rather than when we show up at the last minute and ask for things that if you're planning for and can think about and want to put something good in the process, do it now for the next election, because it's better to make it part of your process rather than sort of have it come up as an issue at the end.
And just to add on to that very quickly, I think that that's exactly critical. So this was a good conversation to have, just the timing of it was pretty bad. I think that one of the takeaways from all of this had to do with some of the resources that are available to the secretaries of state, to the state elections directors, the conversations they were having with Homeland Security. Many election administrators already have a rapport with their local, FBI and other law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for these sort of things. But I think that it's something that will definitely move forward into the future and embrace making sure that those conversations continue as we talk about our next voting system standards and what the next iteration of equipment will look like.
We have a question back there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dan McSwain. I run a firm called Gear. My name tag says consulting firm. I do work at a consulting firm. We helped manage the TurboVote Challenge this year, which included over 50 partners, many of them corporate partners. So my question is about corporate involvement in the voting process. Does the panel know of any corporate retail or other corporate space ever being used as a polling place? And what do you think about that concept broadly?
So absolutely. Many states have restrictions on the type of building that can be used. So it may be that it has to be a government building or a library or something of that sort. But many more are far more open with the type of location that can be used. So in Maricopa County, where I was, we used mortuaries, which had its own set of issues and PR. It's not the issues you would think of. Those of you who are election administrators in the room know that the most critical element on election day is the poll worker potluck. And those of you who have also worked the polls know that the most important thing is the poll worker potluck and how many crock pots there are. And let's just say they used a table that I don't think they knew what it was. So there are many advantages and disadvantages to using corporate sponsorship. What you just need to make sure of, in much the same way that you don't want any other type of building to be seen as a partisan, perspective or anything else, I think that people embrace being provided, particularly a free place that is ADA compliant, that the voters readily can access. I think that it's embraced by most election officials. Election officials don't like to change polling places. They like to have a place that will allow them to stay there in perpetuity, and they never have to even think about having where those voters will ever have to go and vote again. So if it's the sort of thing that it's a corporation that's like, let's do this year, then no, I don't think they are interested in any way, shape, or form, because they want a long-term commitment from their partners within the community to service that community.
Let me add, so there absolutely are corporate owned polling places, and it varies from state to state, and echo Tammy's point that some states are very strongly limited to inadequate facilities, essentially, right? They're left with maybe smaller libraries, schools. We're pushing schools to be more available. Maybe they're not all available. And depending on the geography of where you are, there may not be lots of public facilities. In California, you know, many of you know that they use people's garages and cul-de-sacs as polling places because it's not set up the same way as some eastern places where there are a lot of public facilities per square mile. One interesting early part of research on vote centers, and I believe this was in Texas and in Colorado before it sort of switched its voting system, was that vote centers, there's a lot of controversy about whether early voting itself or mail voting improves turnout. I won't get into all that, but at least one aspect of the vote centers that people thought were helpful was that if you were allowing a voting location to be in a big box store, a Walmart or Target or something, they had already done the research for you as to where a good place to put a polling place is. They do not willy-nilly throw down Targets and Home Depots anywhere. They put them in places that are visible from the road, that are on people's commuting patterns, that have adequate parking. And so at least the initial findings of why some of that may have helped with turnout was because the nature of the sites themselves were very good because they had already been vetted in a way by people for bigger commercial purposes.
I'm Judd Choate. I'm the state election director for Colorado. We need access to schools, and I can give you a great example in Colorado. In Douglas County, which is part of southern Denver, one of our largest counties, they had the exact same turnout percentage as El Paso County, which is where Colorado Springs is. It's our most populous county. They had exactly the same percentage of in-person voters on election day, and they had the same state designated percentage of polling places, or VSPCs, we call them in Colorado, based on population. And Douglas County had a long wait of 45 minutes, and El Paso County had a long wait of 3 hours and 45 minutes. And the difference was Douglas County had an agreement with their Douglas County school system, public school system, that they could use their high schools on election day and the day before election day, so on Monday and Tuesday. And El Paso County did not have that agreement. So they were using much smaller facilities, and they had fewer check-ins. They couldn't put up as many DREs or ballot marking devices. And because of that, they couldn't get the through flow necessary to be able to get enough people through those polling places. Douglas County was able to do that. Is there any momentum, or can you maybe give me some hope that maybe there'll be some momentum for a national movement to allow for the use of schools, most notably high schools, because everybody knows where the high schools are, and they have great parking lots and good technology generally, so that we can use them for election day and maybe the Monday before election day?
You're in charge of national movements, right?
That's me, in charge of national movements. So that's one. I would love to get all of that data from you in written form. So I'm not committing it to my memory right now. But I think that that's the perfect type of example that we need to be able to provide to our legislators. And we have had conversations when the report first came out with the Department of Education. It was just a tentative discussion that we talked about whether or not this would be something that they would consider. Maybe we need to revisit some of those federal partners and federal messages. Is that embraced normally from the states when they get that message? Not usually, but I do think that in states like your own that have had, there was a big swing of closures of using schools after Columbine. We've experienced it in Arizona after Columbine, and then in the East Coast we've seen it after Sandy Hook. And I think that the immediate reaction is just kick the polling place out. And when you have this discussion about the student security, it's critical. But one of the other interesting factors that I've heard as pushback from this is, no, we don't want the children to be gone because it's important for them to see this process firsthand. It's great to talk to them about Election Day. So it's a very complicated issue, and I would like to think that it's something that we can make some additional headway on. We just need to find some of the right channels to swim upstream.
You know, so I did a story about some of the obstacles that disabled voters face. And one of the interesting things, while schools, most of them are accessible to some extent, was that because of the security, a lot of people came up against locked doors and just had trouble entering the building as a result, which I assume would affect all voters, but more so disabled voters. And even though some places were supposed to have a process or something set up where there would be a poll worker there at the door so that the person who was in the wheelchair wouldn't have trouble getting in, that just was not the case.
I think that that's where mapping out and documenting your polling places and making sure that the temporary the temporary accommodations that are being done on Election Day, that the administrator may know about in advance need to be done, that the poll workers are actually doing it. So in areas where you have field rovers, integrating an ADA kind of just oversight evaluation to make sure that that alternative route for someone in a wheelchair is actually routed out for them, that the doors are unlocked. Having that sort of administrative check on Election Day is really important.
I'll just add to that and to Judd's question. There are a lot of local and state level pushback, but local pushback could be not wanting to make your schools available, problems with the union, with parents, with a number of people who might push back. But even in places that are allowing schools, we found places that are just shunting the voting off to the worst part of the school. Right. So in theory, the school is there and the gym is there. Usually the gym is a very good place. But for either sports reasons or security reasons or whatever the reason, you find that the school is available, but really the best part of the school, and sometimes not even the ADA compliant part of the school, is the part that the poll's there. So it's a difficult problem both in terms of the schools, but also once one gets someone in the schools.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Jim Condos, Vermont Secretary of State, and we've heard it from all of you. We've heard it from John Lindback, resources. And I think this is the single biggest impediment to us. When we create our budgets, like I submitted my budget for 17-18 year 3 months ago. I have to create it that far ahead and get it in to get it started in the process. And I think that one of the things is as we look to update our equipment, as we look to update our systems, we're going to need a HAVA 2. We definitely are going to need a HAVA 2. And I don't think, I'm a small state. Many of my colleagues, are in much bigger areas, but I really think that you're not going to, we have enough trouble just trying to keep our staff with the budgets that we have. Vermont, I have 5 staff. We oversee the state's elections with 5 people. So, it's not like we're overstaffed by any means.
And I just want to, I think it's kind of interesting because because there was no big disaster this year, election disaster with voting equipment or any of these issues, is it going to be more difficult for election officials to get money, to make the argument, we really need this money to buy new equipment?
Yes.
Right.
I'll try and be sunnier. I think yes, but, and it's a big but. So I think that for what we're seeing is that some jurisdictions are finding the resources, and others are definitely not. And that's creating a disparity sometimes within a state where the older equipment is not going to be replaced uniformly across a state that could have problems. But what I would challenge and ask election administrators, and many of you are doing this, is to expand your collection of cost data, and when you implement a new reform, your cost savings, and share that with your colleagues across the states. The online voter registration cost savings of 80 cents per voter registration form that comes through an online system, I think, quite frankly, was truly impactful in helping to get OVR to spread across the country, to be able to know what the potential impact could be in your state. So those of you who are trying new things, pilot projects, that sort of thing, make sure you're documenting your costs and your cost savings and share that with your colleagues, so that if there is some sort of epiphany moment where you find something that's going to save your office X amount of dollars, that can be exponential in larger jurisdictions. It could be scalable. And I think that that's something that we're going to need to not only look at what we're spending out, but how can we find reforms of the basic architecture. And I can tell right now that Amber McReynolds is smiling. By looking at the basic architecture of what you're doing, and is there a way to change the way that you're serving your voters that lives within your means? Because I think that our means are not going to, sadly, Secretary Condos, I don't know that we're going to ever get any more federal dollars. So how can we take what we have and without impacting the level of service to our voters, continue to improve upon the services that they receive? And therein is the question and the challenge, I think.
Hi, Elaine Manlove, Delaware. Back to schools. I worked 6 years to pass legislation that would allow or mandate an in-service day so that we could use schools as polling places. Finally, it got passed, and it was not easy. It was really tough. So this was the first election year where we had in-service day, and we were all excited that we didn't have to combat all the issues of the parking lot. What I found out probably 7:15 on election day was that one of our school districts used one school for all of their in-service, taking up the entire parking lot. So if you are looking at legislation to do that, include in it that they have to do the in-service in their own building, not in one building in the whole district.
It's always something.
Justin Moore, Google, although this is kind of me without my Google hat. I just wanted to make an observation that, there's been a lot of discussion around fraud and hacking and these kinds of concerns, and, some pushback about security and the various steps that election officials take to keep these systems secure. I think one of the reasons that a lot of these theories can kind of take wing is that right now, with the data that's available to the public, it's very difficult for people to kind of distinguish between an unexpected election result that's just because the pollsters really missed what was going on, an unexpected result that could be the result of honest error, like a touchscreen calibration issue, and from something which could be more malicious. And so I think that the more data that is made available to the public and the more transparent, I think it'll be easier for election officials to demonstrate just kind of how well things generally go. But when you have kind of this perfect storm of warnings about Russian hackers and then problems with the bookkeeping with a lot of precincts in Michigan, that kind of makes a really fertile field for ideas like this to take seed.
Well, I think that goes back a little bit to what you said about making sure that everybody's sort of involved in the process and educated about the process, how it works. One other thing I want to bring up is that most elections we hear about poll workers, about the problem getting enough poll workers, getting trained poll workers. And actually, we didn't hear that. I didn't hear that much about that this year. And I'm curious if you feel like a lot of progress has been made recruiting enough poll workers, or much more needs to be done in that area?
I mean, I don't think we have firm numbers, and they're hard to get on whether there was a problem or not. I think it's a perennial problem, right? It's an issue all of you out there are facing. You wish you had a bigger pool to draw from, a better pool. But I do think that one of the earlier questions was about corporate initiative. We tried to get an initiative going, and we only moved an inch forward. But I do think that there is room to do this in future elections. That poll working is a service, it's a public service, and many companies give their employees time off to certainly serve a jury duty or to work with various important charities. But why not companies encourage their employees to serve a day or a series of days in early voting as poll workers? Again, it's something that a movement of people who are not retired people or students, which not all poll workers are retired people or students, but certainly a higher percentage of them are that, but to really involve people who are usually in the workday for companies to say, this is something we can give back and encourage our employees to do. That's something we wanted to do, started to do, but think we could do more and would love to see more of.
And I think that many administrators really leveraged social media to recruit poll workers this time around. I haven't seen any of the recruitment data yet to see if it was less than previous elections. I know that it's always a challenge to fulfill language translation poll worker requirements, to find individuals that have that additional skill set to service that voting population, and I think that that is something that is an ongoing challenge as well.
Do we have any other questions? Well, I guess my last thing, just going forward, what do you, are you going to still keep talking about this, Ben? Are you going to?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it really is one of those issues where Democrats and Republicans can agree that every qualified voter should be able to vote without barriers to doing that. And politically, it's important for Republicans to have something to be for. Put on my partisan hat in this area, just simply true. And so, yeah, I think we'll keep talking about it, but just like the issue with poll watchers, each one of these issues doesn't get solved in perpetuity. And it really is something that all of you have to deal with cycle by cycle, which we certainly appreciate.
Well, and also as we start, I mean, you just don't know what the next problem is going to be, you know, what's going to emerge.
Don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every election has a story. This was an interesting story. Each story is interesting, but I think that, to steal John's analogy, the snowball is continuing to roll down the hill. I don't know that we're necessarily losing much momentum because there's much more work to be done.
I'm gonna echo that and close on that.
Well, thank you very much, and I really appreciate you all being here, and we'll probably be back here in 4 years.
And thank you, Pam, for covering elections in such a fabulous way.
All right, if I could have the next panel, it's Kevin Kennedy and the elections data panel come up, please. Come on. Yep. Perfect.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've seen it work some places. I said he had some pictures.
Yeah. Everybody, could you all grab your seats, please? Thank you. I'm going to introduce Kevin Kennedy, former director and general counsel. Can you hear me? Colleen? There we go. There we go. If everyone could grab their seats, please. It's my honor to introduce Kevin Kennedy, former director and general counsel of the Wisconsin Government Accountability Board. Kevin left public service just this past June with the dissolution of the Government Accountability Board in Wisconsin, the GAB. He served as director and general counsel for the GAB from 2007 through this past summer. Before assuming that top position for the GAB, he was executive director and before that legal counsel for the Wisconsin State Elections Board. Kevin has served as Wisconsin's chief election official from 1983 until this past summer. Kevin?
Thanks, Sam. Welcome, everybody. I'm here thanks to Pew because former election officials don't go away. They just don't count anymore. So, sure was funny when I wrote it down. It's really an honor for me to be sitting here with what I consider three of the rock stars of election administration, particularly when it comes to numbers. But if I were collecting election administration trading cards, I'd want all of your autographs on this. They all have some common traits, and I'm not going to go through their resumes because you have them there, but they've all left an indelible mark on election administration. Tom is the chair of the Election Assistance Commission, I think it's called.
Still, yeah.
But he was there.
For now.
He was there at the beginning of HAVA, and those of us who were around when they were creating that, we can't tell you how important it was to have that great working relationship with the congressional staff and the members of Congress when HAVA was forged, because it really did get a lot of input from election officials. Anyone who has been to a presentation where Amber is talking about how she measures performance and evaluates the data to make the operations in Denver, the city of Denver and the county of Denver work, just knows how much she's going to be able to contribute to this panel here. Charles, probably no one's made greater contributions to data in elections and hydration in certain commissions than Charles Stewart. So I'm going to ask each of them to give a comment, but there are some goals and some polls that I wanted to note here as we got started. There was some talk earlier on about polls, and I did some numbers to prepare for this. I looked at some of the polling that had been done, and I realized that according to some statistics, 87.3% of those queried wondered what election officials did the other 3 years and 364 days when there was not an election. What they didn't figure out was there's actually a leap year in there, so it is 365. 73.8% of those asked thought that election officials were all volunteers. These are numbers that we have to dispel. What I'd like to do is really focus on how we can inspire election officials to embrace numbers that they can use to tell their story. And first I'm going to ask Tom Hicks if he could speak for a little bit, then we'll go to the other panelists. So everybody has some introductory remarks, then we'll have some questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to stand at the mic because I've had a bad coughing fit the last year or so, and it's easier for me to talk while standing. And I wanted to thank Kevin for all his hard work in these 30-plus years as an election official. I don't think that in fact, I know that the nation is going to be at a loss with you retiring, and we've seen that already. So I want to thank you for all your hard work. And I want to thank my fellow panelists because I do think that you two are rock stars. And I am glad to be riding on those coattails coming in here. Good afternoon, I'm Tom Hicks, Chairman of the United States Election Assistance Commission. I have two handouts up front. One is a snapshot of the data that I'm going to talk about a little bit, and then the other is a thing that one of our employees put together for those of you who might not know what the Election Assistance Commission is, to tell you what our four main duties are. So take that up outside there. First, I want to thank Pew, Michael for inviting me, and Sam for doing this, and the other hosts. And I'm going to talk briefly about our undertakings. The Election Administration and Voting Survey, otherwise known as EVES. EVES is a biannual survey used to collect state-by-state data on the administration of federal elections, including all 50 states, Washington, D.C., and the territories. It contains the most comprehensive data about election administration in the United States. The survey includes data related to motor voter, NVRA, the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, and a great deal of other election administration. Information such as provisional ballot data, before, early absentee and provisional data, and data related to poll workers. It also includes a statutory overview, which asks states in a series of open-ended questions about their election laws, definition, and procedures. This information helps the EAC and other stakeholders to understand the quantitative data and provides a fuller picture of the landscape of U.S. election administration. EVES is used by election officials and many other stakeholders to better understand how elections work in each state. Pew is a great example of this with its EVES, the Election Performance Index. Currently, we're working with Forrest Marsh, who is administrating the survey for 2016. We have a new video that's on our website at eac.gov, which will show some of the aspects of what Forrest Marsh is doing for us. States have already responded to our statutory overview, which we hope will be available early in the first quarter of 2017. And states will soon begin to complete the quantitative sections of EVES in our report with these data, which is due to Congress at the end of June 2017. There are several important improvements to the 2016 survey process, and we're looking forward to working with states to both ease the process of completing the survey and getting the most accurate and complete data possible. To that end, Forrest Marsh has contacted every state to discuss their previous experience with the surveys, how states respond to the surveys, and what works best for them. Many of the tools used to complete the survey more user-friendly. We've conducted 2 webinars, one which I've talked about, with many states participating with a walk through the EVES process. So 2016 and beyond. Additionally, we've worked with the Council of State Governments and working with FVAP, the Federal Voting Assistance Program, and state and local election officials to improve the Section B of EVES. The working group has already met several times, and in fact, they're meeting right now down in Williamsburg. And my other commissioners are down there while I decided to stay here in DC to be with you. That's kind of a joke, folks. Ease up. Ease up. You guys have got to ease up. The election is over, but we got to ease up a little bit. I know, all right, I'll say this. Usually I hate reading things, but my staff has been getting on my case about being too willy-nilly and off the cuff. So I'm trying to rein it in, not wearing the crazy socks and crazy ties, and actually do my job because we're trying to keep the agency together. So,
You're losing rock star status in a hurry.
So, yeah. So I'm almost done. All right. So I'll answer questions because I think that's probably better of going about doing this instead of doing something I'm uncomfortable with. Our goal is to continue to improve EVES, as well as making the process for completing the survey easier for election officials. We want to be transparent and clear about the process and always welcome feedback, which is true. So thanks again to Pew for this opportunity to speak about EVES, and I look forward to answering any questions about this data. All right, let's go back.
Amber.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to be here, and thank you, Kevin and Tom, for the very nice compliments. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've done in Denver and share some data and metrics that are from the presidential election that we just certified a few weeks ago. But for us, and I think that the approach that we've utilized in Denver, at least over the last 5 years. I've been in Denver for 11 years and have been director for 5 of those past 11 years. And our approach has really been about the voting process as a customer service issue. And so this kind of depicts sort of the values that we focus on when we're creating new innovations, when we're looking at this and we're looking at how to solve these issues. And I think that we've had tremendous success in doing that because we've looked at it from a customer's eyes, tried to improve the voting experience, and solved problems utilizing customer-specific data, direct interactions from voters from our office, with our office, and really tried to create a voting process for our voters that's meaningful, productive, and effective. And those are kind of the 3 things that we've certainly focused on. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the modernizations that we've done in Colorado that have
that have now had fantastic results from a data perspective. So in 2013, we modernized our model, and that included a few different things, a lot related to how the voting process would work, but also voter registration. In Denver, this is sort of how our data breaks down across our jurisdiction. And one thing that's happening in Colorado that I do want to note is that now 36% of Colorado is unaffiliated, by far the biggest voting bloc in the state, and that is also another reason why we are very purple. And then a couple things that happened with our modernization. The two things that I really want to talk about, because the next slide is going to be, or the next two slides are going to be very telling for you in terms of how these changes impacted some of the data. But when we looked at modernizing our model in 2013, one of the things that I did was analyze all of our provisional data, the reasons that people were voting a provisional ballot, whether or not they were accepted or not, and why. And the biggest reason that we had, at least in our jurisdiction and also for most of Colorado, was people were failing the 30-day precinct requirement. So in our state, you had to be a resident of your precinct specifically for 30 days prior, and that was the main reason that people were voting provisional. So that simple policy change would eliminate the majority of our provisional ballots in Colorado. So we opted for a state residency requirement. This depicts the turnout this year amongst the different age demographics in Denver, and this is specific to Denver. We actually had an 84% active turnout in Denver. As a state, Colorado ranks number 3rd in the country in terms of turnout. Yay. And this is how it breaks down from an age perspective, which I find interesting because you can kind of, as we expect, it sort of goes down as you get to the younger voters. But from 25 to 30, that's a pretty significant improvement over what we've seen previously at over 85% of 25 to 34-year-olds voting in the election, which is great. And then finally, this is our biggest, and I think this is one of the glaring statistics from our new model and the impact that it's had, most of which has been driven by those couple different registration changes we made. So in 2012, we had almost 11,000 provisional ballots cast in Denver. 1 in 28 voters cast a provisional, mostly because they were not at the correct polling place, because they had moved within that 30 days and were at the wrong place. 2016, we had only 341 provisionals across Denver. And Denver has the most active voters of any county in the state, so only 341 voters, one out of just over 1,000 voters. So this is a tremendous success story. This is a metric that we looked at while we were building a new policy and said, how can we move the mark? And I think this is a good example of what other states should also look at as they look at these policies for potential reforms. If you have a lot of provisionals, you likely have a problem in your policy. And this is a good depiction of that. And then Colorado also, obviously statewide, saw a huge decline in provisionals across the state, which is great news. And then the next thing I want to talk a little bit about is our proactive list maintenance. Eric has been a key component of our success in Colorado, and list maintenance was a key component of our modernization, because for us to deliver a ballot to you, we need to know where you are. So we really need to get our address data correct, we need to get our list clean, and we need to make sure it's effective. And so this has saved us a tremendous amount of money. We've seen a huge decline in undeliverable ballots, a huge decline in voter calls because they're getting their ballot mailed to them at their correct address. And I keep joking with Erica because I keep saying, why wasn't it named Erica? We need an A on the end. That's the next thing we need to do. And then ballot delivery, and these are a couple things that we've done from a technology perspective, but also driven mainly by what the voters told us directly. So after the 2008 election, presidential election, we were not ballot delivery yet. We had 3 different types of voting, so early voting, mail ballot, and polling place on election day. And we looked at our calls, and we had over 60,000 calls into our hotline that year. 1 in 5 voters had to call us to ask us something about how to vote. And the #1 call driver was mail ballot status. When are you mailing it to me? Am I on the list? Did you get it back? Did you count it? And so we looked and said, how do we proactively deliver this information to the voters so that they don't need to call us? And I kind of describe it as calls to clicks. That's sort of the mentality. So we developed Ballot Trace, and basically it's like tracking a FedEx package but for your mail ballot. So you get a notice on when it's been printed, when it goes out for delivery to you, and then all the way on the back end again, once we receive it and verify the signature, we send you a confirmation that it's going into the counting room. And we set up various ways to communicate this to voters, but we now have over a third of our voters that are opted in to get their messaging for this. And you can see how that's changed over time. And then we've also seen a huge reduction in the number of calls into our call center for ballot-related questions. And so this is another example of us using data to specifically address a customer service problem and create a technology to do it. And this was the first in the country, this ballot tracking program like this that was delivering messages via text or email, and now a lot of other jurisdictions are also utilizing it elsewhere. So finally, this is a customer service slide, kind of an infographic, and we're about ready to release our 2016 election infographics, so you're kind of seeing a preview of some of the graphics that'll be on there. But a couple of the other things that we did, we have dug in very deep into our customer service data. So yes, we're collecting all the normal election data elements by hour, when people drop off their ballots, when they vote, when they register, sort of all those things. But the call volume and the emails and the texts and the voter behavioral aspects of the election can really tell you the story about how you can improve your process for your voters. One thing that we did this year, we launched text to case. So we created an automatic system where voters could text us with certain keywords, and we'd have autoresponders. And you can see on here, of all the text messages we got, 96% of them we were able to use the autorespond function. So we didn't have to have a person do anything. We didn't have to have a person type any messages on their phone at all for the 96%. It was just simply replying back with information that voters needed. And then on the calls in the hotline, this is tremendous. So in 2008, 1 in 5 voters called us. We got a little better in 2012, and it was 1 in 15. And this year it was 1 in 37 voters had to call us. So this is tremendous. This is a huge reduction in costs, and this is another way that by collecting this data and then making adjustments in the 365 days of the year that we don't do elections, or 365 days of the year that we don't do elections. Everyone always asks me that, what do you do? And I'm like, well, we look at our data. But this is a good way that we can spend our time in between elections improving and building for the next time. And this is a good example of how for us that's happened. So with that, I think we'll do questions probably at the end, but my contact information is up here too if anyone wants to reach out to me directly for any other information. So thank you.
Charles, would you like to share anything?
Sure. I have a few things to say. First of all, drink up, everybody. So my task today has been to share just some words about the Elections Performance Index, which Michael mentioned in the introduction. And just as a start, if folks are interested, and if you haven't done so already, set up in the hallway right outside are some large screen computers and keyboards. And if you would like to play with the Elections Performance Index in its current version, go for it. It's out there. And if you haven't played with it before, here's an opportunity to do so. For the listening audience at home, if you use your favorite search engine and simply search for Elections Performance Index Pew, you will find the data visualization, and you can play with it from home. What I thought I'd do today is just reflect back a little bit on the background of the EPI, and then just say a few words about the future. So, the idea behind the Elections Performance Index, I think, a starting point, although it's not the ending point, was about a decade ago. Heather Gerken wrote a book on the Democracy Index, and put out there this idea that it would be valuable to be able to basically gauge how states and localities were running elections for a wide variety of reasons. Some of those were what's sometimes kind of pejoratively called the shaming aspect of things. So to the degree that things weren't going better, perhaps folks like people in the room could be shamed into doing better. But I think more broadly, that's a narrow way of viewing that argument. More broadly, the idea is to highlight the degree to which this is, first of all, an area of public policy. And important areas of public policy do have performance metrics associated with them, whether they be graduation rates or infant mortality rates or other things. And so there are measurables within election administration that communicate how well the systems are going. And then secondly, that those metrics then can be very valuable for communicating with yourself about how you're doing compared to other states or neighboring states, similar states. You can communicate with citizens about where things are going well, where the challenges are. And then finally, for communicating with funders, that is state legislatures, county commissions, and the rest, about where the needs are. And so this is really the big idea behind the Elections Performance Index, was to take some ideas that were embodied in that book and then run with them to see where we could go. And we went beyond the Gherkin formulation, which at the time was a simple concept of making sure that, asking the question, how convenient was it for someone to register to vote, and then how accurately was the vote counted. And one of the things that happened in the development early on of the EPI was actually to add a second dimension to that. And that second dimension is not only to focus on the convenience to the voters, but to take seriously the question of security and integrity of elections as well, to try to make sure that we had covered the entire waterfront in the elections. And I'd be happy to talk with this group in Q&A about measuring security as well as convenience, because it turns out that measuring security, as we know from this past election, is an important issue. It's an important issue of public policy. The public is concerned about it. Decision makers are concerned about it. It is inherently the hardest thing to measure, much harder to measure than measuring convenience. Nonetheless, we had this framework of convenience and security in these three different areas. We worked with a very active advisory committee, which, as it has evolved over the years, has involved about almost 50 people, election administrators, academics, who've really hammered on the metrics that are available in the administration of elections to try to come up with a robust set of measures. So the 17 indicators that we use within the Elections Performance Index really kind of touch on, I would say, three big buckets of data. First of all, to what degree are elections administered efficiently? So, for instance, Amber was just mentioning provisional ballots, and the perspective, on the one hand, provisional ballots are a good fail-safe, and it's great that we have them. On the other hand, it is a reflection on that something has gone wrong somewhere, and wouldn't it be better just not have provisional ballots in the first place, from an administrative perspective? So there's issues of administrative efficiency, I would say. Secondly, there's issues of participation, so turnout, those sorts of things that are baked into the EPI. And then finally, a very important point, which is actually the data itself and reporting data itself. And it struck the advisory committee, and it certainly continues to strike me, that at the very least, states and localities need to be communicating with the broader audiences just how much they're doing, how many ballots do they have, what's the work, what's the throughput, how big of a job is this to run elections. And so we rely on EVES, we rely on a lot of different some other sources of data, but at the end of the day, a big component of the EPI ends up being, and something that moves the numbers a lot, is how much do you participate in programs like EVES? And how much does the state communicate out to the world? So we have the 17 indicators that tap these various aspects of election administration. The advisory committee started with about 50 different indicators, and we whittled things down. There's a lot that you would like to have in an index like this, but it doesn't always pan out. Early on, we developed 3 desiderata for determining if something stayed in the EPI. One was, is the measure a valid indicator of election administration and how well things are going? But there are some other things as well. First of all, is this a measure of outputs or is this a measure of inputs? While we have some measures of inputs, ultimately what we want to know is, in a sense, not how hard people are working, but what are the results of election administration. And so we focused on the output measures that we could find from various sources. And then finally, there's the issue of permanence and reliability in the future. We don't want the EPI to be a kind of a one-trick pony, one and done. We were looking for the EPI to be perpetuated into the future. I'll come back to that in just a second. But to be perpetuated into the future. And this narrowed down the scope of the available data significantly. Because really we ended up focusing on mostly data produced by official sources, like EVES. And EVES, in fact, ends up being the source of about half the data. And so that's one of many reasons that I am praying every night for the continuation of the EAC and the further improvement of EVES, because it's really important. Since it's all about me, it's really important, I think, but more broadly, I think. I mean, the EVES also is an important resource for really tracking the performance of elections over time. So just a couple of words about how things have gone over the years. If you go and look, we first released EVES with data from 2008 and 2010. Then we've updated it from 2012, after 2012, and after 2014, we will be updating after 2016. At every iteration, we've been able to document, first of all, where some of the successes are in election administration and where some of the challenges are. But we've also, in general, been able to document an improvement across the board in the administration of elections since 2008, coming up to 2014, and we'll have to see where 2016 is. Overall, the states that do well in the EPI kind of reminds me of the old Dostoevsky quip about all happy families are alike and unhappy families are unhappy in their own way. In the EPI, states that rank at the top largely are all producing, although in different ways, similar outputs. High turnout, small amount of paper left on the table at the end of the day, a lot of data flowing out of those states. States at the bottom of the ranking oftentimes end up at the bottom for different reasons. One state might have really long lines. One state might not report much data out at all to allow us to judge. And that over time I've noticed at least, the states kind of at the bottom of the rankings beginning to kind of work on that one thing and see the state kind of rise up in the rankings. And then finally, as an aside, I just have to say that we do have stories of states feeding back to us how actually residing down in the lower levels has been useful in communicating with state officials, especially state legislatures, about the need to get more resources, the need maybe to do administrative changes in order to increase, increase the standing compared to the benchmarks against other states. So let me just finish by just saying a couple of words about the future. So we've had a new election, many of y'all have heard about it, and we will eventually have new data. And alas, we can't just immediately pull it out of the computers like Amber can. And so we're going to, over the next several months, and especially after EVES is released in the summer, be pulling together the data to record what happened in 2016. From what I can tell, my prediction is, again, I'm suspecting that overall we will document improvements in elections this time. We see that more states are responding to EVES, more states are being driven in their management of elections by data, and that's going to help drive the index up. As I reported this morning, there will be shorter lines almost everywhere, and line length is a component of the EPI. as a little bit of inside baseball, one of the things that we're going to have to deal with is the fact that it does look like, from my preliminary analysis, that between 1 and 2% of voters, additional to past years, abstained in the polling booth for the presidential election this time. And to the degree that that's actually a component in an odd way to the EPI, we're going to have to think about how we deal with the residual vote measure that's in the EPI. But at least we have 2 measures we know in which I'm pretty certain states will have an improved overall. So in the future, I've been talking about 2016. Michael has said it's okay for me to say that we've been talking with Pew about the possibility, about the likelihood of the EPI eventually moving over to MIT to live into the future, and that's not done yet, but we're certainly working in that direction, and it's my intent that for 2016 you will eventually see an EPI for this election and then EPIs produced in the future. In addition to just publishing what we've published before, it strikes me that there are new areas in which we want to work to develop new measures so that the EPI really does reflect the things that we want to know. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, it strikes me that measures of security and integrity are kind of thin within the EPI, and I do hope that in the next several years, kind of, EPI labs can work on ways of really getting good, objective, comprehensive, useful measures of things like the accuracy of voter lists and those sorts of things to incorporate more of that into the EPI. It also strikes me that, given the audience, that there's an opportunity to expand out the EPI franchise to states and localities. And I know that several states already have worked with Pew to develop their own version of the EPI, and it strikes me that this is a model really to be expanded out throughout the country. And I hope that in the next several years, I can work with, and others can work with state and local officials to try to push the idea of measuring election performance down into an even more local level. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you. And actually, Charles, I had all these follow-up questions for you, and you pretty much handled them. So that's good. But you're not excused because the audience is going to have questions for you. But Tom, you heard that half of what goes into the EPI comes out of the EVE survey. I remember sitting around the table with academics trying to convince them that election officials were living, breathing things, not just ciphers, and I think it worked. But a lot of discussion about what kind of data would be collected, but then the concern was from local election officials, state and local, why are we being asked to do all this stuff? What you touched on a little bit in your remarks, but could you expand a little bit about what are you doing to make this more user-friendly for the election officials, this being EVES, not only to get them to stress the importance of this, but to actually get the data in, because it's a mammoth undertaking and it's something that's relied on very heavily for the EPI reports, but academicians use it. What are you doing to make it easier for those of us who have to generate this data?
Well, thank you for that question. I think that it's very important to realize and know that when we ask folks to do this, it's immediately following an election where folks are tired, they don't want to think about it, they want to go on a vacation. But one of the things that we're trying to do is make it more user-friendly, remove some of the duplicative questions that are in there. We want to ensure that the questions, it's not as, it's going to be extensive, but we want to make sure that it's comprehensive as well. So I believe that, as we've worked with the CSG in terms of the Section B part with FFAP as well, that we want to make it more user-friendly. And we had talked about making it more web-based as opposed to the Excel spreadsheet. That's not going to come down anytime soon, but I think that there will be smaller changes to this survey that allow for folks to move forward with it. It's still going to be, it's going to be a pain, I'm sorry. It's going to be a pain. My staff's going to kill me because I'm going off script again. But
If you change those socks, it might be a better
I,
description.
I wore just plain black socks. So, oh, I should say this.
Check out Sam's.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where Sam went. But anyway, the one thing I'm supposed to say before before my remarks was to follow me on Twitter, because I'm supposed to be doing Twitter now. So it's redblue at redblue 2024. There we go, someone new. So redblue 2024. And on there, you'll see a picture of me from Election Day with crazy socks. So that's not answering your question, but go on. So.
Well, are you collecting any data on the feedback you're getting from locals to respond to these inquiries? It seems to me, we're being asked to, and we're talking about examples. Maybe are you getting a lot of feedback that maybe you could put out there that might get some more input from local election officials?
So there's, in all seriousness, there's two ways that we've collected data from local officials. One, my fellow commissioners and I go around the country and we talk to election officials, hear from them, and get an earful about what's going on with the survey. And I think that that is being taken into account as we move forward with changing the survey for not 2016, obviously, but hopefully 2018 or 2020, to make it more user-friendly, to make it more, so that folks like Charles can use it, and other groups and other aspects as well. But we do listen to people, and we do hear what's going on, and we are going to try to make those changes. One of the things I want to say is that we've lost a couple of staffers who were working on the EU survey, but I think that with Forrest Marsh coming in and other individuals who have joined our team, most notably Sam Green, who was Sean Green, who was from Pew, that we will be moving forward and looking at that as a way to improve the survey overall.
We'll let you off the hot seat for a minute. Amber, you have demonstrated the use of data. Your examples today were great. How do you find the time? And internally, how do you set the priorities to focus on this data? How do you get your staff to buy into how important this is? And then what are the logistics you have to overcome?
Well, so we very much have created a culture that, number one, creativity is really important about solving difficult challenges and coming up with good solutions. And I think that, a lot of the folks that have come into our office have come right out of college, and they've come from varying backgrounds. I mean, I've got two guys that are graphic designers that are, on staff, and they're doing some different things. We've got communications folks. We've got folks that have really come from different disciplines, which I think has diversified the skill sets that we have in our office. Denver, as a city and a county, very much the culture is fostered about data-driven analytics, and that's just across the city. So, when we talk about these things with, through the budget process or whatever else, it's all tied together in some way. We have metrics that we track very specifically from year to year, and that's across all city departments. And we even have a Lean Six Sigma team in the city called Peak Academy, and they actually now are training other jurisdictions across the country on how to do process improvement and save money. So the city overall has had a lot of success, and I think that we've been lucky to be a part of that, and we've really fostered the benefits of that. And my staff have gone through all the Peak Academy training. I have 5 different staff members that are considered black belts, meaning that they're process improvement specialists. And they've literally, every time we do an event or every time we do some sort of project around improving a particular process, we're able to document the savings that it's going to create. Sometimes it comes up meaning that we will purchase a new technology, but actually often it's just eliminating the waste out of an existing process. And I think that we're a good example of why tracking this data matters, because you can save money, you can implement new technologies, and I mean, we even implemented a new voting system in 2015 using savings that we've generated over the last couple years in our budget from improving the process. So we don't need any HAVA funds. We don't need any help from the state. We've just looked internally. And then also the voting model shifts in Colorado were very helpful. Our cost per voter is the lowest it's ever been, or at least that it's been in 15 years plus. And those are real numbers, and we continue to ask for less money. You know, the budget request I made for this year was the least amount that we had asked for when you compare 8 and 12. So it matters. You can save money and you can deliver better service all by doing this in a meaningful way.
Okay, good. Charles, Amber talked about how it saves money. You had made a comment that this data was important to you, but we also heard from Amber as the election official that it's the voter experience she's trying to improve. What would you say to inspire election officials in the area of data collection for them to see it as a higher purpose, for them to focus on the numbers, to meet the goals, not to satisfy some academician, but to improve your performance and improve the voting experience? How would you present a global pitch for that?
Well, I think that, I mean, the first thing I have to say is that, you know, I think academics will get along fine. And, you know, having come into this world, it strikes me that local election officials struggle. And, you know, that issue has come up time and time again, struggle to communicate the needs and also to focus on where the needs are and where the needs aren't. And you know, the press, and with all due respect to press coverage of elections, has a hard time distinguishing between the ephemeral, the irrelevant, you know, and the critical. And so, I mean, it strikes me that, as I mentioned in my early remarks, almost every other area, in fact, I would even go as far as to say every other important area of public policy has one or two metrics that administrators in those areas live and die by. And it strikes me that you know, what I've tried to do with the help of election officials has been to try to, you know, let's figure out that small set. It's not everything in Eves, or it's not everything, but let's find out that small set of metrics that can help officials communicate with all these audiences about how well things are going. Now, we can't promise that things will be better, but given the challenges, at least it seems to me that a strategic decision, I mean, strategic leader would want to have all the weapons at their disposal for making a claim on public funds in these ways. And so I would focus there just in terms of being able to communicate how well things are going, to credibly point out both successes and challenges, and to focus local decision makers around where the challenges are, and to really glory in the successes. Another thing I would say as well, and this gets back to I think your question to Commissioner Hicks, is that it also strikes me that, you know, we as a community of both academicians and practitioners can work together to figure out ways of making these metrics automatically generated. And many of these metrics, in fact, can be automatically generated if we just put our minds to it. And we're also finding increasingly vendors are interested in creating systems that generate the numbers. And so I also think that, this is not in your question, but it strikes me that in moving the ball forward and advocating for metrics, I think that an important part of the agenda is working together so that when, you know, y'all go out to, when election officials go out to vendors for RFPs for poll books or other election systems, to bake into that the data generation, so that it is not a further a further problem to try to manage my numbers.
I think that's a really good point. Let's take some questions from the audience. We do have microphones, so please wait until you have the microphone in front of you before you ask the question. Identify yourself.
Very State from Rhode Island.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Hi, Nellie Gorbea from Rhode Island. Just wondering, in the case of Denver, those automated texting responses that dealt with 96%, I thought that was really neat. Does that have a multilingual capability as well?
It does. We're a county that has Spanish as well under Section 203, so we would generate that in that way. And we actually, when you create the autoresponders, it's really, the system that we're using is very easy. We actually added additional ones during the election. So spell check, which I'm sure frustrates many people in this room, some of the, like ballot trace would change the spelling to a different thing. So we started getting all these that weren't quite exactly what it should be. So we actually added an autoresponder that had the spelling mistake in there, and then that would respond with the ballot trace info. So it's a really neat system because you can, number one, do bilingual, but then you can also, we actually put the wrong spelling for some words because of the autocorrect lovely feature on all of our devices. So, yep.
I think there's a question back here.
Thank you. Kyle Ardwin, First Assistant Secretary of State in Louisiana. Several years back, we passed legislation creating what we refer to as the 65 and older program, which is basically you sign up for it and you get an automatic ballot sent to your home. Unfortunately, what we're experiencing with the EPI is that we're actually being penalized because a lot of our senior citizens are still, even though they're getting the mail ballot, they're opting to vote in person, either through early voting or at the polling place. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention. Because the ballots aren't returned, we're actually getting penalized on the performance index.
I'm going to comment on that because Colorado and Oregon and Washington agree with you. So we get penalized because we're mailing out ballots, and all the states are already counted for turnout. So turnout's already, but then the states that are automatically mailing ballots, any unreturned, we're technically already being graded in turnout, which we do very well at, but the unreturned then is another hit. And so I know those 3 states have had many issues with that. So there's another state. There's a 4th state that has an issue.
So I have to say, I mean, two things. Thing number one has been, when we had the group of administrators and academics together now about however many years ago that was, 5-6 years ago, precisely these issues came up and how so for a first cut of an EPI, what's the way that you can triangulate into just one set of measures from the numbers that we got back? And on this issue in particular, I mean, the first cut was to kind of think about, well, what are the issues with, say, things like unreturned ballots or rejected ballots, et cetera. And I think the predominant thinking at the time was, first of all, to think about these unreturned ballots as being part of a fiscal drain that needed to be accounted for, and then potentially a problem in the case of a recount and kind of having a lot of paper on the table at the time. Now, 5-6 years later, I think that one of the things that we're discovering is there's getting to be a much greater heterogeneity with respect to a lot of these, processes. Absentee ballots is one of them. The use of provisional ballots is another one. And so I think that moving forward, here's an opportunity, I think now, having gone through a couple of presidential cycles, to revisit some of these questions and to ask whether in EPI version 2.0, there are ways of beginning to characterize states as participating in, for instance, a particular policy regime. So maybe as an example, maybe the automatic, the states with an automatic absentee ballot system kind of gets normalized in one way, as opposed to the remaining states, now only about a dozen, that are for cause absentee ballots. So I think there is an opportunity now in thinking about version 2.0 and how do we now take into account the different landscape without, at the same time, I think this is an opportunity to also ask states the questions, well, what are the costs of some of these innovations? It's easy sometimes to focus on the benefits of those innovations, and certainly the one you're talking about is a benefit to the state, but it does come at a cost. And I think the EPI will always have a little bit of a skeptical eye in trying to make sure that we don't minimize whatever costs there are, even if net there are positives to a lot of these innovations.
We got time for one more question, and I say this because originally we had 12 minutes left for the questions, but Pew is so concerned about how they're going to get measured about meeting their break time that they just took 10 minutes of questions out. So, Secretary Condos?
The only question I have is the timing of the EPI coming out. And it comes out right in the middle of the election. And it really is not, because it as much as it's supposed to be a helpful tool, it ends up being a tool to be used against election folks, people who are on the ballot. So if there's any way you can speed it up, I understand it's data. I respect the fact that you have to sort through it all. Get it out of August. Get it back into like April or something to get to actually release it. It's just too close to the election.
Can I just say something about that? In a bit of, and again, since we have Commissioner Hicks here, I mean, this is also, I think, related to improvements in EVES. I mean, there's two things about the timing of the EPI that I think need to be said. The first of all is that in the perfect world, we would be working on it right now, because it strikes me that I think, you can confirm this, but I think that the most effective time to have a measurement of how well the election went would be immediately after the election, because state legislatures are meeting and people, now that might be the opportunity to take advantage of this. And alas, because of when the data get released, the current population survey doesn't get released until April, if we're lucky. Of the next year. The EVES won't be released until the summer of the next year. It's also been the case that while the EVES has gotten a lot of criticism in the past because of issues about data completeness and accuracy, our investigation was that it was a lot better than people think nonetheless. It has required a lot of post-processing by us, and MIT and Pew has spent 6 months taking EVES data, cleaning it, verifying it, and making sure it's correct before we publish the EPI. I am very hopeful that with this, the developments that Commissioner Hicks has announced and the involvement of Ford's March, that we won't have to be doing the data cleaning, and that will speed up the release of the EPI by many months. And so, knock on wood. I'm hoping very much that we can accommodate that, because I would love to be able to do that.
Well, I want to thank all of you, your leadership in this, Commissioner Hicks, the work you've done, Amber, as an inspiration to all of us. Charles, I think you really fleshed out so much of what was going on here. These three people, they are rock stars. Congratulations. And I'll say this, if you want election data before the next session, have a statewide recount right after the election.
Thank you.
No, the time was Everyone could please start to take their seats again. If everyone could kind of come in and take seats again, we're going to start in a minute or two. Thank you. All right, if everyone could grab seats, we are going to start the final session of the day. And I'm going to introduce Jen Tolentino, the Director of Civic Tech and Policy at Rock the Vote. She manages the continued development of Rock the Vote's online voter registration platform, coordinates external voter registration partnerships, and spearheads all voting rights, election administration, and technology policy work for Rock the Vote. Prior to joining Rock the Vote, Jen worked on the Voting Information Project with the Pew Charitable Trust. As a former elections team alumni, there are a few in the audience. Jen is one of them. And she is now going to come up and introduce the next panel.
Thank you guys. I'm super excited to be here. We are doing this panel a little bit differently. Essentially, we're going to have each of our panelists speak by themselves and give you a glimpse into what 2020 is going to look like in terms of elections, what their vision is, and what do they see coming down the pike. It is a representation of all the different places that people work within the election space. So it's not just election officials or civic engagement organizations, but it's sort of a good overview of what everybody who is working together to increase voter turnout and make sure that every eligible voter has a voice, what they see making a difference. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands this is very squarely focused on elections. This is not politics. This is making sure we are talking about elections and how we improve them. And everybody is kept to a very tight 8 minutes. I will be very aggressively getting people off of the stage if they are not within their 8 minutes. So everybody also make sure that you can play music if it seems like they're clearly going on. It's fine. And so now our first person is going to be Judd Choate. Dr. Judd Choate. He is the State Elections Director for Colorado and the President-elect of the National Association of State Election Directors. Judd has a JD from the University of Colorado Law School and both a PhD and MA in political science from Purdue University. He's the author of a book and several peer-reviewed articles on political behavior. In a previous life, Judd was a scout for the Kansas City Royals. He earned his JD from the University of Colorado School of Law and the Master's of PhD in political science from Purdue University. So, Judd, one other thing, we are trying to move this quickly, so please hold applause to the end. It might be difficult, but that's sort of what we're trying to do. Mostly just, don't clap for Judd. We can clap for everybody at the end.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. I figured with that late break, it'd be me and about 3 other people here, so I'm really excited to see you all. I'm going to present a kind of a radical idea to all of you. It's actually, it shouldn't be radical at all, but it is sort of radical in our world, especially in sort of the election administrator world. So stick with me for a minute and imagine a future in which all of the election administrators here, the people that work in the counties, the people that work in the states, state boards, secretaries of state, and otherwise, my radical idea is that all of you need to focus in on one really important measure for the 2020 election or 2018 and going forward. And that is that we all need to be driving turnout. I know that many people see that as radical because they think that they are the referee. And in many respects, we are the referee. But I need you to think outside the box and not think of yourself as a referee. there are a number of policy decisions, sort of policy forks in the road, where there is a good policy and a bad policy. And I need election directors and other people who are in elections to start making the right choices and advocating for the right policies to drive up turnout, because that's really the only marker by which we are measured. And that is the number of people that we can get to the polls and get to the polls to do the work that they're supposed to do, which is to vote in an important election. There are two ways to drive turnout. They're sort of the two sides of the same coin. One is to drive up registration, and the other is to improve voting. So let me talk about registration. If you are a state right now, and I speak to not only those in the room, but to those who might be listening or watching, if you are a state which does not have online voter registration, you are no longer waiting for the water to be warm. You are now late, and you are doing a disservice to your voters. You need to get online voter registration so people can update their voter records. In the state of Colorado, we've had nearly, and this month we will turn to 2 million transactions online since 2010. So we started April 1st of 2010. The joke was on us, for those of you that know your dates. We started April 1st, 2010. Since then, we've had 2 million transactions. If you think about it, those 2 million transactions, first of all, we wouldn't have had 2 million transactions, but the 2 million transactions we would have gotten would have come in on paper, and they would have been messy and bad. They would have required hand entering. There would have been mistakes, double entry, all sorts of problems which were eliminated by OLVR. Please, if you're in a state that doesn't have online voter registration, get online voter registration. Another thing you can do is go to your DMV, develop a relationship with them if you don't have one, but hopefully you do, and start investigating the way that they process registrations, the way that they encounter a voter, a potential voter. Talk to them about the language that they use. Are they saying it right? And by the way, there is an NVRA way to say it, which is the wrong way to say it. The NVRA has terrible language in it, and I'm telling you right now, you should disobey the NVRA. And you should instead say it in the way that makes more sense. In Colorado, we don't call it this, but we effectively have automatic voter registration, because when we do a transaction, the person at the DMV says, you just gave me a whole bunch of information. I'm going to use that information to register you to vote or update your voter registration unless you tell me otherwise. And so that's basically an opt-out philosophy. And then if they say, oh yeah, that's fine, then you say, I need to know your party affiliation. And I need you to answer the next 3 questions. Are you 18 years of age or older? Are you a US citizen? Are you a resident of Colorado? So then you've completed the entire transaction. It took another 15 seconds to do that completion, and you have effectively created a way to automatically register people. That's a way to drive up registration, because registration is the essential building block to voting. Very important. If you join ERIC, you will reach out to every one of your eligible but unregistered voters. That's one of the great features of being in ERIC. I very much encourage you to reach out to ERIC and learn more from John Lindback or one of the states. Colorado is obviously one of those states. It's a very sophisticated system. It works great for list maintenance, and one of the really important features of it is that it drives up registration and thereby drives up turnout. There are other ways to engage with PSAs, with ad campaigns. I have another idea, though. Reach out to the states that are doing really well. Colorado is doing really well. Minnesota, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, Iowa, Maine. Those are all of your top vote percentage states, VEP, voter eligible population percentages. Reach out to those states. Reach out to the independent groups and the nonprofits that work in this area. David Becker at the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Adam Ambrogi, who was here, I saw, at Democracy Fund, and Stacy Van Zuden from Democracy Fund. And Pew, Sam Durheimer, and others. They know the ways that you can drive up registration. Talk to them. They will help you. It's important, so you really need to do it. So let's talk about voting. On the voting side, what you need to do is figure out how to get a ballot in people's hands. This is the essential element of voting. If they don't get in close proximity to a ballot, they can't vote it. So in Colorado, we decided to just mail it to them. So we mail to every active voter in an election. That's a great way to get a ballot in people's hands. But it's not the only way. There's also early voting, and then a whole bunch of things you can do on election day if you want to focus in on election day. But all of those features are ways to drive up turnout because of the way that you're getting the ballot to them. You're getting it to them with good information, with enough time, in a manner that allows them to actually vote it. And then I'm going to make one more plea. Colorado has same-day registration since 2013. It works. I have to tell you, it absolutely works. It's not that hard either. If you needed 29 days to investigate whether somebody is eligible to register to vote, that's crazy. You don't need 29 days to do that. And in fact, just as a general policy, it might make sense to reduce the number of days that you need if you're not going to go to same day. Reduce it down to 15 or whatever you need to make something like that work. Elections are basically the single most important American institution that we have. We have to protect it. We have to make sure that it continues to prosper. And the way that you can do that is to make it easier, make it more sort of integrated into people's lives. And we as election professionals who take this stuff very, very seriously need to be advocates for good policies, like the policies that I've outlined, which will drive up registration and drive up turnout. Thanks.
Amazing job staying under 8 minutes. All right, our next speaker is Cathay Feng. She is the Executive Director of California Common Cause and the National Redistricting Director for Common Cause. Cathay Feng is, she spearheaded successful initiative campaigns to create an independent citizens commission to redistrict state and congressional districts across California. She's also led California efforts to successfully pass online voter registration, same-day registration, 16 to 17-year-old pre-registration, election day synchronization, the California Motor Voter Act, the voter-centered elections, lots of amazing things. And I think Cathy is now going to speak to you a little bit about what she sees as the future.
Thanks. Oh, they made this podium for somebody much taller. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? We've seen a lot of statistics. We started the day with great statistics. We ended the day with more statistics. I want to tell you a story. And that story is of my aunt, who came to the U.S. about 25, 30 years ago. She did not speak any English. She came with her son. She came because she had a difficult family situation that didn't allow her to stay in the country that she came from. And she lived here for a good 20 years, working, and in a little bubble where she did not take the citizenship test. And part of the reason why was because it was such a huge intimidation factor. And I remember one day finally talking to her and saying, can I coach you through this? And I made little cassette tapes, and I found those 100 most commonly asked immigration questions, and I read them very slow in 3 different ways in little fragmented phrases. And we slowly learned how to say the words judiciary and executive and legislative. And she learned how to pronounce the governor of California's name, who at the time was Arnold Schwarzenegger. And it was so hard for her to say that word. I say that story because then the next step for her was to get her interested in U.S. elections. And it wasn't like she wasn't following the news, and she did have opinions, and she thought about the ballot initiatives that Californians were facing. But again, the intimidation factor of going from I read the newspaper or I talk to my friends to the amazing amount of responsibility in marking a ballot and sometimes going to that polling place all alone was too much for her to do alone. In California, particularly in Los Angeles, we have embarked, and I'm going to just say I'm owning what Dean Logan's doing, which is really amazing, and it's much credit to LA County Registrar, what they've been doing. But they've really embarked on a human-centered approach to elections. And this is a phrase that I learned recently, and I had to sit through a lot of these people who do this work, and the number of times that they said the word iterative was driving me nuts. But now I get it. And that is that in order to reimagine how we do elections, what we have to do is start with the person's story of who's coming to the ballot booth, who's trying to mark that ballot, what are they facing when they get there. And so LA County worked with an organization called IDEO, and they basically interviewed voters and non-voters, and they figured out the life path and the stories of many different kinds of voters. So for instance, one of the first groups that they started out with was voters with disabilities. And they thought about it from every single different angle, right? So people with physical disabilities, people with mental disabilities, people who had eyesight that was just slowly failing them. And they really figured out how they came to the election process. People who are immigrants, people who have never cast a ballot, but they have in another country, but who feel intimidated here because of language or other barriers, right? People who are regular voters, but just find this to be such a hassle, and the idea of having to stand in line for an hour and having to navigate through dropping off the kids and coming back from the job and all the other responsibilities, that may be the reason that squeezes them from voting. And really thinking through, when people then interact with the election system, what do we need to build to make sure that we understand what their lives are about? It's a very different approach. So Los Angeles had the strange situation where after the Help America Vote Act, folks, many of you may remember Connie McCormick, she received Help America Vote Act money, but sat on it and didn't buy a new voting system. And from the community perspective, it drove us nuts, because it was like, what are you doing? We have an opportunity to buy new voting systems that can give people who need language assistance or disability assistance something. But now, more than a decade later, it seems like it's something that has a little foresight. And the reason why is that in waiting, what's happened is that they've been able to sort of take what's happened in many other counties and rethink their whole approach. And LA County's new approach is, well, let's just build that system from ground up. And that is the benefit of being a very large jurisdiction, but building it from ground up, starting from the voter's story, and rethinking how people can make the most of that voter experience and meeting them where they're at, is a whole different approach. It's a different approach in terms of usability and access. It's also a whole different approach in terms of security, right? And who owns the voting system, who owns the code, who is responsible for that system when you interact with it. Now, just a couple of things that are exciting, and I'm sure some of you have heard of this, right? One piece is that this voting system is now modular, right? So to the extent that at some point other jurisdictions may be looking at it, you can buy pieces of it, not the whole thing, and it's not a one-size-fits-all, so you can modify as appropriate for your jurisdiction. The second is that it really imagines that you may be doing your voting at home, you may be using your smartphone, you may be sitting next to somebody for some assistance, but are there ways to capture those voter choices, perhaps on your smartphone, so that when you get to a location or a drop box, that you can just use your cell phone to swipe and indicate what you want, the ballot prints out with your voter choices, voila, no lines. A lot of innovations like that really are rethinking how we're doing that. And I will say now, with Secretary of State Padilla heading up California's elections process, we have really found a champion in being able to bring that voter-centered approach to the entire voting system, right? And being able to pass all of those laws that rethink how we encounter elections. Now, in California, there are still a lot of people who are really attached to the notion of, I want to vote at my polling place. I want to walk through fall leaves if I have them. I want to have that human interaction. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that a supermajority of voters are already starting to cast their ballots at home because they receive a vote by mail ballot And when you aren't voting at home and you want to go drop off your ballot or you want to go to a place to vote, you may not be voting at that place that was your designated location. Maybe you want to find a location that is on your route to work or on your route to pick up your kids or on your route to the grocery store, right? And the idea that, again, thinking about how we structure every other aspect of our lives, you Google the restaurant that's closest to you with the highest star rating, you might be doing the same thing with polling places. So can we rethink that? In 2018, there will be 15 counties that launch this new voter-centered approach. That represents 9.5 million voters. It's over half of, or almost half of all Californian voters. We are about to launch one of the biggest experiments in changing the way that we cast ballots, and hopefully it will be something that we can learn a lot from, but hopefully it will also be something that becomes a very celebratory process. Thank you.
That's great. I also have the privilege of working with Cathay on the Future of California Elections Coalition. So amazing work in California. I'm really excited to see where that goes. Our next speaker is Justin Reamer. He's the RNC Chief Deputy Counsel. He has extensive experience in election law and administration, and he previously served as the Deputy Secretary and the Governor's Confidential Policy Advisor at the Virginia State Board of Elections, and as counsel to the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration. He has helped lead several improvements to Virginia elections, including the adoption of online voter registration, upgrades to its voter registration list maintenance practices, and numerous other reforms. He has helped coordinate and implement Virginia's 2011 redistricting efforts, administer the 2012 presidential election, and conduct the statewide recount in 2013. So, Justin?
Thank you very much. Sort of an initial observation. I remember being here 4 years ago, and it seemed like there was a lot more pessimism as far as how the past election went, just from the nuts and bolts and sort of the blocking and tackling of our elections. And it seems like some of the things that Professor Stewart has discussed, that perhaps generally this last election was just perhaps better run, that maybe we learned a lot from 2012. And so I think that's really positive. I don't want to really review too specifically some more of the more macro trends in voting, particularly when I think they've already been reviewed by a lot of the earlier speakers. I think they're pretty clear. Voters are opting to vote early or absentee in greater numbers. More states are continuing to adopt online voter registration. They're sharing their voter registration information with one another, and slowly, perhaps too slowly, replacing their old DREs and outdated equipment with new scanners and auditable paper trail voting devices. I also want to mention the PCEA. I think the PCEA really did a great job identifying a lot of these trends, and I think they really, they did a great job in recommending their reforms. I think moving forward, I think that there's nothing stale about the PCEA's report, even though it's come out now almost 4 years ago. Their work is largely, I think, going to continue to drive the conversation and policy agenda at the state level during the next election cycle. So I think there has been a lot of progress that's been made based on the recommendations from the PCEA, but I think there's still more to be done, and I think it's going to continue to be the vehicle that is sort of used to implement changes at the state level. But coming as a perspective of this, as someone from a national political party, I'd like to discuss something a little different and, frankly, perhaps a little bit, hopefully not too into the weeds, but a little bit more specific and in the weeds. Frankly, in the weeds. And that is the emerging importance and benefits of what the PCEA called the integration and promotion of states' online voter registration systems by third parties in the form of voter registration APIs. Does everyone have an idea of what I'm talking about, more or less? Okay, great. No? Someone not? All right. And then secondly, I'd like to discuss the continued need for improvements in the availability of basic election data, particularly pre-election data. I think particularly the academics understandably want the post-election data to be able to analyze the election and do things like the metrics of ranking states. But from the political party standpoint, really one of our most important things is getting the information ahead of time so that we can drive our voters to the polls. Speaking to the election officials in the room, I do know there's some of you. I have to admit, I know that the parties annoy you. I know that we ignore you for about 2 years until a month or two before the election, and then you can't get rid of us until after the election. And in the case of folks in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania right now, you still haven't got rid of us as they're recounting ballots, or up until very recently, we're recounting ballots. When I was a state election official in Virginia, even though I'm obviously a Republican, both parties frankly drove me nuts, and sometimes my own party more than the Democrats. I frankly viewed them as somewhat of a nuisance that prevented our agency from serving the needs of voters and local election officials. Let's face it, nothing can cause a flood of phone calls to a state or local election office like a party mailer that goes out and has perhaps bad early voting information or something like that. So, or a stack of voter registration applications at the deadline and many of them being duplicates. I totally understand that. And so that's something that we have to fix, and I'm going to sort of talk about hopefully being able to streamline some of those things. But I have to also admit now, being on the other side of the coin, working for the political parties, leaves me with a little bit more of a nuanced take on where things are, especially appreciating the large role that parties have in other groups like Rock the Vote and other groups that are involved in voter reg activity. The sort of large and outsized role that we have in driving voter registration and voter turnout. And so really what I'm talking about is that I think that there's opportunities for us to be able to work together as partners in light of the fact that we are such a we could be such a force multiplier in being able to drive voter turnout and engage in voter registration activity, hopefully in a way that's somewhat less disruptive than it's been in the past. Because I know as a former election official that third-party voter registration activity can be excruciatingly frustrating on whether it's a conservative or liberal group engaging in it. So in light of this and the large impact on the voting process, my hope and prediction is that we can work as partners on making sure that we can more easily register voters as well as get better access to the right information so that we can communicate with our voters the best times and locations and the right information about where and when they're supposed to vote. On the registration side, I think the emergence of online voter registration APIs, such as those developed by Pennsylvania and other pass-through tools, are starting to get the attention of the political parties, and they represent a significant opportunity for election officials to eliminate many of the headaches associated with third-party registration drives, such as lost and duplicate registrations and the labor demands of processing thousands of paper applications at the deadline. These APIs also present opportunities to enhance the integrity of our registration system and better protect against voters from identity theft. The virtues of online voter registration from an integrity standpoint, frankly, one of the major selling points to Republicans on getting online registration passed in the states, will also be present when parties are tapping into the OVR system for their registration work. The APIs also have the potential for election officials to better monitor third-party registration activity in the event of problems. Currently, frankly, the RNC does not place as nearly as much emphasis on getting voters to register directly online because it inhibits our ability to gather data about voters so that we can later communicate with them and get them to vote. And so that's a major problem. And frankly, if we have the option between the online side and the paper side, we choose the paper side just because we are able to get that data. So like many other groups, our end product is a national voter registration form that's printed, signed, and ultimately delivered to the state or county election official. However, when made available and designed properly, I believe the parties will integrate these APIs and pass-throughs based solely on the self-interest because it makes it easier to get our voters registered to vote. It allows us to still collect basic information about the voter for later follow-up, and it eliminates the risks of losing applications or delivering them late. While some states are already working towards these goals, it is too early to call it a trend. I do predict states that will see the benefits and work to develop these platforms to allow third parties to harness these reforms like online voter registration. Looking further ahead, I see similar, oh, am I in time? Okay, all right, sorry. Okay. Looking further ahead, I see similar opportunities to utilize similar API solutions with states' online absentee ballot request forms, as we have already recently seen rolled out in Virginia, where some groups were getting applicants to register for an absentee ballot to apply for an absentee ballot electronically via tablet devices. Some states do seem to be recognizing that many of the same benefits of online voter registration also apply to online absentee ballot requests. Additionally, allowing for the electronic submission of absentee applications will help get ballots to voters more quickly and hopefully reduce the numbers of late arriving absentee ballots that are unfortunately not counted. If parties can tap into voter registration API, then why not online absentee applications? I believe that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's great. Thank you very much. That was really, I, as a large nonprofit that is very engaged in voter registration across the country, appreciate the sentiments. Now I would like to introduce Secretary Natalie Tennant. She is West Virginia's 29th Secretary of State. Throughout her administration, she has been a leader in promoting open and engaging government and business-friendly initiatives. She has streamlined the Secretary of State's office to make it more efficient and cost-effective while improving services for voters, candidates, business owners, and citizens. She has helped West Virginia emerge as a leader in the national stage in election modernization by implementing online voter registration and helping West Virginia become the third state in the nation to pass automatic voter registration. So, welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Tennant, and I am an election modernizer. Thank you. Well, the bad news is my term is ending, and I don't yet know how those modernization efforts will continue. The bad news. The good news is, as Tammy Patrick said, it's in my blood now. So I know it will continue. I just don't know how yet. For any of those who know me, many of you do in this room, you know how much I love West Virginia, how proud I am to be from West Virginia. And West Virginia, being one of the smallest states, is not one where some would imagine that there's a whole lot of innovative, forward-thinking initiatives, but there are, and I'll tell you a few. In the Secretary of State's office, we've moved online business filings to nearly 90%. We started an online chat feature. We've enhanced our online business portal and created a big map, which just this summer won a national award from the National Association of Secretaries of State. We have created the state's FOIA database, and we webcast most of our public meetings. On the election side, we have online voter registration that we developed in-house. We did an online voting pilot project for deployed military members that was successful. We worked with Inspire US and Inspire West Virginia on innovative ways to get 18-year-olds registered to vote, and we've used social media and video storytelling to launch our recent Why I Vote video series. So the question posed to us is, what do I think that election administrators need to prepare for leading into 2018 and 2020? Well, certainly, we're talking about the advancements in technology and election modernization efforts that come to fruition all across the United States. For example, automatic voter registration, that's an easy one. A technology and modernization effort that in most states needs to be passed by state law. That is, unless you're Denise Merrill, who just goes and signs an MOU with the DMV, and voila, they have automatic voter registration, right? That easy, wasn't it? Well, little old West Virginia, yes, happened to be the third state to pass AVR in 2016 legislative session, followed by Vermont, right, Secretary Condos? So West Virginia, the third state in the nation. I don't really have enough time to tell the whole story, but it's a great one. And since that time, we have spent our time assembling a group of stakeholders to write the rule, that now needs to be submitted back to the legislature to be worked on in the 2017 election. And the law is scheduled to go into effect July 1st of 2017. Now, that may or may not happen. I certainly hope that it does, because I believe in AVR. I believe it's part of our future in election administration for the right reasons. It's smart, it's convenient to the voter, it saves time and money as it's being incorporated into a process that already exists. And it has the potential to leave very few people behind. Now, that's exactly what I want to take a moment and talk about and make sure that we talk a lot about today. Not leaving people behind. Is AVR something that we need to prepare for 2018 and 2020? Absolutely. Rhode Island's doing it, right, Nellie? They're already working on it. There are also major initiatives now that are innovative and forward-thinking too, like the use of big data from voting machines on Election Day to help serve voters and prepare to react to various scenarios. There are states building apps to enhance worker or voter knowledge and experience, just as Kathy was saying. One enhancement that I would like to see and like to continue to see enhanced, we haven't really talked about this, is online ballot delivery. If Judge says we've got to get the ballots to people, then why don't we enhance online ballot delivery, not just to deployed military members overseas? Here's my story from Election Day. There's nothing worse on Election Day to have your state elections director come to you and say that there are veterans in the VA hospital who want to vote and didn't get the chance because they didn't call their county clerk's office before noon. What kind of feeling is that? On Election Day, veterans in a hospital not being able to vote. And I looked back at Lena and I said, I've got the solution for this. I just got to get reelected and get it done. Well, something happened on the way there, but that's where you all come into play. Online ballot delivery for our veterans in VA hospitals, our disabled American veterans who are at home. How about our college students who would love to be able to have ballot delivered online? So that's something that we can be thinking of, and I want to see moved forward and pushed. So as we look forward to the future and innovate, let's not forget to bring everyone along with us as we move forward. That's why I'm so proud of the work that we've done to innovate West Virginia Secretary of State's office. I'm proudest that we haven't left voters behind. We have one of the largest populations per capita of disabled voters, veterans, and unfortunately now, not just West Virginia, but we as a state are facing a drug crisis, are we not? That is putting many people in question. If they've served time in prison, their parole and their probation, they need to know that their voting rights can be restored. And we all have to address that as election administrators. So they're all populations that we must bring along with that and make sure that they have access. Our collective goal should be to make sure that we're innovating in ways that leave no one behind and turn our non-voters into voters. And as we innovate, though, we must remember, and if you can believe this coming out of Natalie Tennett's mouth, we also must remember that there still is a place for paper sometimes, and for informational brochures, and face-to-face interaction. West Virginia is your case study and your balance. Use us. So, speaking of balance, I want you all to bear with me. When I think of election administration and modernization, I think of a Diamante poem. Stay with me here. You got to come along my train sometimes. What's a Diamante poem? Do you remember that from school? I didn't until my 9th grader had to come home and practice it a couple months ago. A Diamante poem looks like a diamond. Diamante, diamond, and so it's pointed at the top and the bottom. The single words at the top and the single word at the bottom are opposites. The words in between work to find common ground and to find overlap. So my poor communications director, can you imagine being my communications director for me? So here's what we tried. A Diamante poem. Advanced, new, modern, improving, progressing, moving. Ideas serving people, important messages, slowing, stopping, backward facing, rudimentary, old-fashioned, primitive. There's your Diamante poem about election administration that can all work together. And that's what we're all doing. We're balancing the most innovative advancements with processes that are still a little more slow moving because we want to bring everyone along, don't we? We want to bring everyone along. So while my administration is ending, our collective work in election administration is not. That's why these conferences like this, like NAS, Leslie Reynolds, like NASED, like the Brennan Center, like Pew, like I could continue to name them all, are so important for us to get together and learn from each other because we cannot individually solve every problem, but together we can do so much. I like to look at it as we each have a piece of the puzzle. Let's share that piece of the puzzle to create the bigger picture of success. Thank you all very much.
I think we'll all miss Secretary Tennant, but I bet she'll be around all the time. So now it's my turn to hold myself accountable to 8 minutes while I quickly talk about what I see as the future for elections, probably representing the civic engagement for young people across the country, but the civic engagement community in general. And also, before I talk about what I see as the future, I just wanted to give a little background on where Rock the Vote sort of started in terms of its work to improve elections. So one of the first things we did was we worked with REM, and in their release of their Out of Time album, they had postcards for people to send in advocating for the NVRA. They then sent in thousands of these postcards, and Rock the Vote is credited with being a huge movement in the passage of this act. I had not known that fact previously, and I found that to be sort of rooting in the work that we do to continue to drive forward progress to make elections work for young people everywhere. So we've been around for 25 years, and we will continue to advocate to make sure that young people are engaged and that the electoral system works for them. As online voter registration sort of took off, Rock the Vote had been doing a version of online voter registration back in 2000 where we were working with a number of just fun partners beyond MTV, because now MTV is not the only place young people go if they ever go to MTV. So we were doing OVR through the federal form in 2000 before any states were doing online voter registration. Now, 33 states plus DC are doing online voter registration, so we are able to pass to a number of you guys to help us finish the process and make sure that it's accurate if the voter is eligible to do it. As a third-party registrant, the trouble that we found is that, as Justin mentioned, we want to have the data. Our partners want to have the data. We have a platform that is available to partners across the country for free. It's open source. It allows them to have non-sensitive back-end data access, but that also means that we want to capture it up front before we pass it to the state. So we worked with states like California and Washington and Nevada to do some level of pre-population, so we would capture it and then we would pass them to the website so that there would be a little bit more of a seamless user experience, so that there was a little bit less duplication. Recently, Pennsylvania and Virginia both opened up their online voter registration systems with APIs that allow third parties to actually integrate with them. So we worked very closely with Marion in Pennsylvania, and I'm very grateful for your team's patience with us as we went through everything and she built this out. It was finished in mid-August, and we released a mobile app with Pennsylvania Voice that actually takes advantage of all of the improvements that having an API for third parties makes available. So this means that for our web tool, eventually you can build off of the API where, rather than having the problem where we're passing to a state website and there's that weird user experience where they start at Rock the Vote or they start at League of Women Voters and then they're on a state website, they can actually finish the process completely on a third-party platform. That might sound scary, but that is also okay because Pennsylvania has set forward exactly what they want everybody to collect, the fields that they would accept, how we represent the information. It is very clearly aligned. It took a very long time to come to the agreements. So it's something that only authorized users are able to do. And so what we did was we built an app, And before everybody says, why did you build an app? We built an app because this meets a need that field organizations and like parties, campaigns have for online voter registration. So many states have passed online voter registration, but you're still getting a lot of paper forms because of field organizations that want to do canvassing, that want to do these things. This allows Pennsylvania to potentially move into a completely paperless online voter registration system. So the app, you do not have to be connected to the internet to collect electronic registrations. It makes sure that every application that is received is complete so that deputy, county clerks are not receiving incomplete information that isn't a paper form that they can't read, that they have to type in. The field organizations also are not then taking paper forms, copying that information, and then submitting it. It becomes a much more seamless, cost-effective way to run a field canvassing operation. We worked with the Analyst Institute and Pennsylvania Voice to run a pilot to evaluate the effectiveness of this, so we're really excited to see how this turns out, and we will be doing improvements throughout. We're excited to hopefully work in Virginia to also do the same since they also released an API. So that's one of the things that I think will be moving forward in the civic engagement community. Another component for me is as more states move toward automatic voter registration and a number of different ways where third parties don't really need to spend the time and the resources registering voters, we will be able to move into the space where we are focused our energy on turnout, where we have the ability to convince voters why they need to vote. You at the state and the local level can get them ready, get them prepared, make sure that they're able to vote on election day, and us at Rock the Vote and all of our partners work to convince them why it's important. So we did a couple cool things that I'm looking forward to expanding in future elections, one of which was, it's called Election FM. We used voting information data, which I'm plugging again. It is so, so helpful to have. It's an incredible resource that all civic engagement organizations across the country were able to take advantage of for free. We built out a microsite using the polling place information, and then we created geofences around polling locations and hopefully drove voters to the polling locations where once they were within 1,000 feet of a polling location, they could stream music that had not been previously released. So if you wanted to hear the new hits, you had to get to a polling location to hear them. So the concept is literally driving people to the polls with music. We're hoping to eventually, I think it'll be interesting to see how different voter turnout techniques work in smaller elections where people aren't as aware of what's going on, where we can dig in a little bit deeper and there's not as much noise so we can see what is really effective. But overall, I am very excited about the opportunity to focus more on turnout versus focusing so much energy to register voters. We, along with our partners, registered 1.7 million voters this year. It was a ton of work. It would be amazing if next time we don't necessarily register as many voters, we just reach the ones that really were falling between the cracks and moved more of the electorate to the polls. So I will end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could you guys all stand up and take one more full round of applause, please, everyone who just went.
There isn't going to be a Q&A on this stage. Hold your questions, carry them 2 blocks away to Fiola, and stalk everyone at this table and ask them your questions in person. We're going to let you out. I'm just going to give you a few final words. We're going to end today. Today's conference is coming to a close. We want the discussion to continue. We want you to carry your questions, carry your discussions to the reception. Right, this morning, Michael challenged all of you to really listen to the information that was going to be provided to you and to think critically about what project comes next. And that's your task now. That's what you all are going to take home with you and continue on into next year, into 2018, and on to 2020. In 2008, we sat in this very room, and we held the first voting in America. And those of us who planned that meeting, and I'm not sure if they're in the room right now, but several were here today. Alisoon, Paul Gronke, Michael, myself, I'm sure I'm forgetting others, who planned that meeting. And I can tell you, when we went in, if you can think back 8 years, what we thought we were going to talk about was early voting, elections costs, a few other elections issues, and we did. We talked about those on this stage. But what we really heard from you, what we heard from big states and small states, from Republicans and Democrats, from local and state election officials, was that voter registration was broken. It didn't work for voters, and it didn't work for election officials. And Pew's Upgrading Voter Registration Project was born. We heard from you that the elections community needs to get better at collecting and reporting elections data. And the EPI then brought to life Heather Gerken's Democracy Index. And we heard from you that voters don't know how to navigate the system. They don't know where to find the information they need to navigate the system and cast their ballot. And a fledgling project called VIP was bolstered. Those were tangible takeaways and victories from that first meeting that continue to live and will continue to live on today. So today I heard a call for a HAVA 2. I heard a call to take the VIP infrastructure and apply it to other civic engagement opportunities. Keep those thoughts in mind. Come to us, find anyone at Pew, find anyone in the election space, and continue these conversations. You know how to find us if you have ideas. Either we're the right organization to help build that idea, or we can probably point you to whoever is. So come to the reception and go into next year ready to continue to discussing everything you've heard today. I echo Michael's call. Come back to us with your ideas. I want to again thank everyone from Pew, my team. A few of you are still in there. Whoever's a Pew staff member is still in the room, could you stand up and take one last round of applause? Because meetings like this don't come together due to one person. It was a team effort, and these people put in a huge amount of work, and I am grateful for that. I want to thank everyone who was on the stage speaking today and everyone in the audience taking in that information and continuing the conversation during the breaks, during lunch, and at the reception. I'm going to kick you guys all out in a minute. Please move just a few blocks over to Fiola. We actually won't open the doors over there till 5:30. They're not ready for us until 5:30, so we can mill around here for just a minute. But then pretty much everyone from Pew will start to herd you out. So thank you again so much for coming, and we look forward to continuing the discussion.